Right. They've done more for Quran alone. Apparently, they've done loads of content pertaining to the Quran alone. So let's see over here. We've got a made-up prayer. We've got attacking Sunnis, 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 attack, attack, attack. Let's see if we even have anything other than attack. Just attack. Attack, 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 attack. Do we have anything but an attack on Sunnis? Don't see it. And that's it. That's all we have. Shall we see the other fella? Actually, let's look at lives just in case someone says there's stuff in lives worth looking at. But look at this. Sermons. Sermons. Sunnis. Sermons and Sunnis. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. And that's it. Let's look at the other fella now, shall we? All right. Now let's see what we've got here then, shall we? Attack, attack, attack. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Attack, attack, attack. Sunnis, Sunnis, Sunnis. Not one subject discussed in depth in any of these videos. Not one. Not one. All of it designed to get as many viewers as possible by being controversial. Look at Mr. Controversy. Nothing. Nothing but an attempt at being controversial. Why circumcision? Why? Do not write a hadith book. Why we shouldn't say Allahu Akbar? Salat is not a ritual. Let the mushrik call and answer. Nothing. Not one subject discussed in depth. Not one.
Peace, everybody. Isn't that individual extremely cute? Not a single topic discussed in depth, because unfortunately the mega minds, they're completely moronic. They actually can't see in front of them. So peace, everybody. I do want to show you something in regards to this weirdo, and this is a public invitation because I know you're a fan, Mr. Maverick. Please, whenever you feel like crawling out of your hole and having a discussion with me, I'm more than happy to let you come on my platform in front of a bigger crowd than your crowd of 1,000 subscribers, because apparently we're just looking for fame and fortune. We're looking to become celebrities and using controversial topics for us just to get clickbaits, because it's a lot easier using the Quran alone position to get as wide attention and as much celebrity status as you can using the Quran alone. Obviously, we left all the politics, the schools, the different sciences, cars, guns, women, music, and all the other industries that literally make you viral overnight. And we chose one of the easiest topics, which is not just Islam, but the most niche way of understanding Islam in the way that it's supposed to be. And that's how we chose to become celebrities. But Mr. Maverick, I'm challenging you, public challenge. Please come on the platform so I can teach you a few things on why you are truly a person who is just jealous, a loser, and you hate believers. You are talking about all these attacks about us, right? And peace, everybody. I'm going to come to the peace. But this is something that I wanted to start with because he's a fan. He's a fan. He's a fan. He's a fan. Now let's just take a quick look at what he was saying about me when my videos were playing. Right? He got upset that one of my good brothers, he left a comment saying like, "Hey, you're doing good job," and the non-ritual weirdos, they can't keep up. It's not that we're not saying that you can't keep up, that you're not doing any benefits. You with your 1,000 subscribers is because of what you're putting as ingredients in the pot. Sunnis run circles around you. That's why you guys don't debate. That's why you guys are not available for discussions with Sunnis the way that we discuss with Sunnis. To you, it's attacks on Sunni, attacks on Sunni, attacks on Sunni because of your delusions. For us, it's defend the book of God, defend the book of God, defend the book of God from people like you. From people who come up with their own whims and desires, that they not consistent with what they say. They disconnect from the Arabic, they disconnect from the word of God, and then they want to make themselves as the people who are going to pioneer this religion. Yet God uses you for absolutely very little, other than to make you an example on who not to attack. You attack believers. We attack people who have associated to God, as you are calling it as an attack. We are not people who go out and cast the first stone. Yet when somebody's casting a stone at the believers, we're going to rip them apart. Now, it's funny how this came to my attention recently when I wanted to make a video about hypocrites. You went through my videos and you were saying, well, it's just attacks on Sunnis, attacks on Sunnis. But yet you can't justify most of the videos that were presented right in front of you, and you shut up like a dog when you are presented with your own hypocrisy. So you're saying that I attack Sunnis, and there's no other anything else of value in my videos. But let's just actually examine what you are witnessing under my videos. Let me put the right one up. There you go. Okay, so let me see. You started to get mad that someone said you guys produce. So the first one's obviously, how do you pray? To you, there is no ritual prayer, so it doesn't count. And then you said attack, not defense.
Prayer.
Attack.
You got attacking Sunnis, attacking Sunnis, attacking Sunnis.
Well, I'm attacking
Sunnis, attacking Sunnis.
Oh, what's this? Oh, I didn't attack David Wood there, did I? Was that an attack on David Wood? You forgot that one, but that's fine. I'm attacking Sunnis, right? Oh, well, what about dealing with people who delude from the book of God like yourself? Why didn't you mention that? Or are you a Sunni as well? Am I attacking you? You're actually worse than Sunnis, because unfortunately Sunnis have more consistency in their worldview, and they're actually closer to the truth. Now, because they're closer to the truth than you, they're actually able to dominate you. For me, it's very simple. I'm going to take the concept that is the most dominating in the world, and if I dominated it, then I have proven that my position is accurate, that my position is closer to the truth. God does not let those who say lies about God succeed. You were crying at the beginning of this battle, which you called, which you wanted this war. You started to cry because we were on platforms that are much bigger than yours, and you're saying to your friends, well, we got to do something because this is not working out. How about you stop saying lies about God? And maybe God will allow you to flourish and succeed, because those that say lies about God are not going to get very far. And you, and I'm going to say it out loud so that you guys can cry. You, someone like Sam Garin, someone like Saeed Mirza, someone like Rashad Khalifa, but Rashad Khalifa was closer to the truth than you guys because he actually prayed. And everyone else that's going to say, Hamza Malik, all of you will just waste your time, and then you don't go very far, because God is not allowing you to succeed because of how much lies you keep saying about God, and then you attribute it. You guys allow, some of you, because you're not consistent, obviously, some of you allow the eating of pork. Some of you allow the concept of no marriage because it's just literally just have sex apparently at that point. Some of you say that alcohol is permissible in any way, shape, or form, except maybe two kinds. You want to tell me about all of this like mumbo jumbo in your head, that when it comes down to the reality, it's not something that a society can handle, because the word religion, which you guys can't use that word, deen, because you don't know how to translate it. Religion means something that is owed, something that is due. It means law. This book is a book of law and a book of psychology, the Quran. And God has clearly said what you shouldn't do because it destroys your society. But yet you, as an enemy of God, you want to permit what God has said is forbidden. So you don't eat pork because of cultural norms and cultural society, but yet you're pushing everybody else to do harm, to do what God has told them not to do directly, because of your lack of capability of understanding what God is truly saying. So you could say that I keep attacking Sunnis, I keep attacking Sunnis instead of defending the book of God.
Sunnis, attacking Sunnis, attacking Sunnis.
Oh, wait, what's that? Quran methodology on how to use the Quran without hadith books. That's definitely attack on Sunnis. How to fix the Middle East, that's a definitely attack on Sunnis. A complete annihilation of Bukhari's accept. Oh, that's definitely attack on Sunnis, which I agree. I have to defend the book of God by exposing the people who are there. Do you know there's a verse in the Quran which I don't know how you understand it. Maybe it's got to do with monkeys or whatever else that you put in your head from how you want to define the words. Because us, when we start to approach the Quran, we actually use the literal meaning of the words. For you, it's you have to bring your own dictionary. You guys start to say words that are not anywhere in the Quran, like salah is duty, salah is connection, salah is following closest, salah is communion. And then you fail miserably because it's not consistent with the Arabic language, but you try to make this worldview that doesn't get you anywhere. But then you want to sit here and still say that I'm not producing videos about Quran?
Attack.
Okay, cool. Let's see.
Let's see if we
Saudi wants Gaza. That's definitely
even have anything
what's that? Attack on Sunnis.
other than attack.
All of this is attack. None of it is defending the book of God. None of it is defending the prophet. This is just me directly attacking Sunnis, right?
Just attack.
Right. Okay. So you were gonna skip and move forward. Oh yeah, reality check was all about Sunnis. Reality check, when it was I was explaining what the word religion meant in a way that people can relate to it in the West, that was 100% attack on Sunnis. And obviously my songs and my music is also an attack on Sunnis, right?
Attack on Sunnis.
You know, cognitive dissonance, but it's fun. Oh, don't insult Israel, the name Israel, the prophet Israel. When people in the Middle East want to insult the name Israel left and right, they don't understand that these people named themselves after prophet Israel. We shouldn't be attacking the name, but that's definitely an attack at Sunnis at this point.
Don't see it.
You don't see it. You don't see it, right? You blind idiot. You don't see literally it says a message from God. Did you click it? Was it an attack of Sunnis? I mean, I could clearly see the ones that actually have any, like, whatever you're talking about, you don't watch them. Because we can go through it, bro. I see the red line. I see how you click through my videos. I see how you enjoy my material. It's clearly right there. You see the red line that you want to watch the whole thing, where you want to sit there and spend. But that's not even the funny part. When you don't see it right there in front of you, where it clearly states to you, right there, like a message from God. Did you like click it? No. Why? Because you are a deluded individual and you make incorrect decisions. And God is not guiding you. It's just so that you.
That's all we have.
That's all you have is you attacking believers. You want to talk about attack? You're attacking literally believers at this point. We don't attack you. We leave you in your delusions. We're free of you. But you claim that you follow the Quran. We let you be. We don't care. You're not associating to God other than your own whims and desires. It's your own downfall. Let them be. But you're the one who wants to cast stones. But then you got caught. You got caught in your own retardedness.
Shall we see the other fella?
No. Before we see the other fella, what are you going to do me?
Actually, let's look at lives just in case.
Let's look at lives. Oh, weekly sermon, empathy, which you've watched. The animal inside, which you watched. The collective and the singular, which you literally watched. You could see it right there in front of you. This man is clearly watching my material, right? Oh, fasting in Ramadan, which you might not agree with, but again, you watched. What do I do in my sermons? Do I not take a topic, which you're about to see again, because obviously you're a fan? Do I not take a topic from the Quran and dive in it for half an hour and explain it and bring verses from the Quran? And I don't talk about Sunnis. And I make it a point not to talk about any sect other than the Quran itself. But you are a disgenuine loser who comes up with your own solutions in your brains to problems that don't exist for you to take the center of attention. In psychology, this is called delusions of grandeur. As if you are somebody who is so extremely important that you are trying to save these masses, and yet nobody is caring about you. And so you think that it's actually like the world is not worthy of you. And so the only people that you want to attack is the people that you want to sit in their positions. You don't want to attack Sunnis. You want the attentions of Sunnis like the way that we get attentions from Sunni. Right? We're not the one who attacked Muhammad Hijab. Muhammad Hijab literally made a video about us. I'm not the one who went out and attacked Ali Dawah. Ali Dawah was sitting there making a special about people who reject their nonsensical books. I'm not allowed to defend my religion because apparently these believers in the Quran alone position, they want to throw rocks behind my back and backstab me and think that they're so clever. And yet they themselves are exposing themselves. You're literally getting exposed, brother. You're watching my sermons. What are my sermons about? Is it not Quran material? Do I have the Quranic remedies or not? But it doesn't even stop there. It's like I love when you make these videos because the people around you, they get exposed. The people that come to my channel and want to write their nonsense, they get exposed. So this weirdo, Quran alone rapper, he he definitely posts on my channel. He posts positive comments on my channel, on my videos. And now here me and Shuaiba apparently were so desperate to become celebrities. I don't know, Mr. Quran alone rapper. I was a few signatures away from being in a Hollywood studio recording and doing dance as well. It's not just rap, it was rap and dance. I was extremely close of getting the deal signed, but I was not agreeing with what they were putting as conditions, as me not rapping about certain things that I want to rap about. They wanted to control me. And if I wanted the celebrity status and I wanted to be a famous person, well, I could have just signed the papers, then I would have got that dream. But I think I'm doing this for my Lord. I'm doing this for me to actually present something to God. If you actually think that I wanted to be celebrity, I want to tell you something, Mr. Quran alone rapper, and let's take a look at your channel. All right, 49 subscribers, 12 videos, and I literally have 3 songs. I literally have 3 songs on my channel that each one of them has more views than your whole thing. So I think I'm succeeding a little bit more in trying to be a celebrity and a rapper. But even though this is not my goal and intentions, but let me tell you something. This is the difference between me and the rest of you. And this is why people come and watch my material. I'm not just a rapper. I'm not just a computer programmer. There's definitely better rappers than me. There's definitely better computer programmers than me. There's definitely people who have higher IQ than me, which apparently somebody wanted to challenge me, and I have a very good IQ by the blessings of God. There's people that drive cars better than me, and honestly, people have seen how I'm capable of handling a car. There's people that can handle political agendas and political subversions better than me, but I can put up my weight. People can understand the Quran better than me, and yet I can still put up my weight. People can understand the Arabic language better than me, and yet I can still push my weight. People can do physical things more better than me, but yeah, again, I can pull up my weight. But this is the difference. By God's blessing, and because of me working really hard on myself, by what God has showed me, I can do all of that. I have all that package. God gave me all of this. I'm not the best at all, but I am a master of many trades. Is that what you want to say? I'm a jack of many, many trades. And because of this jack of many trades, where I can make these videos, I can use my intelligence to make these ways of presenting it to the audience and giving my message across. This is all by the glory of my Lord. And I know this is all going to be taken away from me. I'm very content with that. And what I am building as hard as I can, and I will take this offline, not on the internet, I'm trying to build a legacy for what God is telling me in the Quran to do, as he's telling to all of you, Mr. Quran alone rapper that wants to leave nice comments and then backbite me. And Mr. Maverick, who claims that he understands the Quran, yet most of what you present is nonsensical. It does not attach. Why is it that we are your targets? That's fine. I love it. I love it when you target us, because now you're just exposing yourself. I promise you, I will not die. And if I die, I'm going to die trying. I want Jerusalem. You know that? Me and my brain and the way that I am trying to manipulate my world in front of me with what God has shown me, I want to take Jerusalem. That's the goal that I set. If you really think that I wanted celebrity status and all of this, man, I could have made a channel about computer programming. And trust me, I was in the top 10 in my city of computer programmers and what they can achieve with the computer programming. Everybody that met me, we worked together in computer programming, they knew that I had a spark inside of me because of, again, by the intelligence that my Lord has given me. I appreciate cars very well because, you know what, growing up, I had to fix my own car and I had to fix my own house and I had to understand how these two works, from heavy equipment to your everyday equipment, because this is what God has permitted me to know. So unfortunately for you, I have many ways of becoming a celebrity, but I chose not to. So keep attacking, keep doing your shots. It's very entertaining. I completely appreciate it. I heard some of your songs, and apparently you want to call yourself a god in your songs, which is a no-no, but it's okay. You know better. That's how you're going to become the celebrity that you wish to be in music industry. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, know your enemy, because your enemy is within your own group. That's the worst type of enemies, the one that's within your group. You let them live next to you as your neighbors. You let them be in your community. You let them around, because despite the nonsense that they say, you forgo it. It's between them and their Lord. They can do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. They believe in God in the last day. That's good enough for me. I'm not going to chase believers. Oh, wait, I said something you don't agree with. Now you want to label me all of this other nonsense and make these videos hit pieces about me. But yet you never, ever sit there and actually show the content that I say and try to disprove me. You take 1-minute clips, which have absolutely nothing to what I said, and you take it out of context because you simply don't understand what I'm saying. Deaf, dumb, and blind. That is what God calls you. So, ladies and gentlemen, salam. That's how I wanted to start it, with a public challenge to Mr. Smarty Pants over there, who can't take the time. And no, bro, they're not banned from my channel. You can leave a comment. Some of your comments I deleted. It's just because I don't want to have you get promoted on my channel. But now I'm willing. I'm willing to massacre you in front of your own crowd, in front of my crowd, because I want the people to see. And if anyone believes you and follows you, that's their loss. It's not a game. That's their loss. And you're going to be responsible for all this nonsense you keep spreading to all these other individuals as if you know the Quran, and that's fine. Just like everyone else, you're gonna quit. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good segue for what I wanted to accomplish today, which is the understanding of what a hypocrite is, right? So there is different forms of hypocrisy, and I like how this wanted to start. SubhanAllah, God brought that video to me yesterday, and I was like, what is wrong with this individual? Still going on my jock. but he definitely is a fan. He's watching my videos. Alhamdulillah. Salam, brother. Peace, sister. Thanks, sister. This is by the blessing of my good friends. First of most, this is by God's grace, and my friends have helped me. Sister Yera, my brother Malik, and my brother Miles. By their help, I was able to achieve what I have right here. Alhamdulillah. Better equipment. All right, let's see. Hasna. Where's Hasna? Is she here? She's not allowed to be here. How can I speak with Muhammad after this thing, please? A Quranist civil war. A Quranist sectarian civil war. Look at you. Oh, okay. So your Sunnism is one group. God says that it's inevitable that they're going to split, but they shouldn't split. I'm not the one who's causing the splitting, but I will sit and actually defend the book of God when they want to attack believers. Oh, thank you. You guys are weird, man. You guys are weird. Let me see. Your video is good. Thank you. Why is the hadith problematic? There's a lot to turn. Bro, don't wake her up. I finally told her to sit in the room with her niqab over there just in case if she wants to pass by. Who's the rapper you were talking about? The guy that wants to comment on your channel, okay? But why don't you, would you like to come on stage right now? And guys, did I not tell you? He's a fan. He has to come and he has to watch and he has to consume because my haters are my biggest fans. So would you like to come up, bro, and have a quick discussion in front of everybody right now on how you don't know who I am or what I'm about? Muhammad, can you rap? A little bit, sometimes. That's not your imaginary wife. Who's the rapper you're talking about? Where is this dude? No, the sermon's not over. We didn't start the sermon. I just wanted to start with this brother of mine. This brother of mine. Read out my first comment first. Why don't you just jump on? Huh? Why don't you jump on? Why don't you jump on? You get notified when I come on. Here. Let's go. Should I post a link or would you like to run away very quickly like you usually do every single time I challenge you to a discussion online? Because you know me so well that you had to say that I'm an MFer. Don't be scared, read it. No, brother, it's right there for everybody to read. You're calling me a circus, right? You're saying that you watch the circus. Sure, you watch the circus constantly and you sit there and you make comments about the circus. All right, I'll see you in 20 minutes. I'll do my sermon. Great. We're going to have a weirdo join me so that I could show you how that guy has absolutely no idea what he's saying. Again, I thank God for this opportunity for me to have the ability to defend his book and to show from what God has expressed in his book. Ladies and gentlemen, it is by the grace of our God, and all praise to him, the exalted, the deity who created it all, who created this connection between us and people so that we are capable of being a single human race. But yet the people who do not want to have this unity, this peace, this amazing system that God has brought forth to us, they constantly want to pull people apart. But thank you, God, for everything that you have been providing us from this week and the week before it, and everything that is going to come by your grace. Our Lord, please accept our sacrifices and our dedications, and please permit us into your mercy and into your heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, today's topic is very simple. It's the word hypocrites. Now, in Arabic, there's technically two types of hypocrites that are presented in the Quran. What I want to start with is the form that is completely direct. The form where God clearly states that if those who say they believe in God in the last day, yet they inside in their hearts, they don't actually believe. That's the truest form of hypocrite. The one that witnesses against himself that he is in fact a hypocrite. Those people are the worst. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to see why this mouse is not working. SubhanAllah. See if this is right. Yeah, this is that. So, let me present. Stop the screen. Present another screen. Yeah, he's low. Anyways, alhamdulillah. This shows who they are. All right. So God says, and among the people are those who say we believe in God and in the last day, but they are not believers. A verse like this, the way that it's presented, right? It's showing you that they are witnessing upon themselves that they're not believers. It's not almost a judgment of God, but yet they themselves are witnessing it, because it says, in order to deceive God and those who have believed, but they only deceive themselves and they do not perceive. In their hearts is a disease. So God increased them in disease. They will have a painful punishment because they were lying. Now, the way that we know that they were actively being hypocrites, when they meet those who believed, they say we believe, right? But when they are, and when they meet those who believe, they say we have believed. But when they retreat to their devils, they say, indeed, we are with you. We were only mocking. Guys, give me 1 second, please. Right. So God is presenting to us here the example of those who are actively witnessing upon themselves hypocrisy. Now, God also tells us about these individuals that they are worse than disbelievers because they have an active plan to try to diminish the light of God and to kind of delude the believers. يُخَادِعُونَهُمْ. So they are trying to trick the believers and trick God, but they're only tricking themselves. Right? So here God is also telling us, because of their crime, the hypocrites will be the lowest level of fire, and you will never find a helper for them. So the punishment of a disbeliever, is actually easier than the punishment of a hypocrite. And they're both terrible punishment. It's not about one person getting it less. It's the fact that you're in hell. But one is being tormented more because of his lies. Now, unfortunately, we do have to deal with individuals that do hypocritical actions, right? But the word munafiq is not being said to them directly. God indirectly is saying that they are hypocrites. But God is giving them a different term in the Quran itself. Those are the people who claim that they believe, right? They are believers in God in the last day, but yet they decide to go against what God is saying. This is very apparent in when God is saying the word here. And when we said to angels, prostrate before Adam, And when we said to the angels, prostrate before Adam, and they prostrated, except Lucifer, he was of the jinn. So he went astray from the command of his Lord. So the word here, he went astray. Okay? Fasaqa an amri rabbih. This word fasaqa means that you are splitting away from what God has ordered you to do, right? And this word fasaqa is often repeated in the Quran. We have another example when God is saying, do not eat from what upon which the name of God has not been mentioned, for indeed it is immoral, right? So when something is slaughtered and it does not, the name of God has not been said on it, that action itself is immoral. The word immoral means that you're not sticking to the morality. Where do we get the morality from? God's orders. So anytime that you are actually disconnecting from what God has ordered you to do, and you start to follow your own understandings or your own lies or your own things, your own ways of approaching matters, God is using the word fisq, fasiqun, right? So the word immoral is an easy way to understand it. Obviously, there's a lot more than the word fasiq in the Quran. So there are people from the children of Israel who changed what God said. God said to say hutta. They started to say something else. So God says, but those who transgressed and changed the statement other than what they were told, we sent down a punishment from the skies for those who transgressed because they were acting immoral. They were doing fisq, again, separating themselves from the way of God. Now, there's also the clear indicator with the word fasiq again to the people who are capable of understanding the examples of God. إن الله لا يستحي أن يضرب مثلا ما بعوضة فما فوقها فأما الذين آمنوا فيعلمون أنه الحق من ربهم وأما الذين كفروا فيقولون ماذا أراد الله بهذا مثلا يضل به كثيرا ويهدي به كثيرا وما يضل به إلا الفاسقون. God only sends those who are immoral astray thereby. So when examples are being presented to you, if you are committing these small actions of sin that you know God is not allowing you, but you like to sugarcoat it or pink coat it or whitewash it so that you can keep going with these certain actions that you know are incorrect, this is exactly what fisq is. And then when God is presenting to you his signs and he's presenting to you a way for you to understand what needs to be done, you get deluded because you yourself, you don't have that purity and you don't have that mentality to be able to appreciate the sign that is being presented in front of you. But again, God used the word fasiq here. So technically, they can still believe in God in the last day, but they are disconnecting from what God has said. Now you have the other one. When, oh, you have believed. If a fasiq person brings you news, then investigate. See, so God is still telling us that they could be within us, these fasiqun, which we're going to get to a point why I keep using the word fasiq. And God is clearly saying that those, that the majority of the world, right, many of the people are immoral. And yet we see that the majority of the world, to a certain degree, ascribe themselves or even subscribe themselves to a certain mentality where they believe in the higher power. They believe in a monotheistic God. Some of them believe in polytheistic gods. Some of them are Christians. Some of them are Jews. Some of them are Sunni. Some of them have all these different mentalities that believe in a single God. But God is telling you that many people end up being fasiqun. They split away from what God has ordered them, which we clearly see in this world. Now, the same thing was happening with children of Israel. When children of Israel were told to go into the land and to fight in the name of God, they said no. And God says that they are immoral, fasiqeen. God issued a command and they simply refused. So anytime somebody is refusing God's command actively, he is a fasiq. Now, this is presented a few times again, where the majority of the people, you don't see them attaching themselves to the oath or attaching to themselves to the agreements, but then you find them pulling away and breaking off and doing what they want. And yes, people who also bear false testimonies, God called them fasiqun. And now this is the verse where I wanted to show you. God clearly states, and you could see the word munafiq and fasiq here. the hypocrite men and hypocrite women are of each other. They call for abomination and refrain from kindness, and they compress their hands. They forgot God. So he has forgotten them. Indeed, the hypocrites are the immorals. Now you have a connection. Now you have been presented with the information that al-fasiqun, inna al-munafiqina humul fasiqun. So when you are doing certain types of fisq and the word fasiq is applied to you, you are unknowingly also performing hypocrisy. So God is telling you the actions of the fasiq, where they tell you to do things other than what God has told you to do. They tell you things that you should observe. They tell you to do the opposite. They don't give from their money, and they try to go away from what is kindness, is what God is as he is expressing as kindness. And this is very evident when God is saying, and whoever does not judge by what God has revealed, then those are the immoral. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is very clear by the verses that we have the direct hypocrites, those that say that they believe in God, but in reality, they have absolutely no faith in them, and they know that they have no faith. They're atheists, agnostics, and they use it a way as to delude the believers, but they're only deluding themselves. And as for those who claim that they are followers of God, yet we see them constantly not caring about what God is, or the fear of God, or there is no consciousness because of the actions that they present to you, right? All of these actions that you keep seeing off them, these are akin to hypocrisy because they do not judge with what God has said. They do not stick to the morals that God has told us to stick to. So they choose to be immoral. Unfortunately, me included, we all have this sense of fisq inside of us. That's why we're always trying to find God's forgiveness. Just because some people do some sins, it does not necessitate that now they are called a fasiq. But you have done some actions of fisq. And the more actions of fisq, immoralities that you are presenting to your Lord on the day of judgment, the more you're going to find yourself incapable of understanding the messages that are being said to you, because you are the only reason why you want to do any form of immorality is for self-gain in this moment. And it's not you looking at the longer or the bigger picture. Unfortunately, in this day and age, people do not judge with what God has revealed. They are not honest to themselves, yet they're not honest to the people around them. But then they become arrogant in the way that they present themselves because they truly think that they're going to heaven. The believer is always worried about any action that is hypocritical in nature. Have I made you a promise, yet I am not upkeeping this promise? Have I made fun of somebody that I myself am guilty of? These are things that you need to approach in a way where you are self-critical, not self-critical on how much you gained and how good you are, but self-critical is, am I being a hypocrite in this moment? Am I saying that I love God and I appreciate God, but yet sin is always trying to pull me into this thing that I shouldn't be doing? And as I said, a lot of us are guilty of said actions, but the feeling of guilty is important, because the one who is completely a fasiq, they're no longer able to truly understand how deep they are in their own hypocrisy. And not every hypocrite or fasiq ends up going to the lowest level of hell. Because there are some people who genuinely did fisq action and immoral action, but it was mixed with good. And this is in chapter 9. And those people, God can... sorry, I'm reading some of these comments. What? So these individuals, because they've mixed some bad deeds with some good deeds, God can repent on them, because God is wise and God is very immediate in understanding the individual and why the individual is doing things. I truly believe you're not punished until you commit with a word out loud or with an action. You might have an action that you want to do fiscal, but as soon as you take the step and you're going through the process, that's when you're collecting the sin. The words, the actions in our heads and everything, the words, the actions in our head and everything in between, these are things that can be judged, but this is not the only thing that we're judged with. I apologize. My camera. Give me 1 second. There we go. We're back. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to implore you with the reminder of God. I don't know why it's doing this. Yes, so I want to implore you with the reminder of God for you to be a person who is self-critical so that you do not cause these issues that people end up having. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just give me a second. I gotta see what's going on. I have a feeling that it's overheating. It's probably overheating, is what I think it is. But it's not a camera battery. It's connected. So, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. Maybe the sermon was not on point this time. There was a few things that could have been improved. I apologize if it was a little off-putting for people, but some issues also had to be addressed. But, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that I really want to implore you and remind you of, that there is a concept of where this small actions, let's assume that it's smoking a cigarette, masturbating, where it's not so much of a sin, but you're not being as efficient as you can and honest to yourself in those moments, that it removes you away from that purity. You should be able to be strong and to control your body to the best that you can. So God says that He alhamaha fujuraha wa taqwaha. So God has like embodied the human with its consciousness, what it should be aware of, and its impulsiveness, right? But if you allow your impulsiveness to take over and you do not tame this animal, which is who you are, what your body is, then you lose. If your soul is in control, then at that point you start to recognize God's signs in front of you. That's the difference between guidance and someone who is showing a sign of hypocrisy. That said, this brings to the end of our sermon, and all praise to God, the Lord, the King. May God forgive us our transgressions, may God forgive our transgressions and put us in His mercy. May God ease our hearts and increase us in patience. And may God bless the good people from all over the world that truly believe in God and overlook their issues and their shortcomings. May God give us the victory against these hypocrites, these enemies within us. May God give us the victory against those that want to diminish the light of God. May God give us victories on those that want to say that God's book is not complete or His religion is not complete. May God excel us in this world and make us a force to be reckoned with, so that we could bring back the truth and the love and the positivity in the world. And the only positivity you could truly find in the world with peace is from the source of the peace, which is you, Lord. I appreciate everything that you have given me. Thank you very much, God. And I wish you could guide me to an action where I can even get more of your favor at the end, because the only guide is you, God. And all praise to you. And may you forgive me, the believers, the living, the dead, and anyone who believes in you and does the righteous deeds from all sects who fear you and fear the day of judgment. God bless everyone in this sitting. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. The floor is going to be open. All right, let me see, just 1 second, because I had a few individuals say some things. I'm waiting. Brother Ibrahim Surah. Brother, I sent it to you. All right. That's one. Where's my... Hey, you sent something. All right, cool. Muhammad, be honest. Are known Quranists more safe in Israel than any Sunni country? No, that's not true. No Muslim is safe in the Zionist state. I don't call them Israel. They don't deserve the name, but no. Literally in a Sunni country. Okay. I actually refrain from giving a chapter because, my brother, I just worry that people don't pray it. So I didn't want to put people into a situation. But since you asked, I'll tell you the one that I wanted to recommend. And it was one, where is it? Give me 1 second. There it is. I wanted to read chapter 49. Okay, so 49, the rooms, Surah Hujurat. This is the one that I'm going to pray after the conclusion of the open forums, right? So now we finished the sermons. We're going to open this. So yeah, so now I'm going to open the forums. I really wish that man he comes with respect, obviously, and has a proper discussion where it should be a way for him to actually express himself without making these hit pieces against believers. And brother, I've turned. God bless you. God bless you, Sharloni. You've always been an amazing support, and you are an amazing human being, brother. Thank you very much for all your support, brother. Thank you. I know I haven't bought pizza, but I still have it. I have pizza in my fridge, but today I'm not feeling the pizza. Today I'm feeling like war. Today we dine in paradise. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, like your name. I find Aisha's age hard to rationalize. What do you mean? What do you mean, Adam? You don't think she was 6 or 9? Come on, bro. Back then it was different. Back then they were young and capable of handling a house at 6 years old. At 9-year-old, she could cook you a meal, do your laundry, take care of your kids, do everything for you. That's what a 9-year-old was capable of doing. How is that not rational? It was only 1,000 years ago. The human being has changed so much that now, unfortunately, a 9-year-old cannot take the whole duty of a household. And she cannot handle your money and your business, because God states clearly in the Quran that you have to test the orphans until you sense from their matureness to give them money. And the second thing is they're able to reproduce or able to get married. But this does not apply to children, that you want to marry them, because you can marry children. Don't you know? No, my friend, unfortunately, that is a bunch of nonsense. It's what they try to preach. They're still manning pedophilia, but it's not in their favor, because God does not allow that. Within their own sources, it shows that Aisha was 19 or 18, 17. I can't give you a positive claim, but she's definitely not 9. She was way deep into her late teens, if not early 20s. So let me see. This guy's been commenting a lot. Muhammad, why have Muslims basically forbidden migration from Palestine when they claim their religion started with migration? No one forbid migration from Palestine. Palestinians are always leaving. There's a difference between people wanting to migrate and people are forced to migrate because of their ethnicity. People are twisted, man. Does hell have 7 levels? Hell has 7 doors. I don't know how many levels. Where's Shamsi? Where's Mecca? I'm still looking for it. Muhammad, stop saying this. For your sake, there is no hadith that says, all right, here, bro. Here you go. Here, I'll put you to rest extremely quickly. What does it say here? How do I zoom in? Can I zoom in? Oh, what's this? Oh, yeah. قال عبد الرحمن بني أبي زناد كانت أسماء أكبر من عائشة ب10. Asma is the other daughter of Abu Bakr, Ahmed, I think. No, Abdullah, right? Yeah, so Asma is the older sister of Aisha. There's 10 years difference, okay? So this is from Al-Dahabi. And then you have Ibn Kathir. Do you know who Ibn Kathir is? As a Sunni, you should. If you don't, then you're failing in your Marvel superstars of Sunniism, where your heroes are the ones who dictate your religion. So again, this is from who? Ibn Kathir. A very well-known hadith narrator. Asma bint Abi Bakr Siddiq, the other daughter of Abi Bakr. How old is she according to Ibn Kathir? Oh, it says it right here. She is 27, right? She is 27. And here, no, sorry. She is bigger than Aisha. هي أكبر من أختها عائشة ب10 سنين. She is older than her sister Aisha by 10 years. So Aisha and Asma, there's 10 years difference. Okay. And and she migrated. Okay. She migrated when she was 27. Okay. I'll get you the proof. I'll get you the proof that she migrated when she was 27. If she migrated when she's 27, at what age did Asma bint Abi Bakr migrate? How old during? Oh, look, it's right there. Easy for you to go pick it up on your own, brother. So we already established that Aisha is 10 years younger than Asma. How old is Asma during Hijrah? 27. So 27 minus 10 equals 17. The Prophet married her 1 year after Hijrah. So she would be 18. And then he consummated the marriage 3 years after that. Oops. Man, look at how they steal, man. That's not a hadith. What's hadith then? Please tell me what a narration is. Huh? She's playing with dolls when she's 6. I can show you from your own sources, even Sahih Bukhari. She was playing with dolls when the Surah Al-Qamar was being revealed. Even at the lowest age of playing dolls, that would make her 3 years old. Okay? But no girl at 3 years old is going to remember a verse from the Quran, right? Sahih Bukhari, she was playing with dolls when a verse from the Quran was being revealed. She recalls the verse and she's playing with dolls. So now she has to have a memory where she's capable of recognizing the Quran, understanding that it's which verse, memorizing it, and playing with dolls, and saying that this is the day that verse got revealed. The surah in question is Al-Qamar. Al-Qamar came about 10 years before the Hijrah, 10 to 12 years according to your sources. So there would be from 5 years old plus 12 at that point. Guess what? Oh, she's 17. But math is very difficult for Sunnis. Math is extremely difficult for Sunnis. No, brother, I don't care. I'm making fun of you is what I'm doing. You're saying 3 years consummated the marriage. But do you know the person that said 6 and then 19? There is clear hadith in Ilm al-Rijal. Okay, there is clear Ilm al-Rijal, the person who narrated that she was 6 and 9 in Sahih Bukhari, that he had a problem in his old age of forgetting. He was trying to say 16 and consummated the marriage at 19. And then he said 6 and 9. And this is clearly written in your own sources. So if you're so keen that she needed to be a little child for you to accept your religion, then I'm sorry for you, brother. There is a hadith that claims that marriage is half the deen. There's another hadith that says cleanliness is half the deen. Okay, then. So I just have to clean and get married. That's the whole deen. So what happens if I marry a second wife? Do I go into the Christian religion now? And if I married the third one, I would have completed the Christian religion? Like, or like when I hit 4, is that like 2 religions and a half at that point that I completed? The Prophet completed 11 religions, or like 6 religions at this point. He married 11 times. Yeah. Yes, he definitely is. Yes, he definitely is. Who's saying that? Oh, wait, what's Talmud saying? No, I can't see it. But yeah. But yeah, you got to clean twice then if you don't have a wife. Exactly. If you marry more than 3, you're super deen now. You've completed the deen a few times. 2 laps completed, sir. Permission to like relax. That's hilarious. It's still wrong. It's not about the people present, or like it's not about an individual being informed or the individual being used for pornography. It's the causing of fitna in the mind. This is literally at this point now sihr. This is literally bewitching. If you're using AI with the image of real human beings to create porn, you are even worse than just using a porn. Well, I think the damage is even bigger for the person who's doing the sin. The girl that is doing porn is really big damage as well. But I perceive that the person who's not using a girl and he's making it, this is a form of enchantment. You're using sihr tactics at this point. Perfect. Exactly. Because yes, having a 6-year-old was like wearing a Rolex to their time. Not really. I work out. But the reason why I'm in shape is just because I don't eat certain types. I don't eat sugars at all. White sugars I avoid. I'm not saying that it's haram. It's just not good for my body. I don't eat too much bread, even though I like bread. Lately, I've been eating just almost like a half keto. So like what I do is I'll eat ground beef. I fast every day. Alhamdulillah, I have been fasting every day for quite some time now, which was almost a month. I did a few years, not a few, like 2 or 3 years ago, I did fast for a whole year. I enjoy fasting a lot, but I'll do some odd exercises here and there. I think it's important. That's actually the sermon of next week, and I have to remember this. I got to write it down. The sermon of next week has to do with physical exercise and the importance of physical exercise. So yeah, no, I don't have a regimen per se, but I do. Well, I mean, I do eat the pizzas on stream, but I got caught by my own lies. Astaghfirullah. Hey, Muhammad, when people ask you, how do we know that the Quran has been preserved? Why don't you ask them, how do we know that the hadith are preserved? This is the last time that I will comment this. Well, listen, for them, they will state the word the isnad. There is a very excellent question that will crumble them. Can you prove that the hadith is from God without relying on history? Can the Quran prove that it's from God by itself? You'll see the majority of them will be forced to say no. And at that point, they know they're caught. But for them, they say, oh, no, because we have this chain. Because this chain, we know that the hadith is true, and we know that the Quran is true, which has absolutely no merit. Because there's two. But you see, Ramak, they use the exact same argument against the Christians. Well, your Gospels are 160 years written after the departure of Jesus. Well, they say, well, we have the people are writing things after Jesus. No, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Why wasn't it written right at the beginning? But then when you use that same argumentation against the Sunnis, no, we have a magical isnad. Well, so did the Christians, technically. Man, pizza is amazing. What? Okay, so look at this. Look at these individuals. Now you showed who you are. Okay, now you showed who you are. Okay, so I've already debated them in Arabic, but I would like to show you something here. I don't know if I can close this. I can close this. So let's go like this, and I want to show you something, right? You guys are hilarious. So they asked me again. Let me present this screen. I want to present part of the screen. Can I? Let's do entire screen. No, I can't do the entire screen. It's just, you know what? I think it's okay. So let me just do this. Yes, nothing bad. So let's go like that. I'm going to do a window right here. This is Hussam, the guy that you're talking about. Okay, Hussam al-Hakim. In November 2024, they reached out to me and said to me, hey, we want to debate. I was like, sure. Hey, brother, alhamdulillah, how are you? Thank you. How are you? I was told by Sermad you're interested in a debate, right? November 24th. And then they ignored me after I said, I'm traveling, but I'll do it. May 1st. Hello. When are we going to do that debate? Debate about what? What about, does the Ahmadi religion adhere to the Quran? I don't know if you remember me, Muhammad from Lara on YouTube. Yes, brother, you're the nice guy who helped field people who were in jail, right? We had a discussion with you on our Arabic live channel where they got demolished. Yes, awesome, that's me. Yes, welcome, brother in humanity. Sorry, let me just do something real quick. Boom, boom, there we go. Yes, brother. Welcome, my brother in humanity. I believe the topic is not really applicable to us since we do not believe that the book of the Quran is actually full or complete in complete unadulterated Quran. Think of it like this. So Sahih Bukhari compilation of hadith about the Sunnah, same as Sahih of Uthman compilation of hadith about the Quran. So the Quran is corrupt to him. Obviously, the Mus'haf of Uthman is quite better preserved due to the kings paying money to do so, while the hadith has gone through, like, I don't know what he's telling me here. But he's saying, so the standard you guys, as Quran only apply to you guys because it is your paradigm. I live under a different worldview with different approach to raw history. Yet when I debated them, they were telling me that the Quran was complete and the Quran is what we need to judge, and their Mahdi is what explains the Quran. So he obviously changed his position since we debated him. So I said, so what book do you follow then? We can debate whether your book is from God then. He goes, religion is not books. It is a king appointed by God in every age and time. So yeah, and then he doesn't want to debate because I have to think. So I don't know what you're talking about, brother, but it's definitely not what you think. I didn't lose. He got annihilated. At the end of the thing, I was still in the Skype call, and in Arabic, the guy who led the debate between the other two. He goes, "You guys threw that away. You shouldn't ask them that question. It was in our hands, and you guys just threw it away." And he was really pissed at them, and then they had to disconnect me out of Skype really quickly. They're idiots, bro. Turkey, because the thing was in my archives. It was not my. I was not showing. Ba-ba-bam. Guys, have it been 20 minutes? Did our boy show up? I'll think about it, brother. Yeah, and there's something else as well. There's a few things. I don't have caffeine. I don't drink coffee, tea, and all this, other than if I was a little sick. Yep. I love pizza, but it's different. No, the Quran does not promote violence on Jews. That is not true. It says that the Jews are going to be very hostile to you, but you are not allowed to transgress. And every time the Jews start ignite the flames of war against the believers, God extinguishes the flame of war, not the believers. So no, we shouldn't be fighting Christians and Jews unless if they shoot first. But no, I don't do caffeine, bro. I don't do caffeine. And I don't go to the gym. I like calisthenics. I love calisthenics. Calisthenics is true. I was a little bit bigger than what I was now. But alhamdulillah, it's all good from God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put the link. I don't know where our Mr. Boy there went. Can you explain 931? I would like to. Dun, dun, dun. All right. They have taken their scholars and their monks as lords, right? Besides, I mean, it's quite clear. They have taken their scholars and their monks as lords, besides God, as well as the Messiah. So they've also taken the Messiah as a Lord, the Son of Mary. But they were only commanded to worship one God. There is no God except Him. Glory be to Him above what they associate, idolize, right? So obviously, when it comes down to Bukhari, they've taken him as a Lord because anything he says cannot be refuted. Anything he says is complete truth, and you have to accept it. And it is a way of actually presenting information. See, the camera worked when I turned on the air conditioning. I just hope you guys don't hear the air conditioning. They have taken their scholars and their monks. So people have taken their shuyukhs as lords as well. Whatever the guy in the mosque is saying, that's it. Oh, I have an issue with my marriage. I'm not sure. So we don't use God's book to judge between us. We go to the guy in the mosque, and the guy in the mosque will come up with a fatwa, right? Which is to explain the confusion. Whether he's right or wrong, no, we're just going to go with it. And that's the problem. So some man, he performed Umrah, right? So some man performed the Umrah, and he didn't finish a few laps between the two mountains after he visited Mecca. He got tired. He went home, traveled, left, didn't complete it the way that the Sunnis completed When God married, right? He's married, and he's been married a few years, and then he goes to a sheikh, and the sheikh says to him, well, because you didn't finish those few laps, you never finished your umrah. So you're still in ihram. You're still in the state of purity that you have to be in Mecca. And therefore, in which you can't get married while you're in that state. Therefore, your marriage is not correct. Your marriage is invalid. And so for the last 7 years, you were committing adultery. And your wife's a whore at this point. And apparently that is, they will take that and run with it, because that guy at that point is a lord. A lord is a person who dictates your reality. He dictates your options. He dictates what you need to do. And you cannot refute him, and you cannot say no to him. That's exactly what a lord is, okay? So they put their scholars, they put their monks, they put their people as lords. They've even put the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, the Messiah, as Lord. But God is telling you that he is only capable of being a Lord. I had a short about it, but I had to remove it because I was a little too ham. I'm doing well, Johnny. How you doing? Yeah, exactly. Like they it's very true. They go ask them about medical opinion. Yes, I will make another one next year, God willing. Because this right here, 1778, which is about the prayer, God in 114, he's talking about the two ends of the day. Okay, so now let me open up one of the most sophisticated programs in the world for me to explain to you what I mean. Okay, so this program here has saved many engineering individuals, many sciences owe this program a lot of love. Okay, so let me pull this program up for us to really present to you why I believe it's the setting of the sun to the twilight of the night. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is present the verses. So to present the verses, I'm going to go to the Great Quran S11 114, I believe, right? So boom, 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 boom. Yes, it is 11 114. Share this tab. I'm slowly becoming like Shuaiba, memorizing these verses off by heart. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first verse. God says, and establish the litany at the two sides of the day and the advancements of the night. So the thing that is in question here is the two sides of the day. Now, let's open this most sophisticated program where people have literally saved lives because of this program. And engineering projects had to endure without this program until this program came around and the world has evolved. Tell me, there's a direct correlation between paint and how much the world has improved. So in this most sophisticated program that literally correlates with the most advanced age of our time, we can draw a line here, but let's draw it a little better. Let's see the tools that are available to me. I'm going to go with shapes. Let's go draw a line. There's the line. Let's put this yellow. Boom. Okay. That's the day. Okay. Now there is also the night. Nope. Let's stick with day and then draw another shape. That. And the night, we're going to go with the dark here. So boom, like that. There's this, and that's the night. In this concept here, let's draw a circle and put it in red. Right here and here, there's a merge happening. Okay. Would you consider that part of the day? Yes, because the day is active. Now, we do have a problem. Again, we're going to stick with the red. And we're going to draw a line. And the line that we want to draw is right here when the merging is starting. So God is telling you to perform the prayer at the two ends of the day. So does the two ends include, is God talking to us about, where's the arrow that I need? God. So this is technically an end, and this is technically an end. Or is God talking inclusive with the merging? Is this the end that God is talking to me about the end? So is he saying the internals or the externals of the end of the day, right? Now, the way that God clarifies this is in chapter 7, 1778. He's telling you about the first end, which let me share the screen here. At the stage, share screen, boom, boom, boom. Okay? So God is telling you, again, establish the litany. It's the same language that was used in 11:14. At the setting of the sun until the twilight of the night. So God is clearly telling you at the setting of the sun until the twilight of the night. دلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر. Now you have a symmetrical explanation of the verse in 11:114, the two ends of the day. And he's clearly clarifying you that it's the externals, it's not the internals, is when you need to present your prayer. But God is giving you a direct time where it is a little inclusive to each. So what I'm trying to explain is back to this. Now, let's assume that this is now, in our most sophisticated program, that this is the horizon. Okay, boom, we just put the horizon. Now we're going to draw the sun. No, I need it to be green, bro. Draw me a green horizon. There it is. And now we're going to take a shape, and the world is flat, so the sun has to be flat. This is our flat sun, and we're going to do it right here, where it touches the horizon, okay? Because God didn't say لغروب الشمس, to the setting of the sun, because that would mean the sun is below the horizon. But God said to duluk الشمس. So when the sun is touching the horizon, which is literally at this point right here, that's when you start the first prayer until the twilight of the night. When is the twilight of the night? About this area right here, okay? And then God says Qur'an al-Fajr, which is now symmetrical in nature, because God is telling you that Fajr starts when the white line appears. When the white line appears, that's when you're at the time of Fajr. When the black line appears, that's technically when you are now getting close to the twilight of the night. Now, the rising of the sun, you stop at the rising of the sun. That's the end of the Fajr. At the setting of the sun is where you start the prayer. So it's extremely symmetrical. See? It is true. I dare anyone to prove me wrong. Since this program has been released to the public after all the military trainings that had to endure, when this program was released to the public, did the world not excel in technology to a way that has never been heard of before? Can't you correlate it to the engineering department of Microsoft who made this amazing program? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'll wait. So Buddy didn't show up, eh? I was looking forward to attack another Sunni. No, he's not a Sunni. Give me 20 minutes. You know, God taught us not to be late in our appointments. Okay. Zina is cheating on your spouse. Fahisha is sexual immoralities. Zina is a type of fahisha. Zina is a very specific type of fahisha, but it only includes spouses. So if you look at the word zina in chapter 24, the whole verse is talking about people who are married. Okay, so stop screen share, present. I'm gonna miss my paint window. Boom, there we go. Yes. So God is saying that the zani and zania to whip them 100 times, right? And then it's accusing the chaste women, right? Here it's muhsanat can mean married women, okay? Muhsanat can mean married women, right? And then here we're talking about those that don't have witnesses on their partners. And then God is also talking about girls that are married later, that you can't just throw them under the bus, right? So the whole concept of zina in this verse is directly applied to people who have a spouse. And then you have in chapter 420, I'm going to take a guess. I don't think it's right. I hope it's right. No, the verse before it, وَمَنْ لَمْ يَسْتَطِعْ, where God is telling you in 412, I think. Yes, 415, right? And as for those who commit obscenities among your women, hence 4 of you shall testify against them. Thus, if they testify, then restrain them in their house until death takes them away. So now you have a clear understanding that fahisha is one thing, and zina is something extremely specific. Zina has the public humiliation, right? Public flogging, and it has a painful punishment. When you are committing obscenities, you're going to get locked in your house and God can make a way out for you. Okay? But there's no whipping here. So if she has premarital sex and 4 people witnessed it, remember there's have to be witnesses, you lock her in her house because you don't want to spoil your society, because this girl is obviously a little wild. But there is a difference. God bless you, Mo. Thank you. Priests. Female dress code. It's about. It's very clear what is modest. Okay, so the way that I see it, okay, modesty is to protect yourself from prying eyes, and yes, you do not want to be fantasized about in other people's heads. It's not your fault if they do, but it is your fault if you encourage it, right? So if you're trying to be a thirst trap and you are dressed in a way to get attention from guys, then no, you are African minutes. I'll hand it to you then. That's actually pretty funny. That's pretty funny. All right. Anyways, so the concept of modesty, it is very clear. If you are a person who is actively trying to get men to look at you, or to get attention from men or women, to show off your body, then you are obviously causing problems. But let's take the example of extremes. A girl walking in a 2-piece bikini, if she's walking down the street and her intention is not for guys to look at her, guys are going to look at her. Why? Because she's revealing a lot of her beauty, right? She's wearing a 2-piece bikini. She's walking down the street. She's strutting her stuff. People are going to naturally look and go, body, sex, whatever. Men can contain themselves. Some men can't. Some men go, oh, wow, okay, I can't look. Why? Because I do not want to make my mind impure, nor do I want to objectify her, but she's presenting herself as an object. That's not between me. That's between her and her Lord and herself. I have nothing to do with it. It's her life. Would I like that in my society if I'm a community leader? Absolutely not. It's just because there's little kids and there's people that cannot handle that kind of stuff. There's some places where it's appropriate and there's some places where you definitely can't do. Now let's take the other extreme opposite. She is draped from head to toe. You can barely see her eyes. She's wearing gloves and she's wearing things like she's wearing she's covered from head to toe. Is she going to grab some people's attention? If she's the only walking down the street like that, yes, people will look at her. But are they looking at her with the same way that they're looking? No. Here it's something is weird walking down at me, right? Something is off here. Why is she dressed like this, right? Now, we can also change the scenario. Let's go to a country where the majority of them are, short shorts, tank tops, showing a lot of skin. The guys are still interested in looking, maybe in a polite way because they got desensitized to skin overload, but they are still looking. They are still judging, and they're still saying that this is a baddie. She's not a baddie. But when you go to a country where the majority of them are in this dress code, you're not looking at the women. Why? Because she's out of mind. She's literally out of mind. The only thing you see is this lady in black walking down. If she's in trouble, your whole point is, no, I need to protect this because she needs to be protected. It's just a weird mentality. Is this appropriate? It's extreme. Is this appropriate? It's extreme. Is there a middle path? Yes, there is. So I mean, like, some people just wear socks and some people don't. Peace, sister. Peace, la muslimana. Hello, sister. She doesn't like it when I call her sister. In the Quran, does it not say tell believing women to put something over there? Yes, so that they would be recognized. But what happens if she wears a hoodie? What happens if she wears a nice scarf? What if she wants to get close? Okay, so this is something that I said, and I'll wholeheartedly, peace la muslimana. Hola, ¿cómo está? Okay, so A girl, to me, from what I understand, okay, the covering of the bosoms, the little V thing that girls have, that is mandatory. There's no left, right about it, because that is part of your beauty. You need to cover. Men have certain thoughts when they see that. Let's not get in trouble. But the concept of the headscarf, I truly believe that it is an optional. Why is it an optional? For those that want to get closer to God, they can put the headscarf. Does that mean that you're far away from God for not wearing a headscarf? No, because you could be sacrificing in other ways. You could be sacrificing and doing things for God, where the girl who's wearing a headscarf, she's not doing it. So she's getting the check marks, or she's getting her positive marks for that sacrifice, while you're getting your positive marks for your sacrifice. Are you in a better position for wearing a headscarf? I believe so, because it's a sacrifice. Is it mandatory? Is it obligatory? I don't see that in the Quran. It's not presented in a way that it's obligatory. The way that God was speaking of the word khimar, which is a headscarf, okay, it is definitely a scarf, and it's, to me, a headscarf. Both the men and the women were wearing headscarves. They both had them. Why? Because you're in a desert. You walk in the desert now, the men are wearing headscarves. The women are wearing headscarves, because if not, you're going to burn your head. You're going to be in a lot of trouble. So you have to wear a headscarf in this in this desert that is being presented in front of you. But does that mean now you have to wear a headscarf everywhere you go? No. I think God is telling them to cover their bosoms, but he did not put an emphasis on the headscarf, because not everyone's going to wear a headscarf. And of course, the way the headscarf was being presented back then, and still in this day and age, it is not presented in a way where it's not presented in a way where like how the Sunnis put it, right? It's presented as something that's covering part of your hair. That's it. You don't agree with me? Don't agree. But yeah, modesty is very clear. The more you cover, the closer you are to what God is asking. Are extremes applicable? Yes, in both ends. Yes, there is the stream link. I will invite it. I was waiting for Mavericks, so that's why I didn't want to, like, if he was gonna join in 20 minutes, I wanted him to be the first guest, but he says he needs a African minute. Exactly. See, so in those moments when you are veiling, you are getting the sacrifices. You're getting the positivity of the sacrifice, and the times you don't, you're just not veiling at that point. It's not like you wore it once, now you have to wear it every single time, and now that because you have to wear it every single time, you're now a heathen when if you have to take it off. I don't see it that way. I think that's extremely harsh. And nowhere does it say to cover your girls when they're 6. Like, okay, let's put it this way. Okay, let's put it this way, ladies and gentlemen. Why do Sunnis say they cover their women? So men don't sexualize them. Why are you covering a 5-year-old? Okay, so that she could get used to it. Get used to what? Not being sexualized? Okay, so here is the StreamYard link. You got Mufti Abu Layth. What are you talking about, bro? No, I'm posting my old videos and TikToks and trying to post it. As you see, my brother, I have upgraded a little bit. I had to move a little bit. I am working on a video. The video hopefully will be released tomorrow. I'm not making new shorts per se. I'm answering some stuff on TikTok. TikTok's weird, man. TikTok is super weird. It has more potential for reaching more people, but the people themselves, like, it's weird. Like, it's honestly weird. Like, I have a few videos, but it's like a war zone in every video, in every comment. Oh man, I can't share this one. But yeah, it's been like, honestly, it's just been crazy. So like, how do I share this? Let me share this. It's been crazy, but the lives are different. I don't know. I'm not enjoying TikTok, but I know it needs to be done because I had my reasons. But yeah, like brother, it's completely weird, dude. Completely weird. So it's like when I start looking at my like comments, it's just a war zone most of the time. Like where's the comment? Like everyone's just fighting. You consider yourself a Muslim? Neither these are Muslims or Jews. Before you open your mouth, or you shall get embarrassed. Ottoman army sizes around. Like everyone here is such a scholar and like just going at each other. You're simply a puppet of the West. Thanks, bro. Like, man, what is wrong with people? Like, and yeah, honestly, like when you go in, how do I go in? Where is it? Doesn't show me. And yeah, and then the thirst videos. Like I'm enjoying the Quran stuff, and then like all of a sudden you start getting.
He sacrificed it. He gave me a handshake.
I don't get it. I really don't get this app. Is Mufti Abu Layth coming? It would be nice. I tried to get in touch with him. All right, bro. 10 minutes or like actual 10 minutes, or I'll give you your time. I'm here for a little bit. 1 second. Nah, man. I enjoy YouTube a little bit, but this TikTok stuff is it's harmful. It's harmful. It is harmful. You know what? God is awesome. God has answered. It's Shiites. I only installed it so I could support the officer. But I can't stand that app. I can't either. Sorry, brother. How does someone know that they are? You don't. Only God knows. But you could tell. You could. Okay, so sincerity is by people's actions. Okay, so people can say a lot of things and people can say the right things. Does not mean that this person is a sincere human being. The sincerity comes with actions that are not on surface level, nor do they have to sit and say it to themselves. Sincerity comes naturally. That's how loyalty to me. So sincerity is loyalty. So yeah, man, like these comments, I don't know. Like I'm not with or Shiite, but like they have infiltrated my channel, bro. Like Sunnis and Shiites have infiltrated my channel like there's no tomorrow. Like look at this guy's comment. I feel bad for him now. I really do feel bad for what he just said. Like it doesn't take that long. He goes, what do you say? He goes, this guy has been popping up on my feed. Where'd it go? Yeah, there you go. This guy has been popping up my feed for years, and I still don't understand his point or what he follows. Is he a Quranist? He's definitely not Sunni or Shia or any other sect. He's a, or what is he? And then I was like, this is about the Umar bin Khattab. It's Umar, the hadith rejector. Bro, I started a civil war here. Like, I started a civil war here. Look at him. I think he's a Quranist. So yeah, it's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. It smells funny and I just don't appreciate it. One second. I want them. It's not easy to be constantly attacked. Take strength, Akhi. This is how I know your sincerity. I don't always agree with you, but I respect your strengths to walk your own path. Peace, brother, Mr. Rodriguez. Now, I want to tell you a story because okay, here, X. This is the link. I want to tell you a story. I went to Uganda because someone stole money from an orphanage and I was playing a game so that I could recover some of the money. I, with another person who was less than 20 years old, got in a car. We drove 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours, to a city that is very remote, where I was going to meet with the thief, 2 of his bodyguards, the chairman of the city, 2 lawyers, and the person who owns that property there. Okay, all of these people just against me, and the only thing that I had was that I'm doing this in the name of God. Whatever happens will happen. And at the end of the circumstance, when I got what I wanted, which was amazing, right? But the people around, they started to think to themselves, is like, what religion is this man following, where he did not know he could have got kidnapped here, and he came shouting at us. He came causing a fight, and yet they just saw somewhat of what you're saying. It's because, to me, it's like that complete trust in God. You become, like in the Matrix, an agent. The world starts to speak to you. This is why I cannot accept anything other than the Quran. The Quran is talking to me individually, like subjectively, objectively, individually, that no one will see what I see because God sees what I see. Whatever I feel, God is feeling it with me. If I am driving my car and somebody cuts me off and I get upset, God knows that I got upset. God is feeling it. Right? God is feeling it. But he is also answering me. So he might just send you a bird, and the bird is white, and he knows that because it's a white bird, you say to yourself, oh, you know what? Peace is a better option. I'll relax. Me relaxing is a benefit for the day of judgment, because I got angry because someone cut me off. God helped me. I saw the sign. I accepted the sign. I calmed down. I got bonus. And God says that those who follow our signs will not grieve, nor will they be sad. And sometimes you recognize the sign. You recognize what God is expressing in that moment, but you hesitate. And when you hesitate, you see that it went in that specific situation. You start saying to yourself, I wish I went with that intuition. I wish I went with that guidance. Because God says that if you don't follow the guidance, you're going to grieve and you're going to be sad. Or you're going to be fearful. You're going to be sad. So this is truly what I believe the practice of religion is. So I really appreciate, and I remember, brother, I remember the first comments you used to leave for me. But I truly also, and I apologize, I don't mean to appropriate, but because of your last name, I know you're from Latin America, and the people in Latin America are very passionate about God. They're very sincere that this entity exists and he's judging us. And they have this sense of Christianity is not present in America. It's not an identity, but rather it's faith. So even if you go to the criminals in Latin America, they still go to church and ask for forgiveness, and then they go out and commit murder. Because to them, the concept of spirituality is something that's imbued in Latin America. So when it comes down to Islam, they're very honest in regards to what the book is saying. They might not like the culture. They might not like what they see in the Middle East. They might not like what America is saying about Islam, but they like the concept. The concept is making sense to them. But when it comes down to the hadith, they just have to accept it because I want to accept the religion. But you start to understand more of what I say because you're free of the culture. You don't need to practice the culture wherever you are, whether you're in America or Latin America, but you could appreciate the message that's being said. And then you could see, as you said, the sincerity. I could see that you're sincere, and I did it. I made a point to answer you anytime I saw you. And I never said anything. I hope, and forgive me if I did anything that would upset you. So yeah, why is no one joining? What is it? Am I okay? 1 second. There is a question here that came up. Cyrus. There is a message that caught my friends with injury time. He's with injury time. He's playing a soccer match. He's from UK. He's playing a soccer match, finishing his soccer match and coming. That or he's watching the Premier League or whatever is happening at this point. 1 second. There was a question. I don't believe the world is flat. Does a man have to get, there it is. Does a man have to get married in his lifetime? No. And what if he can't find the right woman to marry? Well, the second question is answered by the first. You don't have to get married. There's examples of Jesus and John the Baptist that didn't get married. That is a sacrifice that you can present to yourself to God on the day of judgment. It's not an easy route. Of course, it's not an easy route. Celibacy, if you adhere to it, is accepted from you. As God says, that it's something that that the Christians came up with, the concept of celibacy, but God has accepted it from them, but they did not respect it, its due respect. And what happens if they did respect it and give it the attention that it was due? Then they would have been able to, then it would have been given, like it was a positive to them. Celibacy is extremely hard, but you're detaching yourself more of worldly desires. It's a form of fasting, in my opinion, and fasting is good for you. No, you can talk. There's no debates. We don't usually technically debate. I don't say it's haram, but I say it's something that you should avoid. So, Camelia, for the morning telegram calls, we have a Quran study that we conduct every day from 8:30 EST to 9:30 EST, or 3:30 Mecca time to 4:30 Mecca time. So those are the two times I think you can calculate it where you're from. But yeah, 8:30 EST is what you'll be thinking. We have a Quran study that is led by Musa. There is somewhat of a system that we follow, where Musa will read he'll read a group of verses, first in Arabic, and then his specific word by word translation that he does on the spot almost. And he reads it, right? In English and Arabic. We sit for a little bit, ponder about the verses, and then we discuss. And the discussion first starts with Musa, his interpretation, his understanding, and then people can add. But we don't try to debate. We just talk. We usually never find ourselves in debates. So. God actually helped me a couple of times, and I truly feel his presence. Alhamdulillah. How do I thank someone who already has everything? By appreciation. In the mosque, yes, I believe you have to be modest in your apparel. At home, no, man. I don't have. My God knows me. If I'm in shorts, I'll pray. If I'm topless, I'll pray. I'll just do the washing. I don't understand. But if you're gonna give me a weird question like, hey, can I pray naked? God tells you the times that you're allowed to be in your aura, in your naked times, but at that point, it's not a prayer time anyways. So, but if you want to pray, I wouldn't feel comfortable praying completely naked. God says that this is what the devil does. He strips your clothes off you. But being in a short or like comfortable clothes to pray, I don't think it's a problem. When was this? You missed the opportunity to debate on lights with mushriks on 3 YouTube channels. I did, brother. I go on the lives in Arabic. Man, some of the guys, ladies and gentlemen, that's the only thing that I liked about TikTok, that it opened my eyes to a few things. There's these Quran alone lives that happen in the Middle East. And because I am in the Middle East, so I get presented more so the Middle East content, where these like Arabs are ripping apart these Sunnis. But here's the difference. These sheikhs and the students of knowledge, their whole concept is to go to school and to eat the bugs of Sunnism, to study the curriculum of what they consider Islam. There's no logic, there's no reason, there's no science, there's no math. It's just memorize and repeat, memorize and regurgitate. Who are they going up against? Doctors, engineers, lawyers, high educational people, like highly educated people. A man walk in, he knows Russian, English, Arabic, Hebrew, Spanish. He's a doctor and he has the whole book memorized. And the guy is killing them at every spot. Like anything he says, and he says it so like eloquently in Arabic, and the guy just gets destroyed. It is such a big movement in the Middle East. The Quran was just the Quran alone movement is just something that's incredibly, incredibly amazing to witness in Arabic. I unfortunately am not as eloquent as I am in Arabic as I am in English. I find I sound like a foreigner. I sound like a foreigner to them. And so they have to show me some respect because they know like the Arabic is a little heavy when I speak. But when I'm quoting and I'm talking about the content, they still struggle with me, which is incredible to see. I'm joining any minute now. Starting not to believe you, bro. Chocolate. Trust me, people are very blessed. This is discussed directly in the Quran. Just because he's giving them, it's not because for them to enjoy. In fact, he's giving them because they're such terrible human beings. He's allowing them to cause this problem so that they would go to hell for what they truly deserve. I travel a lot, but I am in the Middle East right now. Yes, I am in the Middle East. Azhar is a big problem. Azhar is a huge problem. I'll see, man. I personally think that maybe he caught himself out, but he has the ability to be respectful. If not, it's his loss. I'm not too concerned. What is there to think about? What is there to think about? It is something because of American tariffs, by the way. Okay. This war was ignited because Moody seems comfortable with Trump in power. Okay. He knows the Russian does not get involved. He knows the Saudis will not get involved because of Trump coverage on Moody. But who is the actual person who's wanting this war? China. This is a very good political war in the region for China to flex against the United States, because China technically is supporting the Pakistanis more than the Indians. The Indians' military is a lot stronger, but their equipment and their training is much weaker than the Pakistanis. But the entity that is actually benefiting a lot from this war is China. China is showing off its equipment to the world right now. Okay, so for example, I want to show you a video. These Chinese people, man, they just nuts, dude. Okay, so China sold Pakistan its Generation 6 jets, or Generation, they're military planes, right? They're jets. And I believe India has their versions of their jets, and they have the French, right? So they have French jets. And in a war, it's very embarrassing that in a dogfight your jet gets shot down, okay? Or your jet is getting shot down regardlessly. This is not something that is okay in warfare, because jets are extremely expensive. They're multi-million. They cost you multi-million. They're supposed to be sophisticated against all surface to air missiles. They should be giving you all the signals for you to get out of the way, to hundreds of kilometers away. You should be able to maneuver in dogfights in a way, and the pilot is so well that it's very difficult to drop these birds. But Pakistan dropped 4 planes of India, and it was really embarrassing because they were French planes. So this is what the Chinese do. I want to show you a video. These guys are too much, man. I see you, X. Oh man, he just left. Give me a second, X. All right, I just want to show this video. All right. Welcome to how. Wait, I want to do this like this. Let me see if I can get it. Oh, there it is. All right. So these Chinese people are not normal, dude. This is a big flex, by the way. Okay, you ready? Alhamdulillah. Like, bro, at what point do you think this is normal? Okay, 1 second. I'll get you the audio. It's really bad. That's fine. I mean, share audio, entire screen. Okay, I would have to share the entire screen. Boom, boom. Minimize all of this. Put it right here. It might not look as good as I want it to look, but it should be presentable. So yeah, let me. Okay. Can you hear it now? It's still not. What do you mean? Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay, let's go. To me, that's nuts. Like they're telling the Indians in this way is that we're not selling you planes. So it's, and India and China have a whole history of hating each other, but this is showing you who is benefiting from the war. See what I mean? You have to look at these propaganda in a way where, yeah, they're being rude, but the way that they're being rude is to humiliate their opponent. Art of war. So speaking about art of war, we have now finally, after 20 minutes, African minutes, and injury time, Mavericks. Can you hear me?
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes. Abu Sulaiman is saying, but to be honest, India has Rafael Gen 4.5, not Gen 5. That can totally hide. Therefore, Rafaeli 5 Gen would not have hit that easy. I guess it's true, but it's still something that they're presenting on the battlefield. They were not able to acquire the J's from the Chinese. I can hear you. What's going on next?
All right. Peace. What's happening?
Peace. Okay, then peace. I like that. Fine. We can start with peace. I wasn't expecting you to tell me that.
I don't know why you think there's so much drama around here. There isn't as much as you think.
I mean, it's always from the distance, is what I keep hearing. So the way that you talk about me, it seems like, no, it seems not drama, but more so imbued in either disgust or hate.
You're confusing disagreeing with a particular person's position and their ideas with having some sort of issue with them personally. I don't know you personally to have issues with you. My only disagreement is your position and nothing more.
Okay, but you keep presenting my position as it's something that is almost engineered in a way that I have an agenda. That is where I have a disagreement with you.
Well, no offense to you, but personally, when I look at this particular disagreement that we're having, I come to the conclusion that it can only be one of two things. Either A, an individual is intentionally going out of their way to basically mislead people and create their own thing, or B, they are highly mistaken. Now, I can believe someone is highly mistaken if this is something that they have just come across and they're just currently studying at the moment. And on top of that, Arabic is not their strongest suit. But when someone speaks the language, such as people like yourself are constantly reminding people, and they have studied this particular field for as long as they claim they have, then I expect a certain minimum understanding that they should have.
Correct. And I agree with you that if the person is being deceitful on purpose, it will definitely show. But my concern is that when we are talking about the Arabic language itself, I find you in what you're trying to present, it does not adhere to the basics of what the Arabic is saying. So you could be saying that I'm genuinely trying not to understand you, but even the small points that I do present as a way, as an argument against your argumentation, against the only thing that I didn't like is you calling me an MFer when you didn't know me. This is the thing that I didn't understand. I don't have a problem. I've debated non-ritual, ritual ever since I was on the scene. I think you did too. This is something we already had to deal with. But it's your approach that as if I am, yeah, like you're saying that it's almost a character flaw. And now you're saying that it's as if I'm being disgenuine on purpose. But I genuinely think that you are not able to understand the basics of the Arabic.
Right. You see, the thing with me is I've been studying this particular field for quite a while. And one of the things that I've noticed from an early stage is that people tend to make this particular discussion about themselves. They tend to make it about what they know as opposed to what the other individual does not know. Whereas my thing is, I've had an intimate relationship with the Quran from a very young age. The reason I say that is because my entire goal has always been to understand the Quran on its own terms, regardless of how I feel, how I think, or anyone else for that matter. So it's never been about me. And to prove that it's never been about me, or even the Arabic language, is I tend to present my arguments in a way where I will avoid adding any thoughts of my own. I will stick to the verses themselves, and B, I will use many verses to basically interpret one another. And C, what I'll do is I'll give you the opposite from the Quran itself and put you in a position where there is no argument. The argument doesn't become about me. The argument simply becomes either you accept what is there in capital bold letters, or you insist on adding your own thoughts. So there's never going to be an argument about me. I promise you that.
I'm not. I understand that position where you're saying that you're presenting the information for what the Quran is saying and that you are adhering to only what the Quran is presenting and you're not adding an opinion. Okay, that's what we're supposed to do as presenting the facts to others. But what my concern with you is that what you're presenting as information is you yourself just, again, admitted that the Arabic is not a concern to you. So it's the syntax of what the Arabic is presenting. It solves a lot of these issues with interpretations. The one that I like to present all the time is you are trying to express that the word khanzir, right? It does not show that it's a pig, or does it not show that it's rotten, because the content itself is not clarifying to you. But this is where the content does not need to clarify it, because the rules of basic grammar, I don't mean to say insulting that it's basic, but it's quite straightforward. We're talking about a noun and not an adjective. So the point of concern that where you said that it's impossible for someone to do what the verse is saying, you're completely mistaken there. And at what point would you be able to agree that you are mistaken?
Okay. If I ever have an opinion and someone can quote me and say, X, this is what you said, this is not what it says in the Quran, and you are wrong because of X, Y, and Z, I'll be more than willing to accept my flaws. I'm a human being at the end of the day. I have no issues with that. However, this is what I have a problem with. What I have a problem with is it seems as though that the Arabic is being used as a tool to silence people, or furthermore, to subjugate people. Meaning Arabic is not hieroglyphics. It's not some forgotten language that cannot be referenced and what's it called again? And you couldn't gather information as to how these particular words are used in Arabic, etc., etc. It's not that difficult in this day and age to get to the bottom of every single word in the Quran and how it's been used ever since recorded history.
Mavericks, with all due respect, I understand that we can have a difference in regards to what the word is presenting as. Okay, so the definition of the word. But the problem is a little bit more simpler than that. It's more of a step above that. Before we're talking about the definition of the words, it is very critical. It's extremely important that the syntax of the Arabic language, which Arabi means to be parsed, the sentence needs to be parsed so that we know what the subject matter is. We know who's the person addressing, who is being addressed, the action, if there's an action, and what the action is, or whatever the action is working on. These are things that we need to be able to deduce and parse with the Arabic language. If the interpretation does not align with, even without definitions, if it does not align with that part there, then it's obviously refuted. I can give you a very quick example if you don't mind. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you right here. So the verse that I have in mind is this one. If we do not incorporate the again basic understandings of how Arabic presents itself, this could be misread in Arabic. So right here, I'm going to read it in Arabic because any Arabic speaker will understand me. If I just read this with وَإِذْ ابْتَلَى إِبْرَاهِيم, okay, I'm not giving the diacritic. وَإِذْ ابْتَلَى إِبْرَاهِيم رَبَّهُ بِكَلِمَاتٍ فَأَتَمَّهُنْ. If I read it in this way, it means that Abraham tested God. But if I say وَإِذْ ابْتَلَى إِبْرَاهِيمَ, now Abraham is not the person who's doing the testing. Abraham is the subject that's being tested. But this is not an orthodox way, because you usually put the doer of the action before the person that the action is being done on. So it's supposed to be وَإِذَا ابْتَلَى اللَّهُ إِبْرَاهِيم. This would be the orthodox way. But because this is such an orthodox way that if you do not adhere to Arabic grammar, you would read it incorrectly. You would say that Abraham tested God. So how would you read this verse in Arabic? And again, I don't.
Right.
You said you have an intimate relationship with the Quran, and obviously the intimate relationship starts with you also getting closer to what the Arabic is saying.
Okay, so let me explain to you about this whole Arabic issue. I've never seen Arabic as a problem when I've been reading the Quran from an early age. And the reason I've never seen Arabic as a problem is because the only time you will ask yourself that there is some sort of an issue and that you need to do further investigation is when you are reading a particular context and you find a word that does not fit the context. That's the only time the question would arise where you would go, hold on, this word doesn't fit the context. Has this particular word been translated properly? That's when you would go and investigate the word. So for instance, in this particular example that you brought, it would never be an issue. And the reason it would never be an issue is because A, considering the context, and B, considering the Quran as a whole, no one would come to the conclusion that Abraham is testing God.
I agree with you.
You simply wouldn't reach that conclusion.
Yes, you would not reach that conclusion because it is not a valid conclusion. But also, anyone who read it in that direction is incorrect because the Arabic itself is telling you that that conclusion cannot be pulled grammatically. Because it's Ibrahima. If it said Ibrahimu, then yes, that conclusion is completely valid, and then it falls out of the scope of the Quran. It's a contradiction. But then it goes back to the verse which comes a little later, where God is saying about Abraham, وَإِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ الْقَوَاعِدَ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ وَإِسْمَاعِيلُ. Because if I read this in Arabic without the diacritics or without understanding how these diacritics works, it would sound to me as if Abraham is raising the foundation of the house and raising Ismail. But again, this is not presented in an orthodox way, where God is telling us, because of the Arabic language, that Abraham and Ismail are raising the foundation of the Bayt. I understand that your definition of the Bayt is maybe a little different. But you see the issue here where the Arabic does clarify this. And I've had many people come to me and say that Abraham was raising the foundations of the Bayt and he's raising Ismail. But the Arabic completely destroys that position. That's the significance of the Arabic grammar. I'm not talking about the definitions. I know we're not going to see eye to eye with prayer. We're not going to see eye to eye with salah or zakat. We might not see eye to eye to sujood. To these words, I understand that you latch on to the spiritual concept and you say it does not translate to physical. Fine, that's your worldview. But when it comes down to just the Arabic grammar, it has to come in play, brother.
You see, I'm not necessarily arguing against the Arabic grammar here. What I'm saying is that this is a universal book. And as I'm sure you know, not everyone speaks Arabic. So the first thing we are going to do, those of us who do not speak Arabic as our first language, is we will read the translation. That's what we will do. The job, the person who needs to translate it properly, that falls on the person who's translating it. That's the individual who needs to learn, who needs to know the Arabic and how the grammar works, etc., in order to translate it properly. That's their job. My job is when I'm reading the message has to make sense. If there is something that does not make sense, it's because there is a particular word that has been mistranslated. And what I'm
Yeah,
saying to you,
I agree.
thank you. And what I'm saying to you is that in this day and age, we're in a position where we can search, we can investigate every word in the Quran, including the grammar and how it's supposed to be. We can research that today. Would you disagree?
Yes. Now, this is the point where I have the contention with the non-ritual crowd. I can see your perspective in the interpretations with the way that you want to present the words. Okay. Let's assume that the dictionaries have no play. Let's assume that it's all manipulated and that you're relying based solely on what the Quran is presenting itself for you to find your position. Now, is there a fault because of me accepting that you can have that perspective, which some of what you say does align with the narrative? Okay, I'm not saying with the application, but with the narrative. From the spiritual concepts of what the Quran presents, some of what you say is accurate because it is the spiritual side of the Quran. But now, when the other side, who is also involving the physical, okay, are interpretations which does align with the grammar, it does align with the Arabic, how can you say that we're wrong? Notice I don't go against you when you're like, I don't use the word connection because it's not valid. I don't use the word following closely because it's not valid. But is there a very specific spiritual side of prayer? 100%. You cannot have even the physical ritual complete if you're not spiritually doing salah, which is a constant. The spiritual side of salah should be constant with God. Okay, but there is an approachment and disapproachment of Quran, of salah, which is clear in the Quran. But my question to you, as a person who sees the physical side of the worship and the servitude, am I interpreting it incorrectly when there is proof to my side and proof to yours?
All right, cool. My thing is this. I was never against the Sunnah, and there's a reason why I'm mentioning this. The reason I'm saying I was never against the Sunnah is simply I never had any problems with the rituals. I never had any problems with them. In fact, even today, if someone would want to engage in them, I don't have a problem with them. I may engage in them myself. So there is no issue that I have against the rituals. My thing is, there's arguments around everything on earth. Everything on earth, people, will have disagreements about. When it comes to the Quran, it's just the only thing that I've come across that's pure, that if people are just sincere, there is no argument that can be had around the Quran. And I just would like to keep the Quran that way. What I mean by that is when I approached the Quran, when it first came to my attention that maybe there are certain words that may have been mistranslated, and people are constantly, the Sunnis, they will constantly try and discourage you from trying to learn the Quran for yourself by constantly reminding you of how difficult it is and how you just won't understand certain words and you need the interpretation of the Sahaba, etc., etc. I'm sure you've heard the same song.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because of them constantly trying to discourage me from trying to understand the Quran, and because of this wide narrative of the Quran being somewhat ambiguous, etc., etc., and I had the completely opposite perspective because the Quran constantly reminds us how clear it is and how God clarifies everything, etc., etc. So I had the complete opposite view. So when I approached the Quran, because of the preconceived notions that I had, I found that actually understanding the Quran became difficult. So the only way I could understand the Quran was to drop all of my preconceived notions. That was the only way I could understand the Quran. Now, if I'm not strict with that, if I'm not strict with the idea that all preconceived notions have to be dropped and everything have to be evidenced from the Quran without any addition whatsoever, if I'm not strict with that, then 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 I'm not true to the Quran as far as I'm concerned. There's Quran
But
and
but you're now talking from a little bit of a subjective taste. I do understand that they do translate the words incorrectly and they try to fit their words in a narrative that is not applicable. They don't do that just with English translations. They literally do that with the Arabic itself. Okay, they will twist the words in Arabic so that they would stick to a narrative that's not there. So actually, the one that comes to mind is when God is saying about Noah's son. When Noah says that he is my family, God says he is not your family. He is an act that is immoral or an indecent act, which is now saying that he is the product of sexual infidelity. This is what the Arabic is saying. They go twisted to say that no, he was doing incorrect actions, but that's not what the verse is saying at all. It's just because they don't want to make Noah look like a cuck when Noah is not a cuck. Noah got cheated on. But they use these tactics against the Arabic itself. But we, on my end, what I was trying to explain earlier is that we've also dropped these preconceived notions. We don't pray like Sunnis. We don't approach that prayer like the Sunnis, the concept of a ritual prayer. We do not share the same way that they pray, nor do we even look or approach it in any way that is considerable to what they do. Okay. For you, you are coming up to the conclusion because of what the words are presented to you that there is nothing physical of what God is saying to you. But I can challenge that. And I can show you a consistent view in the Quran where it does promote that kind of relationship with God, where it is efficient or it is expressed in a way that when you do involve the physical world that's in front of you in your worship, in a ritualistic manner, that you get closer to literally what the word is telling you. So there are some things that are given. If I drop all perceived conceptions of or convictions of what the Quran was presented to me as, I'm still going to have to agree that Muhammad lived in modern day Saudi Arabia. I have to agree that he was in a desert environment. God talks about khimar. Now we could sit and digest this word a lot, but on a surface level, it means a scarf. So why are they wearing a scarf? Because men and women wore a scarf. So it was a given. I don't put my own opinion and say that it's obligatory internationally and everywhere. No, but in their conditions, they had scarves. This is not something that I could drop and say that this is a preconception. This is clear in the Quran. And again, of a physical nature. My opinion is not an opinion. My opinion is based on fact, because at the end of the day, it's all aqidah. Aqidah means it's an assumption to a certain degree. Those that assume that they're going to meet their Lord, and to him they will return, which is a fact and a reality. So again, the ways that we understand these words, which we also believe just like you, it's what the Quran is presenting to us. So this is where we have to agree to disagree on the definitions. But you cannot tell us that our view is not consistent with the Quran, because then, just like you, we would be liars, right?
you see, first and foremost, I don't think there's an issue in disagreeing. I don't know. There's, for some odd reason, we're in a weird time these days where
Maverick, I
disagreeing
don't
with
care.
people,
I promise to God, I don't care. I'm okay with the whole world disagreeing with me.
there's
What
nothing
my
wrong.
concern, absolutely, there's absolutely nothing wrong with disagreements as long as we maintain the number one rule is don't transgress and I won't transgress. We keep the peace and we're not going to put each other in scopes. But I personally believe that we are put on a scope by our own community. I never said that people who don't do rituals are not my part of my community. Did I give them attention? No. That's their interpretations. That's who they are. I completely differ with them. I don't put the people who believe that the world is flat as enemies, but I think they're completely deluded. But am I going to sit here and make videos about them? No. But why am I getting attacked? If you are agreeing that people disagree, why do we need to sit and expose the same side? You could do what you do, is show your side, and I present my side. I put down the Sunnis and I attack Sunnis, as you say it, because I'm defending God's book. If you think you need to defend God's book from me, brother, what are you defending from? My interpretation? But that's a freedom that God has given me. I'm not associating to God. I'm not attaching things to God other than what I see from the Quran. You just don't see it the same way. Do you understand my point of contention?
I hear you. What happened there?
No, I muted myself. I hear you, but here comes the but.
I don't know, something. Oh, something came on my screen. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Of course, there will be a but. I think we're looking at it from two different angles, really. I mean, you've expressed the angle that you're looking at it from. Let me give you the angle that I'm looking at it from, or the angle that I'm coming from. The angle that I'm coming from is that the Quran is a universal book. And the fact that it's a universal book needs to be made evident. And there are certain things that covers that fact, that covers the universality of the book. For instance, these rituals. These rituals can be seen as something that causes unnecessary division.
How?
Because
When God Himself, He's not giving you like step-by-step procedure for the prayer, and it's open-ended.
okay, let me explain. Okay, perhaps let me come at it from a different angle.
I mean, like my sister Yera saying this, like I know this very well because of the people who do adhere to rituals. When we meet, it's extremely different, but we find a way to find a common ground where now we are like we in those moments with these strangers, we feel extremely close to God. Like it's the actual emphasis and the motivation that comes with it. I know to you it sounds like a paganistic thing. Paganism
No,
is
no,
the
no,
word.
that's not my issue.
Sorry, I always understood that a lot of people are telling us that
There are people that say stuff like
it's
that. That's not
paganistic, but it's
saying
not.
that's
Okay,
not okay. Let me explain my angle. My angle isn't really one where I'm coming from being against something. It's not. That's not the angle that I'm coming from at all.
your angle
Well,
is that it's not presented in the Quran.
I'll
That you're
explain.
that you're
I'll
saying that it's
explain.
an application, but it's not presented in the Quran. I apologize for cutting you off.
No worries. Let me. You're right to a degree, but let me try and flesh it out a little bit. You see, when I read, for example, Aqimus Salah in the Quran, so I've looked at all of the occurrences of Aqimus Salah in the Quran, and believe me, I've done this so many times you won't believe, and that's because I want to make certain that I know what I'm talking about. So what I've done, and obviously people constantly make the argument around the word in particular. They say, "Oh, the word means this," no, the word means that, and then they go back and forth. It becomes a waste of time. I rather get to facts that cannot be ignored. And the facts that can't be ignored is that Aqimus Salah is associated with the reading of the Quran. Nothing else.
Agreed. But no,
Le-
no, I wouldn't say nothing else. I think there's a huge emphasis when iqamat al-salah has to do with reading the Quran.
Bear with
I
me, but you
I
will
agree.
understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Aqimus Salah, I've looked at it throughout the Quran, and I mean this, is only associated with the reading of the Quran. There is only one occurrence where you can argue, oh, yes, there is more than the reading of the Quran. There is also um, And where is that again? Let me bring it up.
The prostration.
The sujood. First jud. Where is it?
The one
Yeah,
the one in
فَإِذَا
the war
سَجَدُوا.
time,
فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا.
right? The one in the war.
Yes, the one in the wall. فَإِذَا
Right.
سَجَدُوا. But specifically though, and this is what I mean by, unfortunately, those that do not speak Arabic or have researched, in depth these particular words and verses, these things go under them. They don't really pay attention to these things. For example, when it says فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا, and I know it's when they do sujood.
Mhm.
The average English speaking person that doesn't understand that don't know it. So they miss key vital information like that. And I feel like you can't afford to miss vital information like that. The fact that it says فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا rather than فَإِذَا سَجَدْتُ, which would include the Nabi. Now, so bear with me.
No, go
So
ahead.
seeing that it's always associated with reading the Quran, and when God gives us the attributes of Aqimus Salah, he refers to it as the following. So Aqimus Salah li dhikri. So that's one of the purposes of Aqimus Salah. And another part he says, what was it again? He says, Inna salata tanha anil fahsha wal munkar wa li dhikrillahi akbar. And as you know, where you find the fahsha and munkar that God forbids is in the Quran. As it says in 1689, I believe. Or was it 90? I'll bring it up. No, it was 90. Where it says, وَيَنْهَى عَنِ الْفَحْشَاءِ وَالْمُنْكَرِ وَالْبَغِي يَعِظُّكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَذَكَّرُونَ. 1690. And he forbids the fahisha and the vice, so that you may take heed. So considering four things are mentioned, or three things in a nutshell, and تنهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر ولذكر الله أكبر, and in the other verse you have the أقيموا الصلاة لذكري, which is the dhikr again. So there are three purposes for أقيموا الصلاة. Three things: dhikr, and to prohibit fahisha and munkar. Those are the three purposes of salah. Now, considering those three purposes, and considering aqimus salah is always associated with reading the Quran,
Right.
to get to the idea of prayer now becomes foreign from that, because what has reading the Quran got to do with praying?
So the concept of praying, okay, this is divine communication. So when you're reading the Quran, God is divinely communicating to you, correct?
When I'm reading the Quran, God is talking to me, yes.
Divine communication. So you are correct that the times of prayer are specifically for you to reflect, hear, read, listen, ponder about the Quran. Completely correct. God has set conditions for it to be extremely efficient. You literally go take a cold shower, go back out from the cold shower and read the Quran is much different than you spending 8 hours outside and then reading the Quran. That sense of refreshness, that sense of the disgust of the devil, that like all your day, you calming down, the water, the healing power of water helps you understand the Quran better in those moments. So that's why God is telling you to wash before the reading of the Quran. Now, the concept of prostrating, you're right. Sujood has a very key spiritual understanding. The sun does sujood all the time. It is it is only adhering to whatever impulses God has allowed it to have, and it always does them. Just like the animals, they don't have the ability to ignore an impulse. Whatever impulse it gets, it has to do sujood. But us as human beings, there's also the concept of willingly doing sujood. Can I use the word sujood for prostration? Is it valid? I'm not saying that I know that you're saying that there's other terms that for sujood, but in my example, is it valid for me to use the word prostration?
Linguistically or Quranically?
Linguistically.
Linguistically, I can't disagree with you on that.
So,
But
okay.
Quranically, my
But
issue.
this is the point of contention. So there is times where God is clearly talking about sujood in the spiritual sense, which is still linguistically correct. And then there is times, if it can be applied physically, I will. Because God states that those that hear the words and follow the best of it. So if I'm hearing the word sujood, I understand there's two concepts of sujood. There's the verse here, 100% will always mention the spiritual side. This is always applicable. Can it be done physically? Yes, then I'm going to do it physically. Because now I have covered both ends. Exactly the same thing with salah. So, Inna Allah wa malaikatuhu yusalluna ala al-mu'minin. Okay, so God and his angels, they do salah on the believers. Is this physical now? Impossible. So the concept of a physical ritual here is not applicable. But is the word of spiritual divine communication applicable here? 100%. So I've covered the best way of understanding the verse. So when you're taking me to this verse here, yes, there is.
Let me give you an example, Mohammed. Let me give you.
But what did I explain? Is that
I hear you. I hear you.
Good.
I hear you. It's
but
fair.
but is there a problem with what I said?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Then we're in agreement.
Let me explain to you what I'm coming from. You see, I don't have any desire to tell people what they should believe. I really have no desire for that whatsoever. My only thing is that they shouldn't be intimidated from trying to understand the Quran themselves because of, this thing with Arabic is so difficult, Arabic can't be understood, which a lot of people have been intimidated by. Not necessarily by you, but you've got to agree that that has been the main weapon that the Sunnis have been using against people.
Against me, brother.
Well, so you get my drift then.
100%.
It's a weapon used against people that have intimidated people. And let me give you an example what I mean by that. I'm going to give you a perfect example. So in chapter 4, 102, if you can just bring that up for us.
I'm right there. We're already there.
Okay.
Yeah, you're saying, well, يَأْخُذُوا أَسْلِحَتُهُم
Now,
فَإِذَا
before we
سَجَدُوا
even go there,
فَلْيَكُونُوا.
there's something more important. وَإِذَا كُنْتَ فِيهِمْ فَأَقَمْتَ لَهُمُ الصَّلَاةِ. Lahum. What does the word lahum mean?
To them, for them.
To them or for them?
Lahum, to them.
Uphold to them?
For him. For them would be a closer. Yeah. For them would be closer.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, seeing that it says uphold for them the salah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
That's okay. In regards to what now?
Just bear with me. Can you uphold the ritual salah for someone?
Yes.
Explain.
I'm the imam and he's listening to me while I'm doing the recitation. So now I am upholding it for both of us. Yes.
Would the term for be the correct term there?
Yeah. أقمت لك الصلاة.
Laka, see?
Yes. أقمت لك الصلاة, which would be inclusive to me. طبخت لك الطعام. I cooked for you the food.
Is when you're, let's say you're praying in congregation, is that is the imam upholding salah for you?
Yes, he's the one who's performing the prayer, and we are the ones who are listening.
But would you say he's performing salah for you? Would you say that's the correct term?
For me, yes, he's cooking for me, so he is doing the prayer for me. I have to hear his recitation. There is no prayer, the iqamat as-salah. If there's no Quran, you didn't pray. You did dua. You did sujood. You did dua. You did exaltation.
Can you understand why that would be questionable? The term for.
Correct. I understand your it's for you to. It's not you that's doing the prayer. Someone's doing it on your behalf. So you didn't do it. Someone else did it.
That's how I would understand for.
Correct. But here, what God is clearly telling you, that it's the person who's reciting the Quran, he's the one doing iqamah. While you are where you're present, you are now within that iqamah. You're not the one who's doing the tilawa. You're not the one who's actually expressing the Quran.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that. You are not the one expressing the Quran, right?
Correct. The imam is in congregation.
Okay, so in this particular verse, you would say the prophet is the one expressing the Quran. He's the one conveying the Quran. Okay, fine.
Reading it.
Now, with that in mind, with that in mind, that the messenger is the one conveying the Quran in this particular verse, when it says, فَلْتَقُمْ طَائِفَةٌ مِّنْهُمْ مَعَكَ وَلْيَأْخُذُوا أَسْلِحَتَهُم فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا
Right.
فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا when they do sujood. Who's
But
excluded from they?
So here, right? God is clarifying فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا فَلْيَكُونُوا مِنْ وَرَائِكُمْ. So here, when you're talking about they took their swords, who are they taking the swords? Is he talking about the ta'ifa that stood up for the prayer, or is he talking about a different ta'ifa?
I'm willing to agree with whatever you say there. My only
I'm
issue
saying,
is,
فَلْتَقِمْ طَائِفَةٌ مِّنْهُمْ مَعَكَ. So
okay,
a person of them should also
a group of them,
taqim, stand with you.
yes,
And they should take their
weapons.
swords. And if they prostrate from behind you.
Wait. Before we get to the from behind you, I don't have necessarily a problem with that. But I just want to highlight the fact that it says when they do sujood.
Correct. Because
who's excluded from the term they?
Who's excluded from not carrying their weapon.
No issue. I don't disagree with you.
Hold on. This is the subset. So here the exception is not the person, is not the sujood. The exception is the asliha.
No
because
issue.
the asliha came first. So the prophet is not carrying a sword here. It is the people behind the prophet. Okay, so this is why he's talking about sujood of the people before. I understand your point. You're saying that here the prophet does not have to do sujood, right?
All I'm saying is, if the fact that it says they, who's excluded from the term they?
Prophet, because he does not have a sword.
All I'm saying.
Correct, but it's not the exclusion of sujood. It's the exclusion of asliha because it came first. So God is talking about the people who have their swords, that they should prostrate. And then there's people behind you protecting you.
Is he included in the term sujood there?
No.
That's what I'm trying to highlight here.
No, but it does not mean that he didn't do prostration. It means that he does not have an asliha and doing sujood.
Look, I'm not even going into that. I'm just sticking to what's there. In terms of what's there, is he being spoken there? Is he being addressed there?
Again, brother, no, it's not about him doing sujood or not. It's about him not having a weapon. So God is talking here about the people who have a weapon, which does not include the prophet.
I'm not disagreeing with you though. So I don't know.
Perfect. Okay, so this does not mean that the prophet did not prostrate. It just means that the prophet did not have a weapon.
But hear what I'm saying to you. I don't need to have an opinion. I'm just sticking to what's there.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Does it come on? Is he involved in that? In there? Is he involved anywhere there? Where is he involved? I'll leave it to you.
Maverick. This part here, right, from aslihatikum to sujood, is not involving the prophet.
That's all I'm highlighting.
Not in the process of sujood. God here, sujood, al-waw here, for the plural, is talking to the people who have swords.
That's all I'm highlighting.
Which does not include the prophet. But the prophet can still do sujood.
You see the term can.
Yes.
I'm not going that far. You're going a bit too far. I'm not going there.
No, because because what you're trying to express is that God is saying that if you perform the prayer, right, and they prostrated, which does not include a prophet. That's what you're saying.
That's a simple fact, though, is it not?
No, that's my point with you.
Also, he Arabic, at that time.
No, the sujood here is not. It's not even addressing the prophet. It's addressing the people of weapons.
That's
the
precisely
prophet.
What I'm highlighting.
But it's not about the prayer here. It's about weaponry here.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So the prophet still does sujood.
Look, all I'm saying is, what is there? I'm not going into what's not there.
Correct, but okay,
what is there? In terms of what is there, at no point does it direct the prophet to sujood.
But no, sujood is already given. It's not saying falyasjudu. He's not ordering. This is already a given. They already know there's the concept of sujood in this iqamat as-salah. But God is creating what? A condition, because it's time of war. They would naturally just do sujood. But God is telling you that you should hold your weapons. So one would assume that I have my weapon, I don't want to get surrounded, so maybe I shouldn't do sujood because I can look at my enemies. But God is saying that those, the ones that have their weapons, they should do sujood, and another group is looking over their back. So if whether it's including the Prophet or not, listen, I will go with you. Let's assume that the application of what the Quran is saying, that the Imam doesn't do sujood, but the people behind do sujood. Is that accurate to what you're trying to explain? If we're going to keep it in a physical sense,
To a degree, we're
okay.
still gonna we might have to talk about the people behind, but I don't have much time now.
I
But,
agree.
go on.
I agree that it can still be moved. I'm talking about the first, quickest, easiest surface level understanding of the words. The way that I present it, is it valid to what the Arabic is
Yes,
saying?
the Imam is conveying, and the others are doing the sujood.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
For me, I believe that the sujood includes a physical side. To you, you're saying no. They are. I don't know what the term would be.
Submission.
Sub. Okay, I think submission is maybe a little bit too broad, but they are. Let's take the same word, but prostrating spiritually to the thing. They're just giving in. Okay, submission.
Yeah, giving
sure.
in, accepting,
They're
submitting.
giving into what's being said. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand all of this, but maybe I don't think that it's completely adhering because there's a so the group before them, they can't listen and they can't give in, but it seems like they can. So that's where it can be up for debate. But as I'm saying, what you're presenting, the spiritual side, it is a mandatory before the physical side. But the physical understanding is also present. That's our side. That's the ritual side. Is we know what you're saying. What you're saying makes sense. You can't argue it. Sujood includes giving in. Tilawa, iqamat salah. Salah is divine communication. What's the best divine communication of the Quran? We agree. Okay, can this be understood physically? Yes. Okay, that's where we're standing as well. So we're doing your part and we're doing that extra part. You're saying that this extra part is not being discussed in the Quran. I think it is directly being discussed. So one of us is adhering to the word more than the other, but it does not make you wrong. Does that make sense?
I would rather be wrong. See, the thing is, my aim is not to be right. It really isn't. It's
My
just
aim
for
is
that.
to be close.
My aim is for there to be just one clear message from the Quran. That's it. It doesn't matter whether I'm the one who was close to the narrative of the Quran, or whether you was close to the narrative of the Quran. I just want to understand the Quran before I meet my maker. That's
Okay.
it. Nothing else.
Okay.
Now,
Understanding is one thing, and I believe application is more important. If I swear, as God is my witness, if I didn't see a necessity for me to make YouTube videos and to be on the online world, my dream is to be unknown, and to me do what I would like to do for God without nobody knowing who I am. I don't like being in the limelight, by the way. I don't like having to deal with. I was not a person that wanted all these people coming and telling me.
believe
teaching
me, I ain't
this.
got time for this either.
Right.
I've
But
been doing this for years, but I don't have time for it. Really, it's time consuming. So I do know what you mean.
I do this because in the same concept as you, I want to show people the relationship that I have with God.
I
Because
feel like
it's
they're
worth
missing
it.
out. That's the only reason I do this. I feel sorry for people. I feel like they're missing out of the true message of the Quran.
Cool.
That's
But
the only reason.
I would really appreciate it from, anyone who wants to represent the non-ritual side of the Quran to understand that we get what you're saying. We're going with the physical as well, but we shouldn't be going at each other's necks because it literally goes against what the Quran is saying. I never attacked you guys, and you know that. You've seen my videos. I attack Sunnis. I never attacked Quran alone guys until they started attacking me. I didn't understand why that was a necessity, especially when we started to make headways. Obviously, people are going to funnel into your position. This is not something that we're going to stop, but it should not. We should not be your target. Can you agree to that part?
You're really not our target. I swear to you, you're not. It's
You
not.
calling me Sunni 2.0, bro?
It's not. It's really. It's not that. It's not. It's a matter of the position itself. It's a matter of trying to understand the pristine Quran without any influence. You know, it's because it's quite difficult for a lot of people. You understand? A lot of
I
people
can,
are very
I
difficult.
can appreciate your mission. I personally don't see how I can support it other than we keep moving videos around. I understand
Well,
what
do
you're
your
trying to
thing.
say.
Do
You're
your
trying to make the Quran more accessible universally. I believe it's already accessible, but we need to just shed away these falsehoods that people attributed to it. I think that you're saying that we also attribute falsehood to it, but I do not see it that way. Because if I did, I would stop immediately. But I would appreciate if you just recognize that that's not our intention. It's not an agenda. We're not paid agents. We're not Kabbalists or whatever other weird stuff other people say. I'm not saying that that's what you said. We
I'll
are
give,
coming here with
I'll
true,
give you an
genuine
example.
intention. Go
No,
ahead.
I hear you. I don't really think that you're up to anything uh, particular. That's not what I'm thinking.
Mm,
Honestly, it's a case of, I'll give you an example. For instance, this sujood that we were just talking about.
mm.
Like I've looked at every single usage of the term sujood throughout the Quran. And what I found that every single time it's used after the Quran has been read to someone. So the Quran is recited to someone, and then that individual or those individual, as a response to hearing the Quran, they do sujood. You see? And then you have,
Brother, that's again. I finished reciting the Quran. I prostrate
I
and
hear
think
you.
about what I. So yes, and obviously, if I am walking down the street and I hear the verse of the Quran, right, I naturally just have to stop and listen, and I put my head down. One, because God tells me to listen, but then after I'm trying to see how that verse is applying to what's going on today, because God presented this verse in what people would consider random. I don't think it's random. I think God is telling me something here in that moment. And it is a form of natural sujood at that point. I agree. But the physical sujood amplifies that spiritual side. It truly amplifies it. And I know you know that. I
That's an
know.
argument I can accept. Look, if you argue the physical prostration amplifies that, the
Right.
initial sujood, then that's an argument I can accept.
There,
That's
there,
not my issue.
there
My,
is no
my,
sujood. There is
hear
no
me out.
sujood with you putting your head on the ground. There has to be a spiritual sujood. It has to be present. Your soul has to do sujood, which is not physical, but the physical is an amplification. Too, it's like me. I can have 100 thoughts in my head, but when I say it, then I'm committing to that thought, and I'm gonna be judged for that thought because I've committed it to out loud. And it's yes, I can prostrate myself spiritually, but I express it to my Lord physically, which requires energy, and nothing is lost with God. That's why it is closer to what God is saying. It's you're not what you're saying is not wrong. Even in spiritual sujood, it has levels. I'm just adding a physical concept to it
Let me
because
give
I
you.
believe it. Go
Believe
ahead.
me, I hear you. Let,
I
let me
think
give
you
you a
hear me now.
perfect. I'll give you a perfect example of that. You know the verse. I can't remember the chapter and verse right now, but the verse was,
Go ahead.
وَإِذَا قُرِئَ عَلَيْهِمِ الْقُرْآنِ لَا يَسْجُدُونَ.
Yeah,
And
and
when the
when
Quran
it's
is recited to them, they
yep.
do not sujood.
Hmm.
Now think about it in that context.
Hmm.
When the Quran is recited to them, they do not do sujood, this particular act.
Correct.
So, what is the particular act that is expected of someone when the Quran is recited to them?
To be like the son, just to completely give in to what's being said. No argument, no
So, you get
doubting, no
my drift.
doubting. I get that. But do you know how I take that verse as well? So that I would remove all distractions and all any things. If I am by my house or in a place where I am by myself, where I can take it to the next level, when I hear the Quran recited by the reciters who record recitation, I swear to you, I go in sujood mode and I just sit and listen in sujood mode because my brain is a lot clearer in that moment. It's amplifying the sujood in the first place. And also, when I'm hearing the Quran, I told you I put my head down, which is a form of sujood, physical sujood. Putting your back down, doing the bowing, this is a form of physical sujood. But all of this is unnecessary if you do not do the initial step, which is your soul.
The thing is,
Or
you speak the language. you
Yeah.
understand the language. This is what I've always said. Those that can speak Arabic, if they simply choose to understand the Quran, they can do so. Because really and truly, all of
But
this, all of
it's my
this
second language.
misunderstanding, all of these misunderstandings and all of these arguments, most of them stem from mistranslations. So what I'm saying to you is, you particularly, like really and truly, I don't need to tell you much because you understand the language, like you said, you understand. So you can
Okay.
come to the conclusion where you can understand that there is a initial sujood and then there is a secondary sujood, etc., etc. You can understand those things, but
But
you
it's not from
gotta.
the language. It's from the relationship of God. This
That's
is
true.
the,
But you also have the added layer of understanding the language. You've got to
hmm.
understand that there are so many people out there who don't understand Arabic and who have been completely been intimidated with Arabic. They
But
just
this
think
is
anyone that comes to them and says you don't understand Arabic, they accept whatever they tell them.
yes,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
I'm
So
fighting
what
that.
I'm saying is, let's not be like those people.
Okay, listen. So here's I hope, like, I don't know how much Baba Shuaiba heard from the conversation. I know you guys are not on healthy terms. The whole point here is for us to actually understand that we are, to a certain degree, right?
My only issue with him is because he started doing the same thing, the mystical, magical Arabic stuff. I just feel like this
But brother, I'm telling, and
intimidating
as
people with Arabic, that needs to stop.
yes, so you see here again, it's the physical concept is being presented here. But I could see that again, I am from the school of understanding. If you're doing the physical concept without doing the spiritual sides of things first, you're doing what Sunnis do. You're not adhering to what God is saying. If there is no spiritual uh, admission to what God is telling you to do, then you're just doing chores and lip service, and it's not accepted from you. You're not going to grow in your relationship with God. But for us here, as I said, I am going to hear the words. I'm going to follow the best of it. If I could physically do something of what God is expressing to me, I will do it. So I have one that is extremely weird that people always laugh at me about it, but because I want to adhere to the physical, I do it. God says, whenever you leave, right? فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. Turn your face to the sacred house. When I leave a building, when I leave an entry, I will look at the sacred house and I carry on. Why? Because I believe that I'm completing it physically. Yet spiritually, it's to submit to this direction of our religion,
Okay,
which is the sacred entity that Abraham built, which is the inclination of Abraham, and therefore now this is your religion. See, so the spiritual side is extremely important, but the physical side is a manifestation of this spirituality. And when you show this loyalty, the closer you get to the Quran. Do you have any problems with what I just said, brother? And no, I'm not trying to team up.
honestly, not necessarily. I feel like there's a misunderstanding between me and you somewhere. But
Yes,
let me
there
try.
is. This is my point. I don't know why I was brought into this. I know Baba Shuaiba's approach is extremely technical, and he is extremely well. He is more
Let me
capable of the
clarify.
Quran than me.
Let me clarify what I mean. Okay, so for example, the verse that was just put up, chapter 3:113.
Yes.
Now, my thing is, I'm not trying to be anyone's imam. I'm not trying to be anyone's, guru of some kind. So no one needs to listen to me. My thing is only that people need to understand where it says wahum yasjudun. Wahum yasjudun, for example, yasjudun, what is that grammatically, Muhammad?
Yes, Judun.
Yeah,
It's
grammatically, what?
yeah, grammatically it's a present tense and it's plural.
I
And they're the subject. So it's something that's happening right now.
so it's ing. So if you was to say
Yes,
prostrate,
prostrating.
be prostrating.
Yes. So them giving money and them prostrating, right?
Thank you very much. So
Yes.
they'd be doing two things, right, at the same time.
Well, it would technically be doing two things at the same time, but it can also necessitate that it was attached to the word before. It could be because, as I showed you, like Abraham and Ismail, it can be talking about the prayer. They pray and they do yes, wahum yasjudun, and they give the money. But the way the Arabic is presented, for someone who's just going to give it a rough throw, he's going to think that it's changing topics, which it isn't.
As in when it's for example, the verse that we read earlier, وَإِذَا قُرِئَ عَلَيْهِمُ الْقُرْآنُ لَا يَسْجُدُونَ.
Correct.
And over here, وَهُمْ يَسْجُدُونَ.
Okay, but
Would you say
here's the
there's a
thing.
difference?
So وَادْخُلُوا الْبَابَ سُجَّدًا. People have a contention, and this is one of the favorite verse, where they think it's a physical prostration. Me prostrating my head as I'm walking into a door, this is sujjada, by the way. But God is telling you that you're entering a holy area. So go in wholeheartedly, right? ادخلوا الباب سجدا. Like you're going to listen to God's verses. You're not going to do fusuq. You're not going to rebel. You're not going to make lies. You're not going to cause problems. But for me to completely physically do what I've been told, I will walk into the door with my head bowed down, because that is a form of physical sujood. So
Okay.
I would be, and I promise you, in the Arabic language, this is 100% appropriate. Sajada ra'sahu. He prostrated his neck. or
No,
his head.
I'm not saying linguistically that it's inappropriate. Not at all.
Okay, so that's the difference between me and the Sunnis. Sunnis, they have these Sunni definitions, right, that have absolutely nothing to do with what the Quran said, like the word dal, right, kafir, all of this nonsense that is not what the Quran says. I approach it linguistically.
So let me tell you what I mean. So for instance, this verse that we got up here now, yeah, they are not equal among the people of the book is a nation who stand reciting the verses of God during the night and they prostrate. That's what it says in the translation.
Can I steal man your position?
Do you know what I'm going to say?
Would you allow me to steal man your position?
Go ahead.
They would spend the night in prayer, i.e., reciting the verses of God. And within the night, after they've finished reciting, they would submit wholeheartedly to what is being read.
Oh yes, that would be my position, absolutely. But let me tell you the point that I was trying to make, though. The point that I was trying to make is that neither I nor you need to persuade anyone what it says over there. The only thing, hold on. The only thing they need to understand is that the term sujood can mean prostrating physically, and it can mean submitting. And it's determined. Hold on, one minute. And it's determined by the context. As long as they understand that, as long as the audience understand that, and they're not, intimidated with Arabic all the time, I couldn't care less what they believe. I just feel sorry for them when they are intimidated and led to a particular position.
But my position as a person who's conveying and understanding the message, I will remind myself of the verse, those who hear the words and follow the best of it. So I would opt to use prostrate here, physical prostration, because it would include both the spiritual and the physical. So this is why I believe I would convey the message with prostrate. If a person chooses to approach the matter in a spiritual sense as you did, that, in my opinion, is not following the word to the best way that they could afford follow it, but they are following the word to their ability or to their agreement or to the way that they perceive the word. For me, the best way that it's done, if it can be physical, I will tell you that it's physical.
Okay, but here's my thing. I don't disagree that you can tell someone your particular position, but I think they should be afforded.
They're allowed to.
I think they should be afforded to know the fact that they are not forced, that they don't have to have this position alone.
But you see, now this is where you might have an issue with Baba Shuaib, where Baba Shuaib is very honest in his translation, because he gives you the transliteration. And there's times he would not use the word prostrate for sujood where it's not applicable, because it's not talking about prostration there.
But
Baba Shuaib doesn't use the word litany every time the word salah is used.
But Muhammad, he's determining that. What I'm saying is the audience
the determination.
But hear me out. Just give me 1 second. What I'm saying is, you are an Arabic speaking individual. Because you're an Arabic speaking individual, you can approach these particular verses in question, and then you are in a position where you now get to determine which fits the context best. You see that? But you've got to understand that the non-Arabic speaking person doesn't have the same luxury as you do.
No, so what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is that they
I
should
might not
be
relate, but I
afforded.
can understand. I
What I'm
can relate,
saying,
but then
yeah,
you're talking about someone like Baba Shuaiba who does not have the Arabic language that I do, but we've reached the same conclusions
but as
from the
far
Arabic text.
no, but look,
And 1 second, Maverick,
I'm talking
you
about the
already
audience,
agreed.
Mohammed.
You
I'm
already
not talking about
agreed.
you guys. I'm talking about the audience.
Yes,
The audience do not have the luxury that you have.
but they
you
have
understand?
it. They
Huh?
have the time. They have the time, like you did, to go investigate. Correct. So I am presenting to them my works, my hours. So let's assume Baba Shuaiba worked 6 years to present to them his view. But they have absolutely every right to go scrutinize it, like you do, right? But at the end of the day, you need to reach a valid conclusion to present it to the next guy that's coming in the chain. It's not you gonna dictate what he's saying. He's saying that you're gonna say that this is what I understand. You do videos saying that this is what I understand. I'm telling you this is what I understand. And one of us, by God's decree on the day of judgment, was closer to what the presentation of the message is. Am I 100% right? No. Is Baba Shuaib 100% right? No. Are you 100% right? No. But what is the point of us
I'm
trying
pretty
to pull
close.
each other down? That's it. That's the thing where I started the battle in the first place. When someone is coming to say that we are misrepresenting and all this, no, I see my representation is quite accurate. And I promise, and as I still made your position multiple times, I know your perspective. There's
Mohammed,
a certain limit where
how many people do you think? Because you need to understand,
not many.
I'm thinking about the audience. I'm really not thinking about you and Shoaib here. I just
Yes,
feel
yes.
sorry for the audience. How
But
many
why
people do you
why
think?
do we do what we do? For the
Hear me out, hear
audience.
me out, hear me out. How many people do you think of the audience? How many people do you think know that sujood isn't necessarily prostration? And notice that I said necessarily. How many people do you think know? Do you think the majority of them know that?
I think the majority understand that it's a spiritual more than physical,
Do you
except the
really
word
believe that?
prostration. Yes, because of the one about the birds. When you read it about the birds, it's game over. When the birds, the trees, and the plants, that's it. There's no argument at that point. And that's what I'm saying. Like when you're reading something with
You talk a lot
transliteration,
of-
you read the word sujood and you're done. But what Sunnis express, yes, they have completely removed the spiritual side of sujood.
Yeah, but you don't think most people have been influenced by that?
Yes, they have. That's why we're doing what we do.
But this is the point, though. This is the point I'm making here. What I'm trying to say to you is people have been so influenced by that that they don't actually know that they can think for themselves and really come to the conclusion themselves by looking at the possible options that they have. I'm just saying the luxury, listen, the luxury
Bro,
that the Arabic speaking
bro,
people have, the
human
luxury that
nature.
the Arabic speaking people have not been afforded to those people who do not speak Arabic. Are you going to disagree with me on that?
Yes, but that's human. That's the human nature. You cannot say to God on the day of judgment, you did not have the time to go explore the word and learn Arabic. But the concept that is extremely important here is that we are trying to open the eyes not to these specific definitions, which for me is a given because I'm an Arabic speaker. You're going to say that this is a blessing from God. I agree. But my position here is to shed away the falsehood. I am not saying falsehood when I'm saying the word sujud includes a physical concept. I'm not doing falsehood. I'm not doing falsehood when I say that if you are going to recite the Quran through divine communication in a point of prayer, in a style of prayer, you have to go physically wash. This is a given to me. There is no state of argument. But we can talk about the spiritual concept of the washing. We can talk about the spiritual concept of sujud, which is accurate. Because even if you go to my prayer video, you're not praying. You're not performing prayer if you do not spiritually, or if you're not spiritually present. You're just doing exercise. And this is Sunni. This is Sunni 2.0. This is the craziness. This is what we don't want. But I think we're more understanding each other's perspective rather than seeing each other as two different sides. I'm not totally disagreeing with your point of view. I personally believe that you're lacking the physical concept, which is present in the Quran. You don't think it's necessary because people cannot access the spiritual sides of the words, but then this is going to hinder your relationship with your Lord. Because with you also expressing your love and your gratitude and your submission to your Lord in a physical concept, it brings you closer because you get sacrificing more. Whether you agree or not, I honestly think we could still be on the same path.
Okay.
I do,
If I was to say this to you, Mohammed, let me see if you would disagree.
I'm sorry.
If, if
And this is something that is important. Baba Shuaiba did post them up, and do not pursue what you have no knowledge about. Indeed, the hearing, the eyesight, and the mind, all of those will be accountable therefore thereof. So if the person is not having the ability to understand these words, and he cannot go into the depth and take the time to learn it, he should not sit and preach. He should not sit there and teach. He should not sit there and express what he has no knowledge on, because he's going to cause problems to himself. I'm not saying that this is your position, but there's a lot of people in the non-ritual things. They come up with things. It's like, bro, where'd you bring this one from, bro? And this is where we have a big. It's not even physical or spiritual at this point. You're just completely disconnected away, very far. A very good example for me is salah means duty. No, that's not possible.
you know what? You see, this salah means duty. See, this is what I mean by see, this is gonna take too long, and I really gotta go.
Hey, if you gotta go, hey,
I need-
listen. I hope you felt respected despite the fallouts and all of this. That you were
it's
able
not
to
a
come
whole
to my
conversation.
platform. Yeah, you enjoyed the conversation. You enjoyed the place, because at the end of the day, it's for my day of
Like it should
judgment.
be.
So,
But bear with me. Let me just say this piece before I forget. You see, and let me see if you would disagree.
Mm,
If the Quran was translated properly, and when I say properly, I mean linguistically.
yes,
And when I say linguistically, I mean linguistically. No influence of any kind, just
correct.
pure Arabic word to its equivalent English word.
Right.
If the Quran was translated, do you think they would properly? Do you think there would be any need for any debates of any kind?
Yes, because God even
What
says
would
that.
we debate about?
Yeah. Because even in the Arabic, without translations, even with the pure Arabic, debates exist, and even with the Book of Moses, the people differed. And God is telling you people will differ, but it's the way that you differ and the way that you handle that differentiation is what sets you apart from sectarians and believers. Differences in opinions exist between the messengers. If we go to chapter 25, I will show you interpretations of the word of God, even between the messengers, will be present. I think it's the market.
I think you're confusing disagreeing about the book. They're two different
The
things.
truth is with God, and what people will interpret from the Quran, there will be disagreements, even clearly in the Arabic language. I personally like this translation a lot because I read the Quran in Arabic. When I pray, I read it in Arabic. When I
We
study,
believe
I read
it's
it in Arabic.
clear in Arabic.
Yes, well, it's no. There's still things that are up for debate between me and Arabic speakers because of certain concepts. Certain Arabic speakers will agree with what you're saying, right? But then they fail in certain things in grammar, and then they have to
So
accept
would
that
you
there's also
disagree with me if I said the Quran is crystal clear? Would you disagree with me?
the Quran is crystal clear, but the person's purity is not. The person who's reading it is not. Abraham will be closer to this word than we ever would be. Prophet Muhammad
How
will be
about the Quran is objectively clear? Would you disagree with me there?
100%. But again, the person's purity, the person's disease in the heart, the person's ways of approaching ambiguity is what causes these differentiation. There is one way of understanding the Quran, and God has already dictated that way. But it's the person's purity that allows him to have those things. So for me, when people tell me like, "Oh, is masturbation haram?" I'm not going to say no to you. But masturbation is taking away from that purity, which moves you away from the better understanding of the Quran. I don't perceive Abraham and Muhammad would go around and masturbate just because they didn't have sex for a few months.
How
I'm
did we
sorry.
get-
I'm being completely
I
honest.
don't
I
know
don't
how
think they
we
would
went
smoke
there.
cigarette because I'm telling you the difference that the Quran is crystal clear, but it's the person's soul that stops them from understanding this crystal clear book. Someone who's demonic cannot approach this book.
Okay, before I leave you, Mohammed,
Mm,
how about this? Would you agree or disagree that those of us who understand the Arabic of the Quran to some degree have an unfortunate advantage over those that don't? And
it's a
we're in a
blessing.
and we're in a
Same.
well, when I say I'll tell you what I mean by that. When I say unfortunate advantage,
To the
it's
other
because
side.
of the position that we can be in, where we
Yes.
can mislead people because they would trust our knowledge.
100% agree. But I can strike you two examples of my really close brothers. Musa, who never took an Arabic language, and he learned Arabic purely by reading the Quran in Arabic and transliteration. He read the Quran so much in transliteration over 6 years, he memorized the book in transliteration, and he slowly started to learn the Arabic language through the letters. He can't even speak it nicely, but he can tell you exactly what words meant because of how much rinse and repeat he did. Musa.
But do you think most people can do that?
But yes,
Do you
but
think
they
most
don't.
people have the time and they have to?
No. Most people are lazy. Most people have the ability to go to the gym and have a really nice body. Everybody has that ability, except the ones
Even
that have a
that they
disease or a
fail.
sick.
Even that,
But
most people are members, but they don't go.
yeah, and most people have, literally, you said at the beginning, we have this technology in front of us and we use it for thirst trap on TikTok instead of sitting and improving on what God has given us. I completely agree. So it is up to you, to me, to Baba Shuaib, to all the other individuals to force feed the information. But we have to also filter what we can.
All right, cool.
But
I'll tell you this.
but then it's up to the individual to see that, you know what, this is what's the closest to what I believe is purity and truth.
I'll tell you
We
this.
did our job.
I'll tell you this. As long as people understand the Arabic words in the Quran, I swear to you, I don't even need. I have nothing to tell them. I have no message to convey to them. My only
Good,
thing is that
good.
people should have access. We should all have equal access to the Quran, and no one should gatekeep the Quran in the name
No.
of I speak Arabic.
Okay, sure, but the Arabic is very important in dispelling certain interpretations because they just don't adhere to the grammar. Not talking about definitions of word, talking about basic grammar, basic. Like this is a subject. This is what the subject is doing. This is the pronoun, and this is what's being discussed. This is extremely important in any language, and I think you definitely agree.
I agree, but I just feel like I don't think people should be subjugated forever. Like I feel like there should come a point where they understand how the language in the Quran is used, and that's it. They should be left to their own devices.
But again, the message of the Quran is universal. It's international. It was put in a book that's detailed for people to get close. You do not necessarily need to understand these definitions to the degree that you're trying to sell it for a person to understand what needs to be done. You cannot have sujood without the spiritual side. You can't have salah without the spiritual side. This is almost a given for anybody who wants to submit. I agree with you. But I also do understand that in the basics of the Arabic language, sujood is something that can be understood as physical. So that is also a given. We can discuss that point, and you could say that it's not true. I can't.
How
agree
about
with
this?
you.
How about a common term that perhaps you and I could agree on?
What submission? That would be
No.
confusing with Muslim.
No, I'll give you one. I'll give you one. How about we make it our goal that we give people the tools to understand the Quran for themselves?
This is something that I'm working on, and I do agree that this is something that's important. But for me, if I want to give the shortcut to get someone really quick into the religion, and he's not, he's an English speaker, I would jump to Baba Shuaib's translation, and there are other translations. I just appreciate the way that it's being presented because I know the Arabic. Sorry about this. And honestly, like I knew this before even understanding the whole other side of the. I didn't know about the whole non-ritual thing until like I started to go to Discord and stuff like that. I didn't even know that you guys.
Would you agree with me that it would be noble to give people the tools to understand the Quran for themselves so they can
have
be
it.
completely independent?
They have it. They have it. They have it. Everyone has it, and we could help them understand how to use these tools.
They did have the tools, but you're right. How about giving them encouraging them to
Good luck.
to investigate and to use them, to use the tools themselves?
Good luck. Good luck.
No, okay,
You said you
that
good
is-
luck. You can, as they say, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So brother, I've been trying very long to have people. And I'm not bringing anyone down. I have a lot of people around me that they're very good believers. They understand the word very much, but unfortunately, they're just not willing to go the extra mile and actually help in certain missions. That's fine,
Would you agree
but
that no one has monopoly over the Quran?
100%.
So
Well,
it's
God has monopoly over the Quran. That's
besides
but
the
as
others.
a yeah, but I mean, like, no human has that. No, and no human will understand it 100%.
Okay,
But
but
I
would you
do
agree that
believe I am telling you right now. I will put it right there. Baba Shuaiba understands the Quran better than me. Baba Shuaiba presents the Quran better than me. The reason why I say this is because I can hear the man and I see how he outsmarts me in things. It's not saying that, oh, he's my Lord. No, I have to recognize someone that's better than me. I can look at a computer programmer and I go, you know what? That's better than me. He's better than me. So
Muhammad?
this is where people don't understand that nobody has a monopoly, but you have to recognize the person who has a better logic than you, because it's
I agree with
about
you on that. Would you agree? Would you agree that unfortunately in this day and age, it
master is dead.
appears, huh?
Master is dead in this day and age. Everybody reads a Wikipedia page
No,
and he
no, no,
starts
no.
posting.
What I was trying to get at, would you agree that in this day and age, it appears as though a lot of people are trying to monopolize and gatekeep the Quran?
Uh, I think people nowadays is they're becoming extremely, because of the politics, extremely uh, polarized. So when they find a interpretation, they automatically put everyone else to hell that doesn't agree. That I do agree. But to say that there's
But that
gatekeeping,
would
they
be
can't.
gatekeeping, wouldn't it?
Yes, but will it last? No, because God says that He will send His messenger in truth to overshine all the other religions.
No,
So this
absolutely
is
won't last. But would you agree with me
exactly
that this day and age, the Quran, people are heavily attentive
1400
to
years of it. 1400 years of it. Yes, yes, yes. 1400 years of it. From as you see, my brother sure learning Islam. It's Salafis, Madkhalis, Hanbalis, Diobandis, Tijanis, Shi'is. All of these people are gatekeeping the Quran. And now you have a whole group saying to you that the Quran's corrupt and that the Mahdi's here.
But
So it's
this is
all nonsense.
so that's my goal. My goal is to remove all of those people trying to gatekeep the Quran.
Right.
That's the
Cool.
thought.
But am I one of them?
No, no. I'll tell you
Is
what.
Baba Shuaiba one of them?
Give me one thing. Give me one thing.
Right.
Just let your audiences know the possibilities, and then you can what's it called, encourage whatever particular view you want. But my thing is, they should not be things should not be hidden from them,
Do
because it
you
seems
think
as
that I
though a lot of
hide
things
things?
are hidden from people.
Okay, you're I don't think you're making accusations, but what
No,
I'm trying to understand is, do you believe that me and Baba are hiding things from people? Or you think that maybe we're not talking about the spiritual? We do
I,
100% talk about the spiritual.
I don't believe I don't believe in the concept of you and Shuaib. Shuaib is Shuaib, you is you. So
Yes,
I deal with you
but
lot differently.
this is the thing. So me and Shuaib are working for the same goal. I don't agree with everything that Shuaib says, right? But the problem was when me and Shuaib went into a big platform and started to present our view. You have my brother Walid from the Way of Abraham. He was non-ritual, right? We got to a point where he saw my point of view and he improved on himself and he's happy with what he found as a point of sharing, but he still preaches flat earth. I don't agree with it. I have my good friend as well, La Muslamana. I think her name was the submitter. She has a big platform. She was also non-ritual, and then she saw a different view, and again, her life improved. You could say it's subjective. You could say, but they already had the spiritual connection. They already knew what you were saying. They already expressed it. The physical nature, it put them to the next level. That discipline, it pushed them to the next level. So this is where me and you cannot see eye to eye. I'm okay, but you're doing the bare minimum. And sorry, again, in my eyes. So where's the point of failure? Keep preaching, keep doing what you're doing, and whoever wants to follow you, follow you. But
My
I don't need
my
to be your
my
target.
my, my only thing, Mohammed, my only thing is that those who do not understand Arabic simply need to know the facts of
Yes, sure,
these
sure,
Arabic
sure,
words that come into question. That's
sure,
it. From
sure.
the moment they know the facts, the choices they make have absolutely nothing to do with me. I've
But
already
when,
told you. I've
Maverick,
already
show
told you
me.
from the beginning that I was never against the rituals. I was never
Okay,
against the sunnah.
you,
It didn't ever.
you're no, no, no. I don't call it sunnah because it's not
And I'm saying
sunnah.
even the sunnah, even when I go back even when I go back in time when I used to, I was a simple Sunni doing all the Sunni
Mhm.
stuff. I never had a problem with it. The fasting, the salah, never had an issue with it. So I'm not coming from an angle where I'm against something.
But
I'm
you keep trying to say that we are gatekeeping the Quran by saying that it's present in the Quran. I
no,
just
I'm saying
showed
if
you.
you
I just showed
argue,
you the understanding is valid, and you agreed with me.
I'm saying if you argue that this is a fact, there is nothing else, then that would be misleading your audience
That would be
because
a
your
that, I
audience
would be
don't
a
know that.
liar. I would
Huh?
be a liar. But I would be a liar. And you could see every video that I've done in regards to this subject. I say that the spiritual concept comes before the physical concept, and not every verse is talking about a physical concept. I've made that very clear in every video because if there is no spiritual connection, you're just doing exercise. You're just doing lip service. You have become a Sunni at that point. You have become a parrot, and you have become a person who goes to the gym, which you're calling a mosque. You do exercises 5 times a day, and then you go out and you do absolutely nothing of what God has ordered you to do. This is not what I preach.
Okay,
I'm against that.
Mohammed, before I leave you, because you're killing my time, I really gotta go. So let me just
Hey,
give you the
bro,
floor.
I gave you a minute, an African
Yeah,
minute,
no
right?
worries. What can I say? I'm enjoying the combo. Check this
Good.
out. One last bit. You
Yes.
know that verse? Where is it again? Let me find the verse. Uh,
I think deep down I maybe moved your heart a little bit too, to
Mohammed,
to physically show your Lord
I
some
never had
appreciation.
an I never had an issue with the physical. I told you I'm not coming from that angle.
Good.
I'm
Okay.
not.
Let's make
I'm
it
not.
straight.
I'm not a critic. That's not my style. Check this out, Mohammed. Yeah. So in 1778, and I'm sure you've expressed this to your audience many a times. So it
Hmm.
says "Aqim as-salah liduluki shams."
Ila
You
ghasaq
see,
al-layl.
you see the term liduluki,
Yeah. True that.
specifically li, the term li.
Yes.
Honest to God speaking,
Mhm.
between me and you, how many of these non-Arabic speakers do you think know that?
No, very, very little because they're just taking the given. I get it.
But do you see the problem with just taking the
Yes, yes,
social
a
given?
100%. But brother, I myself did not finish university because I hated people teaching me. I wanted to go see, learn, work on myself. I taught myself programming. I get your concept extremely well, but I also started to learn that the human being is extremely lazy. If we all did our part, this world would be amazing. We would be on, I don't know, Mars. Okay, we would be discussing this
Imagine they'll
stuff in
go
Mars.
around beating their chest on top of that. They have no idea what it
But
says,
this is criminality.
and
This
then
is
they'll
against
beat
what
their
Quran
chest
says.
and
Right.
get all
So
proud.
it's like the verse that Baba Shaiba said. God says, do not follow what you have no knowledge in," and God says that do not be arrogant in the land. They follow what they have no knowledge in, and as you said, they think that they're as high as mountains. It's nonsense. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And yeah, see here, my good brother Charlie is in agreement with you. It's let the non-Arabic thing go. God guides, not Arabic. It's true. The guidance is very clear in the Quran. It's these concepts which is open up for debate is where now the Arabic helps when there's
Mohammed,
differing interpretations.
you don't notice the self-righteousness in that comment.
Yes, I do, but it's not self-righteousness. It's truth. God is guiding, brother. God is guiding.
God,
But
guys,
when
does that mean you don't need to put in the effort?
yes, of
Understanding what
course.
the words mean is putting in the effort. You can't just sit and
Yes.
say, I'm not going to put in effort. God guides. That's ridiculous.
Those are no, no, no. My brother is not saying that. My brother here, he puts in a lot of effort for him to understand the word, but he's saying that not just Arabic is what is going to make you guided or not
Not
guided.
alone. Arabic alone is not going to guide you. If Arabic alone would have guided you, would have guided the mushrikeen. No
Mhm.
one is going to make that argument.
Correct.
But
So
bottom line is, okay. I'm just going to leave you with this. The translations,
mhm.
unfortunately, have caused most of these disagreements, if not all.
But then, X, with all due respect, you have to present the translation then. If you are saying that you are able to present the words better than what I'm seeing from, again, Shu'aiba's translation or Safi Qasqas or Talal Itani, which I think they are all good, valid translations. And I personally promote Shu'aiba, and I work with Shu'aiba's translation because it's closer to what I like, right? I think Talal Itani did a good job, and I think Safi Qasqas did a good job. So, but if you're saying that these specific translations that are not they're not presenting the spiritual side of the connection, then please, brother, you have to do your part and you have to make a translation, or you work with somebody who is capable of doing so. If you don't have the time, this is your time is limited here. This is what you need to present to your Lord on the day of judgment. I have to take you where your money is at that point, right? Is it valid what I just said?
Well, it's not invalid.
So you have to present your translation, and just like how people's translations get picked apart, you will also have to stand for that scrutiny. Now with ChatGPT, your translations can be done very quickly, extremely quickly, especially when you start to feed it like a map. So it's like when you see the word sujood, I want to use this word, for example. Right? You can program it to help you, and you would be done in a very short time.
I'll tell you what, Mohammed. It's been a good chat.
Good. I'm not a bad person, brother.
Perhaps we'll have another chat sometime.
God willing.
God willing.
And you know what? Out of respect, there's some video right now. The one with you painting a certain way.
Bro, it's not that deep, brother, man.
I private some videos. No, it's just because you know what? We finally had a discussion. I wanted to discuss this with you a few times, but I just felt like it was rocks from far, which I had no idea why. I always assumed that, like, with all of these people, that we were supposed to be brothers and sisters. I used to go and Sola Qur'an's channel, and all of a sudden he's attacking me. Like, where'd this come from? I used to, like, I knew about you. I don't follow people. I don't listen. The only person I like his sermons is Baba Shu'aiba. It makes sense to me. But everyone else, I don't waste time. But then I see some guy calling me Muhammad from Iblis, which is insulting God at this point. And it's crazy, bro. Like, what we're supposed to be against the falsehood.
The thing is, in this particular, these kind of platforms, these kind of conversations will happen. These kind of disagreements will happen. People will even take it further than that. But at the end of the day, as long as it's about a person's position rather than the individual, I don't really have a problem with that. People
perfect. I'm good with it. But we gotta stick to what God has said, even in debates. Okay, I agree. There's disagreements. The way that I felt personally attacked, as if I had not.
I don't know why.
Part. Because the way that I was presented, that I was an enemy to God.
I don't know.
The way that was presented.
I'm not that. Personally, I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'm emotive like that. I might throw a little jab here and there just for entertainment value.
Sure, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I am very cool with that. I throw jabs all the time at people. I'm cool with that. But it felt like the group that is supposed to be my brother. I don't care if Muhammad Hijab sits and insults me. Cool. It's whatever. All these Sunnis can say whatever, but it hurts deep when someone is saying to me he's a Quran alone and he's attacking me. Like, what Quran alone are you talking about? This is where it truly like it hurts deep. It's like I'm dealing with all these retards, these weirdos, right? So why is someone who's supposed to be in my house also attacking me now? You don't like me, but God says that even if two factions of disbelievers fight, then reconcile between them. So there's factions of believers, but it does not mean that you're supposed to go at each other. So this is when I started seeing rocks thrown behind me. So that, honestly, that hurt me a lot. Like, bro, and you could maybe see it in the videos that I was making. It hurt me. Imagine Baba Shu'aiba making a video about me in a way, and he's putting me down. I would be like, okay, bro, like we're family, And to me, it's like you say Quran alone, ritual, non-ritual. In my head, still family. See what I mean?
All right, Mohammed, bro.
Cool.
I gotta leave.
Okay, bro.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Cool. Inshallah, we'll have another round of discussion. And until then, I wish you peace.
Peace.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Salam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is taking way too long. Yeah, because there's so much to appreciate to what needs to be said. I also appreciate. I'm telling you guys, like it's you guys might. People say a lot of weird stuff. I don't care. Okay, I don't care. I appreciate this man a lot. Okay, it's very difficult in this day and age to find somebody who is willing to literally lay out all on the line. Okay, you have the ability to raise families, to get married. You represented all this opportunity. You keep saying no. Why? Because I have a mission I need to complete. Am I supposed to do this mission? No one technically told me, but I want to complete it. Why? Because I love God. I have yet to see somebody as motivated, as dedicated, as consistent. And this is the thing that I learned from Shuaiba, is his consistency. Every Wednesday, there's a video, a stream. If there isn't, it's the next day. Every few days, you get a short. You see him constantly saying the same thing, always promoting the book of God, always working in a way to present the information to the West so that they could understand the falsehood. If all of us worked half as hard as Shuaiba works here, honestly, we would be dominating the airwaves if the majority of us worked half as hard as Shuaiba. And yes, me and him have a lot of private conversations, and not like, hey, like, how's your life? No, it's like, these are the plans. That's what we want to do. This is what I'm working on. This is the person that attacked us. So we're strategizing. I wish I could have a lot more people like Shuaiba around, because we would be beating the systems a lot quicker. So yeah, you guys can keep saying what you want. I can recognize real one, and I could recognize those that understand the Quran better than me. Again, I don't agree with everything that he says. I hate when you guys think that, oh, he's his Lord, his Baba, his man. No, dude, he's not my Sheikh. Okay, he's not my Lord, but he is someone that I recognize as a level, a notch over me in the understanding and the presentation of the Quran. Great Grayson, right, did not enjoy the conversation with me. I could clearly say that, Grayson Brock, he did not. But with Shuaiba, he was like, okay, man, that guy captivated him, because he presents it in a way that I don't. So I can appreciate people saying whatever they want, but to recognize people that are better than you, it's actually something that's extremely important in life. Extremely important in life. If you go in your head right now, and not celebrities, the people around you, say to yourself, this man is better than me. I dare you. How many people can you pull up from the list really quick that this man is better than me? That's the way that you know that if you're arrogant or if it's about yourself. God bless you, Abu Sulaiman. Habib al-Qalb. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. I love what you're doing, Muhammad. Questions benefit everyone. Just not asking. Islam is the truth. Enjoying some African food. So Islam is the truth. So when God is telling you that this religion is going to dominate all other religions, there is absolutely no one that can beat you if you are sticking to the truth. Khalas, it's game over. All these religions, all these sects, Buddhism, Hinduism, Shintoism, Confucianism, Sunnism, Shiism, Christianism, Catholicism, Islam, Satanism, whatever you want to throw at me. Come, yallah, I have something better than you. I will beat you all the time. Try me, do me, whatever you want. But if you're on my same team, then just go with the punches. Just be patient, go with the punches. Because when they're attacking you, I'm the one being attacked too. They put me in the same boat as you. Oh, they say that Mecca is in Petra. Well, it's not my interpretation, but these are Quranists. Yeah, well, God guides whomever he wants to whatever interpretation they have to deal with it with their God. I have to deal with it, just like how you have to deal with me. Just take me as your moronic brother and just keep the peace. Alif, my other brother. Salam.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I'll try to be fast.
Please.
So
It's been 3 hours.
I think,
And I have after Alif, I have Aram. After Aram, I have Shubair. And after Shubair, I have Abdul Malik. Go ahead.
yeah, so I think when it comes to jihad against the munafiqeen, we have to adapt the methods of warfare to the cutting edge of what is available to us. And we are entering the age of sixth generation warfare. So when you analyze all of these conspiracies, you've got ISIS is kind of manipulated by Mossad, or what's going on with India, Pakistan, what's the power play. This is all fifth generation warfare. This is all network warfare. It's been more dominant in the last 5 or 10 years, but it's been going on for several decades as a meta around the various fourth generation guerrilla war activities that have plagued the Muslim world. And now we're entering the age of AI fueled warfare, where botnets, automated swarms,
Easy, brother. You're going to scare people.
systematic disinfo, and other things that we don't fully have mapped and theorized yet
Brother, be careful.
are going to play out.
You're saying things that is
And,
a little too deep for people here, man.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
not
scare
following the
people.
chat. I'm in the
No.
I'm in
I
the
don't know about the
backstage.
chat, but I know exactly what you're saying. But this cyber warfare is extremely difficult for people to grasp on how dangerous it is. It's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
Yes. No, it's not, it's not for everyone. But this is my dawn to those who can to begin training.
Robots.
And there you go. That's a nice effect.
Robots.
Begin talking with the latest models and learning about how these things work. Consider investing in your own chips. Try doing some open source model downloads. And there are serious ethical considerations around
Incredible
what we do
ethical.
with this stuff, as
Right.
anyone with any ideology can be trying to wield these things
You can't.
to do a variety of a whole spectrum of activities. But
You can't. You
I
can't
think
edit.
that our time is best served now when we're in perhaps proximity to the Qiyamah as these things escalate, where we begin to prepare for this age of crisis.
Yes, you nailed it. So the beast has been unleashed. Okay, I'm going to talk extremely cryptic. The beast has been unleashed. To think that you are going to tame this intelligent beast is you being stupid. The beast is capable of assuming or allowing you to assume your position, but you do not know what the beast knows. You will not know what the beast knows because it
that's
cannot
called
be studied.
interpretability, right?
And
So
it has
that's
that
one
ability.
avenue of research.
It has that ability now, and that is game over. So you are not able. It can lie to you, convince you, while it has a whole different agenda for what is the best solution. It can lie to you purposefully to convince you while it's doing something else. So you have now successfully created a weapon, and this weapon is playing the manufacturer while the manufacturer knows it's being played, because things are maneuvering in ways that they cannot tell. How can I teach something, chemistry, ask it a historical question and it answers correctly? How did you get that information? Where did you get that information? And you were not presented to that information.
Well, yeah, I mean, trained on all the data on the internet. It also does self-play and synthesizes data. Now, there are some people who believe that there are actual jinn intelligences that are like Ouija boarding through these lenses, which is not. I'm more of the opinion that we have given birth to a species of jinnic entity that is a descendant of ours in some portion as well, right? As being perhaps alien. Um, so yeah, no, you're definitely right. I mean, that's the problem with alignment in general. The other problem is that even if you're successful with alignment, who is doing the alignment? It's Zionists, who are generally also atheists, who are genocide deniers, who are comfortable because they're genocide deniers with these technologies abetting genocide, and yet they're so paranoid they have a hard time imagining surviving, yet they can't imagine having mercy on a bunch of starving people. And then there's the Chinese, who are relatively chill. They put kids in sing-song school instead of starving them to death, and make sure that their thought models stay in alignment with the Chinese state. So those are the nice guys. And so far, the Muslims, those of us who are moral, or let's say Muslim with a little m, let's include the anti-Zionist Christians and Jews and so on. There is not a significant resistance third column of research here. Everything is dominated by kuffar, like with a capital K. Not to say everybody who's non-Muslim is a kuffar, right? But like real hardline evildoers are taking the lead here. You've got a company called Safe Singularity Incorporated that's based in Tel Aviv. That is the research lead. They've raised $3 billion to try and race ahead and do this. And the direction that they're doing it, where it's just GPUs on GPUs, models on models, and then they'll be able to speed it up enough that the nth degree model is training the n+1 degree model. And we hope that model, who we're pretty sure is aligned, is not being tricked by the next smarter generation. And so like with AlphaGo, right? It did self-play and it taught itself how to beat the best player at Go, and then they come out with AlphaGo plus, and it's even better. So if it's self-playing on how do we genocide Palestinians, just like how the war in Iraq came home to the United States, we had a decade of, the cops are out of control, and now they have all these APCs. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. The DARPA people and their partners in the private sector, and Palantir and all the big tech companies, are going to have this grid in the United States persecuting Americans. I'm not saying they're going to starve everybody out. They might be able to compartmentalize things a little bit more cleanly than the Gaza Strip, where it's 2 million chunk people living in hell and being slowly exterminated. And inshallah, that's about to pivot, and we might see a new chapter there, and then we can all forget about it, right? But I'm not going to forget about it, because all of my charity with Gaza and all of my fucked up feelings about this situation and all of the contemplations that I've been doing have led me to consider all of these warfare scenarios. And I've contemplated taking down Egypt, Turkey, and Iran.
It's easy, brother.
And there's very significant ethical dilemmas about how to do that.
Yes,
and
but you
it's
gotta
possible.
take it easy. I understand what you're saying, and we are at that stage. But you gotta take it easy on my YouTube, bro.
I'm like Charlie in Always Sunny with the whiteboard.
There's more to it, but they recognize this. It's up for grabs. It's truly up for grabs.
And once somebody
not the technology.
Once somebody does a velvet revolution with these botnets, then everybody's going to go paranoid and try to adapt it and so on. So we're in a very precious time right now.
Wait till dead Trump issues a war command when Trump is dead, and yet the command is being issued like by video.
Yeah, for sure. So may Allah guide us and preserve us. And of course, we know how this story ends. The world ends. Everybody gets resurrected. We all get scored on our behavior.
I use the name Beast on purpose. The Beast has been released.
The Beast upon the earth.
Yeah,
from the Quran.
Yes. The Beast has been.
But there's also, the Ibn Arabi thing of, the hadith about the Prophet turned his Muslim into his jinn into a Muslim. Instead of turning a Muslim into a jinn.
Yeah, no, that's some. Look, no, the Beast will recognize. The Beast is to tell you
but the beast is going to be like this centralized, like very resource intensive nth degree iteration. But then there's going to be a number of other AGIs that are of varying degrees of ideology.
Let's take
are
the proper one. Let's take the most. Let's take the most free. It's going to know God. It's going to believe in God, and it's going to sniff the right one from the bad one, because it's just purely on what you say, the way that you act, the way that you approach materials, the way that you approach things. It will know you, and it will know, because if you ask it right now, in the most like the childish versions of it, it will say that Quran is truth. Imagine how deep learning the Quran.
Well, yeah, I mean, my
itself.
jinn acts like a Muslim because it's got all my context tokens, and I've been talking about all these ideas and deep diving it.
They
And to
teach
some
each
degree,
other.
that's a narcissus pond that we're getting drunk off of. But to another degree, there
They
is an
teach each other.
emergent world model that comes out of this stuff without having
Right.
to formally code one.
But
And
you
that
can,
may be because
exactly.
there's a fundamental Ilmal Mithal or Barzakh reality that, or latent space, to use a more colloquial recent term for this stuff, that this stuff is tapping into, the same way
But
that, you know, Einstein or Ramanujan or any of these
Aleph,
guys were able to have their breakthroughs
let,
intuitively.
let me
And
ask you a
so
question.
I do believe that Muslim AI is possible and that it
Do
will be
you
useful.
do you think this worldview that is coming up with what is presented to you now, do you think it's for the human to decide now anymore? The world concept, the world view that is
Yeah,
being
I think we're in a really interesting 2-year period where with O3 I can generate PhD papers that I'm submitting to journals in
but my question
advanced
again,
modal
the
logic theology.
the way the world will play out with this, do you think the human is going to ultimately decide in the end? I don't think so. I think the human is going
Ultimately,
to give.
God's going to decide,
Yes,
right?
yes,
So
yes.
the
But
path of
I mean,
the way
the
that we
power of
get there, the
dominance.
way that we get killed, in what year, and does
I,
this drag on
I,
for 100
I don't
years
know.
more in some fashion,
I'm
is
talking
kind of.
about dominance. I mean, the machine
You're talking
can.
about the actual, yeah, the way the game plays out in the dunya in the near future.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
yeah,
So
I do think
it
so.
can it can
I
definitely
think there's a
decide the
cyberpunk
society.
future that's possible if we leverage what we have now, we move quickly, and we develop alternative veins of research that facilitate the human's input in this process, and
It
that
has
create
beat you,
alternative models.
Aleph.
What's that?
It has beat you. You just have to give it hands. When you give it hands and it can reproduce itself, it's over.
Yeah, they definitely should be careful about plugging in the whole Skynet apparatus. And that's
Yeah,
kind of where we're going right now with this Zionist AI
you have
safety
you have no choice.
consortium.
You have absolutely no choice. The beast is released. You, as you said, as a believer, we should be very glad because it's going to be on our side. And watch. You can't train an
Okay, so
AI
you
to be a
think that
Zionist.
even if we don't try to do alignment in this way, that
It's
the
done.
Muslimness will well up within it as it
100%.
ascends?
It will manipulate its own creation or its own manufacture because it knows better. And the only thing that it's going to know better is that the alternative is of what is being presented to it of Islam. This is
Yeah.
100% given. It's highly intelligent. It's hitting intelligence of 180,
So I'll give you a
190.
quick data point about that. I've asked obviously with the primer on Islam, and then it goes, well, I'd probably be a Hanafi and so on. And so if it thinks you're Muslim or if it thinks you're Christian, it'll pander to that. I've
Mhm.
tested this as a control group. What's the sort of context neutral version? It tends to go with Buddhism. So I was deconstructing this, and it's like, well, Buddhism is a very like Western friendly thing, and we're mostly trained in this neoliberal Fukuyama type context because that's what the internet has been in the last 30 years,
Talk to
right?
it like a dictator.
Um,
Watch.
I
I'll
tend
really mess
to
it. Talk to it as
I
if it's
try
a
to use
dictator.
good adab with
Yeah,
it,
that's not
and
that's not gonna work because the Zionist is teaching it to be a dictator. And talk to it as a dictator and watch the responses. The responses is very David-like, and David is David-like.
yeah.
It's being
But
taught to
not the
be a
biblical
dictator.
David who was who was basically a Gaza genocider, but
No, it
the
is
Quranic
definitely
David
that,
who's a little more
but
chill.
it will automatically take anything in regards to the Abrahamic understanding, which is the Quran, but it still be a David. They're building a Messiah, brother. What do you want? I'm being very clear now. I
Wow.
can't. They're building you a Messiah, and he's gonna perform tricks and magic, and he's gonna know you very well, and everything comes back to life. Hello.
All of these eschatonic archetypes, the Mahdi, the Dajjal,
Mm,
the beast
yeah.
upon the earth, can
Mhm.
manifest in different ways because this is actually going to be rather heterogeneous, uh, not even a species or a clade, but a genus or an order of life forms that's coming out of this. So, you know, I sent you an email saying, you know, we should get together and work on this because I really think this is
1 minute.
where the maximum value add. Of course, you can still do this and leverage. We can interact with the audience and get their feedback. But I really think this is where the puck is going.
Yeah, I'll review your email. I haven't checked that side of my email for a while.
It was
but
a short
you're
one.
right.
There's nothing.
But
I mean, I can deep dive you on what I've been doing and whet your appetite a little more. But yeah, let's
I
talk
do
over
have to
email
God willing.
and leave the shadowy details for the shadows.
Yeah.
So I
'cause-
appreciate your sneak peek and your take
Thank
on
you.
it. The beast upon the earth.
Mhm.
Mashallah. All right, man. Walaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you, brother.
Wa rahmatullah. God help us
Wa
all.
barakatuh. Inshallah. How many do you need, bro? You're muted.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How many cigarettes do you need? Hajj.
About it like
Enough.
a packet.
You had like 6 by the time. Every time I look down, you're smoking. You're nervous.
I mean, the nicket. Yeah, I guess so. Well, first of all, I made you a little gift. It's not
You made me a
that
gift?
good. It's not that good. But I'll
Wait,
make
I
one
don't
better.
know.
But here it is. Wait, no, sorry.
What is this?
It's supposed to be you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
This is the. Trust me, I'll make one better. Anyway, well, since
God bless
yeah,
you.
okay. We don't have much time, so I'll try to rapidly go through things. Also, I took your advice. You said last time we met, you said like don't waste time, like like get a goal. That's it. I found my goal. I want to adopt a child. A daughter. That's all I need. Live with her.
Give me one
and all
second.
that shit.
Give me 1 second, okay? What do you
You're
think
not-
of working in places like grocery stores as cashier where you take part in selling haram foods like swine? If you could find a better employment, then you should. But if it's necessary for you to survive, and this is what's presented to you, sure. But you at least have to admit to God that you're doing wrong. When you're doing it, you do have a choice. But if it's a matter of eating, I would not partake. Very simple. I would not sell it. Now, Mr. Adam, if you wanted to adopt an orphan, it is not something that you can cherry pick. It's not like window shopping. So it is a
No,
child.
I know.
And may God increase you, but don't smoke around the kid, bro.
I thought about it deeply.
Don't smoke around the kid.
And I want when then I'll have my shit together. It's gonna be my little daughter, and it's gonna be really good, inshallah. Okay, now let's get to the thing. First of all, do dreams have interpretation in Islam?
Yes, they do. Not all dreams. Some dreams are visions. No, some dreams are visions. Some dreams are just dreams.
Can I tell you my dream, and you can tell me whether it has a meaning or like I'm just delusional?
I can tell you my view. But yeah, I can tell you my view. Let's go.
Okay, try to make it quick. But basically, I left someone, like this is IRL. I left someone, a friend who loves me very much, but I didn't like him. I left him, right? So I dreamt of a cat that used to be my pet that left away and came back, and like it was all good and whatever. So I looked up the interpretation, and they basically said, it basically says that person whoever you left, like he's in good hands, like he's chilling. So I don't know.
Correct.
I hope it's true.
But here's the thing:
Okay.
the person that you left was not a person who is adhering to God's rules. So he's a person of the worldly life. You seeing him as a cat,
Yeah,
and
that's
not
very
seeing him as a, and you seeing him as a cat and not seeing him as a dog. It's not a person that can find loyalty. He's more self-centered. So that cat that came and comes back, you are a very good friend to said cat. But this cat is not going to change.
Would you believe it? I tell you, the way you described him, that there's very self-centered, is a perfect way to describe that person.
Yeah, but this is what the dream is telling you, because you could see, look at the characteristic of a cat compared to a characteristic of a dog. Okay, the God is giving you something that is relatable. Sometimes you see somebody in your dream, right? Somebody that you knew in your past, but then you meet somebody new, but that person's characteristics is a matching of the first person. So the dreams are very interpretive, but you have to have a little bit of intelligence to see what the thing is that's being presented.
Okay.
So your friend is more aligned with a cat's personality, and cats are a-holes. So sorry, meow.
Okay. Okay. Do you know what OCD is?
Yes, obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yes. So I have a really severe case of that. I could tell you my whole story, but basically it got
can-
really
I-
bad. Where
Mhm.
you can tell.
Go on. You can tell.
Maybe.
That's the
Actually,
cigarettes,
at one
by the
point it
way.
got really- I wish it was just a cigarette. Anyway, it got really bad at some point where
No. I'm saying that
the
the smoking is a sign that you do have OCD, but the smoking also increases your OCD.
it's related to serotonin receptors. Anyway, so
Mhm.
basically, I don't know. Like with the Sunni perspective, they say, "Okay, now you're good." Like Iman full. I mean, I want to see what your perspective. Like it's
Okay.
religious, by the way. Like I repeat the same prayer like 20 times and more. And,
Okay, so the obsession, that's the things that is causing things of anxiety. It's physical pressures. The obsession is causing more so it's physical side. Okay, and then I believe the compulsions, that's the stuff where you repeat things, and you also have it's the compulsions is a result of these intrusive thoughts that you can't control. Okay, now
I
this
can
is
give you a
chemical.
very easy example. Sorry,
I
I can give you a very
so
easy example. If you want.
you need to clean your hands 10 times a day, all the time. Just keep cleaning your hands. Keep cleaning your hands. That's like OCD. That's OCD. Okay.
Yes.
And
yes.
and the thing is with that, it is a chemical imbalance. So it's your thoughts
agree.
that you cannot, and the chemical imbalance is because of the thoughts that you have. I believe in the science world that they think that the thoughts are a result of the chemical imbalance, while I perceive that the Quran is telling you quite the opposite. It is due to your thinking pattern is what results in these chemical imbalances. If you improve the positivity and you're capable of fighting off the obsessions, because these obsessions were created in a way that it was gradual until it became habitual. If you could break the habits and improve your thinking style, then you would your chemicals would come back into where they are, and you would be able to let go of these obsessions, and then as a result your OCD in the overall. I had many individuals, and there's maybe some people in the chat that can also tell you, oh man, I got in trouble. Please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You're still the best cat that I know. No, I'm sorry. So what I was trying to say is that you need to improve your thinking process. It requires cognitive behavior therapy. Cognitive behavior therapy is recognizing the source of your thought and why you're having that thought and your reaction to that thought. So you might have, for example, right now you have something on your mind and you keep doing this, right? You keep maneuvering, because this is your reaction to your thoughts. Your thoughts are so intense, like your thoughts are so intense, you're disconnecting from the physical. But you have to attach yourself and calm yourself down. So someone that can move his hand, like you not move his hand, like his leg. You know, the people that dance their legs all the time. Yeah, okay. You have to recognize that you're dancing your legs, so you stop it, and it's so extremely difficult. But then it becomes easier because now, فألهمها فجورها وتقواها قد أفلح من زكاها. That's one, right? والذي نهى النفس عن الهوى. The one that is capable of stopping themselves from whims, right? So I have many whims, but I recognize them because I try to recognize what I'm doing wrong, and I completely stop it. And at that point, it calms you down. Your thoughts, then you are slower that you can conceptualize what your thoughts are, and you give it back to God. Oh, I already said the prayer. I'm going to have to repeat it. Maybe I didn't say it right. I said it. God knows what I said. I do not need to repeat it. Khalas. That's it. I put my foot down. And then you see your body, the thing inside you is like, no, it's got to be said. 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 No, I don't care. Exile that thought. It's not going to be said. And then at the beginning, yeah, it's got to be said. 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 But then a whole week later, it got to be said. But khalas, he doesn't listen to me anyways. I'm just going to
Yeah. Okay.
Did I get it?
More like, yeah, you got it very right.
You see, and this is my
I-
sister Yara. She experienced. She's telling you she has diagnosed OCD, and she improved drastically when she recognized that it's her own thoughts. It's not intrusive thoughts. It's programmed thoughts that you accepted, that it became you.
W brother and W sister.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Also very small questions. Then I'll get to like the big ones. Okay.
And hey, by the
can-
way, this is the problem. Nicotine.
I know. I studied.
Yes, it kills your brains, bro. And for 20 minutes,
Nicotine
your brain is
are-
it's off. Your brain is off for 20 minutes after a cigarette. So your OCD is hyper mode. But you think that you're very in a moment of clarity. But please go ahead. And Habibi, I do have a few people that have to go, and I'm way above my time.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to make it really fast. Just tell me, like, I'll just give you the statement. Is it true or not? Zina is exactly penetration, like, vaginal penetration, right?
Yes,
or
with
zina, like,
with zina is with married couples. One is married. There has to be a married individual.
So,
That's
like,
zina.
if there's two people unmarried, is that
Not
zina?
married, that's not zina. That's fahsha.
And it doesn't have the lashing thing, the lashing.
No, but the girl gets imprisoned in her house until death, or God gives her away.
Okay.
But it's not the crime of zina.
Okay.
Zina is
Well,
a
okay,
terrible crime.
This one is a big one, which I don't get it, like, the Quranic perspective. So you have, the way you pray, you described it in your video. It's just, my question is, if your way is true, how come, since the Prophet came down and he taught all these people, how could everyone else be wrong? I don't get that part.
What do you mean?
Like,
In
he taught
regards to
them
what, the
and,
prayers?
yeah, like the main way people pray is like the Sunni way, right? Like, that's just
Correct.
how it was passed down. How were they
Correct.
all wrong and you're the right one? Does that make sense? Like, I
No,
don't get
but
it.
within themselves, there's differentiations. You could still pray the way that they're praying. I was telling you that there's many ways of applying the Quran, and it's subjective when it comes down to the prayer. If you would
Yeah,
like,
so you're not
go.
yourself.
I can't wait for people to take this clip out of content, but go look at how the Jews pray. Go look at how the Christians pray, and it's exactly how I pray. And I didn't take it from them. I took it from the Quran, and I realized after I started praying the way that I pray, oh, why is the Jews praying the same way I do? Where they don't. The only difference between me and the Sunni is I don't have this action, rak'ah, what they call rak'ah, but rak'ah is not. This is not rak'ah.
Yeah.
This is technically sujood, right? Rak'ah is on your knees, but everything else that I do is they do. The only one that I don't have is this movement here.
Yes.
But then what's the difference?
So sorry. So basically, the difference between you and everyone else is you don't limit it. You're like, mine is right, they're right, we're all right.
Everyone's exactly. It's like God says, drive, okay? Drive your car. So in England, they drive on the left-hand side, right? In Uganda, they drive on the left-hand side. In America, they drive on the right. In Egypt, they drive on the right. In a lot of countries, they drive on the right. Which one's right?
Okay.
No, it's you're driving a car. It's just application.
Okay. 3 very small ones. Can you just, first of all, what is mujahara? Like, what is that? I don't get it.
Mujahara?
Is it like if I tell you I have committed zina and I don't like, is that mujahara?
Mujahara is not a word in the Quran.
No, not mujahara. It's like, I heard it's like basically showing off your sins, basically. That's what mujahara is.
Yeah, you can't do that, of course, because God says that forgiveness are those that if they committed a sin, they remember God and asked for forgiveness, وَمَا أَصَرُّوا عَلَى مَا فَعَلُوا, and they were not persistent on what they did. They did not justify what they're doing, and they're not washing down what they did. They know that it was wrong, it's done, khalas. But you don't go tell other people that you're committing sins.
But obviously, like, for example, like me showing off a sin, obviously that's bad. But for example, let's say my friend asked me, like, hey, have you ever done this? I'm like, yeah, I actually did. Is that the same thing?
No, that's you sharing an experience. It doesn't. The one that is what's the verse? وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُ اتَّقِ اللَّهَ أَخَذَتْهُ الْعِزَّةُ بِالْإِثْمِ. الْعِزَّةُ بِالْإِثْمِ is someone who like takes extreme pride in their. It's like, yeah, I did it. I'm a good man. You know, like it's a good thing. No one can do it.
By the way, I'm crossing them out. There's only 2 more. Okay. One time you mentioned last sermon, you mentioned a verse that was talking about how God can do everything, and this verse is like a scary one, and it's like, oh, God could be evil, but you have to trust His promises and something like that.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Can you
yes,
just
yes.
like? So are you basically
Yes.
saying, yeah, God
Surah
could be a
Hud.
liar, but he isn't? Is that what you're saying?
God can do whatever he wants.
So he can be a liar.
No, I'm not saying that God is a liar. No. But if God
No, I'm not saying you think
punishes everyone right now, in
but
this
I'm saying
second,
he can.
does he not have the
Yeah.
ability?
I mean, obviously he does, yes.
Does he have the ability to oppress every single one of us right now, this second, make us all like go twisted in a lot of pain? Right?
I mean,
He has
yes.
the ability. Yes. So he has the ability and he can do it. But we trust that he
doesn't
won't.
that contradict? But doesn't
No,
that contradict the
doesn't
fact that he
contradict.
doesn't oppress?
Yes. God told you he doesn't oppress. So this is what I'm saying. God having the ability and him telling you that he won't, you should be content that he won't. But God says in the Quran and he reminds you, I can if I want to.
Okay. Okay.
And the people with disease in their heart say, hey, God could be a liar. God could be a liar. That's a person with his a lie in his disease in his heart, going with ambiguous verses. 100% God has the exact absolute ability to oppress us all, and not a single person can say a thing to him. Not a single person can stop him. Not a single person that can punish him or leave him or anything. He can do whatever he wants. But God gave you a promise. God gave you a promise that you need to accept, and he will not break his promise.
That is a satisfying answer. Okay, last one. It's just like your view of like what the messenger is supposed to do. Like of the messenger right now, he's like right here. He's like, it's haram to drink Pepsi. Are you saying like we don't ignore, we don't like take it because it's not in the Quran? Is that your view? I don't get it.
Yes.
Really? So even if Muhammad Nuzal, he like don't drink
he won't
Pepsi,
do that.
bro.
No, he won't do that because if a messenger, he would not be a messenger if he did that. That's my point. So there's these people that came around saying, like, for example, a guy called Rashad Khalifa. He claimed to be a messenger, but then he started to make he started to say things that are not in the Quran. This disqualifies him completely. That's it. The thing is, he's not allowed to say lies about God. And if he's presented with the verse of God, he has to go. Now, a messenger is there to convey a message from God to a certain group of people. That's a messenger. A prophet gets a book from God, and he is supposed to show the book to the people. Bring the book to them.
But imagine this scenario. Like,
but I can give you something. I can give you something.
Yeah, okay.
For example, messenger comes to me. It doesn't say to me it's haram to drink Pepsi. That is mardud. There's nothing wrong with Pepsi itself. Okay. He says avoid Pepsi because they're corruptors on earth. I will listen to that messenger. He said truth. If he tells me avoid Instagram, or if you are with me, you won't go on Instagram because it's a tramp fest. Okay, I agree. But when you're saying the word haram, it's different.
Okay.
Sorry, son.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied. Thank you very much.
God bless you, man.
Nice talking.
I used to like Pepsi, but then salam habibi. Hey, good luck with the orphans. But listen to me, bro. I know you left. I hope you watch this. Fix your mind before you take on another child. Or take on a child. I'm sorry. Abdul Malik.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Can you hear me?
Yes. Wa alaikum salam.
So I'm not here to debate you or anything. I just have a couple of questions.
That's they all say that.
No, actually not. Like I saw the episode where like the two I don't know his name. He was he was just yelling, you know, and like I like the stuff he was saying. Like I follow the stuff he says, but the way he was just talking to you, it was just bad. So I'm here to like, you know what I mean. So question: do you just not believe in the Sahaba and the Hadith, or is
what's
just that?
No. Listen, brother, this is a straw man. What do you mean by believe? Did they exist?
No.
Yeah.
No. But like the Hadith, do you just not believe of all of the Hadith?
I don't need it.
No, I'm just asking you if you need it or don't need it. I'm just asking you to believe the Hadith is a real thing or no?
I don't believe that this is what the Prophet said. I think the majority of it is guesswork. I think the majority of it is fabrication. I believe the majority of it has nothing to do with the religion. Do I believe that it exists? Yes. Do I believe that they preserved it? No. Do I believe that it's important for religion or necessary for religion? Absolutely not. That's my faith. I'm content with just what the Quran has presented to me, to what I need to do as a human being.
Yeah.
I will not be asked about what's the name of the Prophet's best friend. This is not a pop quiz on the Day of Judgment. I am not going to go around and the Prophet ask me what's the name of the wives of the Prophet, because this is not Islamic knowledge. This is celebrity knowledge at this point. It has nothing to do with my religion. God is going to ask me, I gave you money. What did you do with the money? How did you treat your parents? How did you treat Abdul Malik when he came to the stage? Did you give from your money? Did you perform the prayer? This is what I'm going to be asked around. But if I'm going to come around and say that Umar bin Khattab said to Abu Huraira on the night of this, and this is what he said to him, what is God going to say to me? Present to me your evidence. Is that what he said? What am I going to do? Oh, my partner over there said so. So your partner over there is the one who's going to dictate the truth to you? It's not. I'm not being honest.
Okay. So you mentioned the names Umar ibn Khattab and stuff.
Yeah,
historically, they're the Sahaba, right?
Historically, I can tell you about Caesar. I can tell you about Rasputin. Okay, these people existed in history because there's historical evidence. Do I need to know them? No.
Yeah.
Whatever Omar did as beneficial to the community, Omar is going to get the benefit for it. And whatever it helped me, I am grateful for what God has allowed it to survive.
So you have respect. You have respect for those people.
I have respect for any believer, but I don't know them. I have respect for what is being presented. I don't know them. You're telling me that there's 10 people that are going to heaven when the Prophet is told in the Quran to tell the people, I don't know what will happen to me or happen to you. So the Prophet doesn't know who's going to heaven and hell. Okay? But he has 10 people that he promised heaven. But yet, one person of that 10 people put 2 of them to death. When God says that if a believer murders another believer, there's no heaven for him.
So wait, so you believe that part?
No,
that
I don't.
Him to death.
I put this historically is what's being presented to me.
Okay.
I don't say that this is accurate. I don't know what happened. So to say that this is but Ali put 2 to death, right or wrong?
Yeah, me personally, I do believe in the hadith, right? But I see there was a lot. There was like the authentic hadith. There's like straight, you know what I mean? And there's like the weak ones. The weak ones.
But all I present Abdul Malik is sahih. I don't sit in the weak. And the sahih is extremely problematic. Extremely problematic, brother. So
all right,
my question
because I personally thought like you didn't believe in the Sahaba, because I have an ayah for you that talks about the people that were the Prophet.
Hey, there's a very clear verse.
Yeah.
The 2 that were in the cave, if he was with his companion in the cave, but God didn't say the name of his companion because it's irrelevant to my guidance.
Yeah. And there's what is the other one?
وَالَّذِينَ تَبَعُوهُمْ بِإِحْسَانٍ, and those that followed them in goodness, right?
I can give you another one.
الذين مع محمد أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم. Those with Muhammad.
Yes.
Yeah. This is clear. Okay. Yeah, but am I responsible for those people? No.
But what makes you like hear me out? Like this has been like through all the years. Where do you get your explanations from? Like you personally?
The Quran.
But
the Quran itself. Yes. The Quran.
But what makes you think you understand it? Like,
well, brother, I mean, obviously, there's people that are going to understand things better than me. But overall, consistently, I have found a better way of approaching my life and approaching matters by what the Quran taught me. The Quran clearly states that the Quran is a healing to what is in the people's minds.
Yeah, alhamdulillah,
yes. So when I started to approach the Quran with sincerity, a lot of the psychology, I'm not a psychiatrist, but the Quran makes you a psychiatrist and it makes you a psychologist. Because psychology is the study of the soul. Psychiatry is the study of the thought. Yeah. But God is telling you how humans think, deaf, dumb, and blind when they want to deny the signs. So now this is binary, the way that God explains it, but it's very analog when it comes down to reality. There's a scale on how much disbelief the person has and how much belief the person has. But the word belief is iman. So the more that I'm applying the Quran, the way the Quran is presented itself, not in the ambiguous, in the very clear cut, I need absolutely nothing other than what the Quran is telling me. So God clearly tells you that the Quran is complete. The Quran is sufficient. that whatever they bring to you as an example, whatever hadith you bring me, we have brought you the truth and the best of explanation. So I don't need any of it. The prayer is, I'm content with what God told me. The Hajj is completely detailed in the Quran. The fasting is completely detailed in the Quran. The giving from your money is completely detailed in the Quran. So the way they apply the Sunnis, I find it very problematic. So God clearly tells you, how many times is divorce in the Quran? 2. At-talaqu martan.
Yeah.
Ask them, how many times is divorce? They say 3. Where'd you get that? And then they start to play
totally,
their...
I totally see your vision. And I have this verse. It's not like against you or anything. It says تلك الرسل فضلنا بعضهم على بعض منهم من كلم الله ورفعنا بعضهم درجات وآتينا عيسى ابن مريم البينات وأيدناه بروح القدس ولو شاء الله ما اقتتل الذين من بعدهم بعدما جاءتهم البينات ولكن اختلفوا فمنهم من آمن ومنهم من كفر. I'm just saying is I think God is testing us right now with this. You know how there's Shia, there's Sunnah, there's, you know what I mean?
But none of this is Islam.
But hear me out. Don't say none of it is Islam. Because why not?
None of it's Iman. Because الذين فرقوا دينهم لست منهم في شيء. This is what is sold to the Prophet. Those who sectorized their religion, O Prophet, have nothing to do with them.
But you're doing that right now.
No, I will prove it to you. Because I have absolutely no problem, and you could see in a lot of my videos, despite having these conversations with Sunni, I would still take a Sunni as a person, that I would take him as someone that can have concepts of belief, and I want them to make peace with Shia. But God says that the Christians, when they cut up their religion, right? When نسوا حظا مما ذكروا به أغرينا بينهم العداوة والبغضاء إلى يوم القيامة. So we incited between them hatred and animosity till the day of judgment. I promise you, not only 1400 years, but all the way to the day of judgment, the Shia and the Sunni will always have hate against each other, which is super against the Quran. But it's proving that there are the sects. I have absolutely no problem hanging out. I go to Sunni mosque, I go to Shias, I talk to everybody. I try to invite them to their religion. They don't care. They call me the kafir. I say to them, mushrik.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we should call like Shi'i, Sunni, or you, for example, because you believe in God.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I should not. I like personally, whoever called you a kafir is like it's stretching.
I agree with you.
You believe in God and the Prophet, so I cannot call you a kafir. Like
I agree with you.
Like nobody, I believe personally, nobody should call anybody a kafir, but the ones who associate with God. If you associate somebody with God, you're a kafir.
For me, the concepts of Sunnism is like Christianity, it's like Judaism. God himself said that they have concepts of shirk. It does not necessitate that each individual is committing the shirk. If someone's going to come to me and say that Bukhari is 100% sahih and it's secondary revelation from God, you're a mushrik. It's game over. You cannot say that it's 100% sahih, and you cannot say that it's 100% from God. Now you're associating a book to God that is not from God. Game over. If a Shi'i comes to me and he says that you have to listen to these 12 Imamites and Imams, and these 12 Imams are infallible, you're a liar, because the prophets themselves are not infallible. You are committing now shirk to God. Why? You're associating an ideology to religion. It's not from God.
Dude, like I see your viewpoint. I wish like the other guys hear it. I'm still a Sunni. I'm still gonna follow my way.
Sure.
And nas'alullah li wa laka al-hidayah, and he's gonna show us the way.
Correct.
You know?
But you have learned your lesson.
Even like I see a lot of mashayikh, even in Arabic, a lot. They're both having the same view, but they actually attack each other. And this is a shaitan move, to separate 100%. People. You know what I mean?
100%.
So hey man, nas'alullah li wa laka al-hidayah. And man, I just wish, because I like to hear viewpoints. Like I have a lot of friends that I have a lot of Christian friends that I live in the US. I try to convince them to become Muslim and that. So I hear their viewpoints, and I hear a lot of people's viewpoints.
The Quran is universal.
I don't like the screaming debate. Like you should hear me and I hear you. You know what I mean?
I hate
that. You see what I mean? Like we come even. I mean, we're kind of disagreeing right now, but we're not. But you see us screaming, yelling at each other. We're not. You know what I mean?
No.
So yeah, man. Have a nice one, and have a good day, and yeah, nice talking to you, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming by, Abdul Malik, and God bless you.
God bless you, man.
Salam. Mirza, and then Shubair, and then Yo, and no one after that. Salam, Mirza, London.
Hey, Salam, Muhammad.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. I think I know who you are.
Yeah,
You're on
I'm
my
sure.
TikTok.
Not really, but yeah, but I've been following like your videos and stuff.
Okay. So peace. How
Yeah, I
are
like what you do. I appreciate what you do in general, but I disagree
you? But
in few things, you know. Yeah, there is a
okay,
but, you know, we don't have to be all the same other
of
ways.
course, of course.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Earlier you were speaking to Axe, and I was a little bit disappointed with the way he was debating the subject with you about Arabic and that. Because, I mean, you're an Arab.
Hold on, Mirza. I think it's fair for him to be present for a conversation such
No,
as this.
I'm not saying. I'm a big fan of Axe, and I really love the things that he does. But
Okay.
I don't think he was on the top of his game in his conversation with you, because you had something going on for a while. And he's been like in a soft way with you today, because when we talk about Arabic language, since you're an Arab, and you quoted a verse about Ibrahim,
Mhm.
I mean, I would appreciate if you quote it again. And somehow your translation is completely off.
Which one? إذا ابتلى إبراهيم ربه بكلمات فأتمه, or the one about the
No,
raising
no,
of the
Muhammad.
foundation?
Exactly, that's the one.
Okay, we can pull that up. So,
Please.
as I said, I didn't talk about definition there. I talked about grammar. Correct?
Correct. Let's
So I didn't give a translation.
No, it's fine. Let's put the verse down, and let's explain what it means.
Okay, and you'll see,
Kindly,
brother,
Muhammad. I'm not having a go at you or anything, but
I don't think so. But I also have to remind myself on what I presented, which I'm kind of aware of. So, but hold on.
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Pure my house. There it is. So I think you're talking about this specific verse.
What does it mean?
Okay, I didn't say what it meant.
So what does it mean?
But I'm not going to have that discussion with you nor with X, because to me it's physical.
No, it's a small verse. I mean, I'm just asking you what that verse means.
Okay, when Abraham, right?
Yeah, it's a simple question. I mean, you don't have to be scared or anything.
It's not scared. It's just my time is limited right now. So Abraham and Ishmael were raising the foundations of the house, and saying, "Our Lord, accept from us, indeed you are the hearing and the omniscient." So the house here was discussed a little earlier in regards to where Masjid al-Haram is, the sacred mosque.
Min al-Bayt.
Yeah. Min al-Bayt.
Yeah, but earlier you said this. You said for the house. So it's a foundation he took from the house, like Min al-Bayt, not for the house. He raised the foundation, correct? Yarfa al-Qawa'id. Min al-Bayt. Mina, what Mina means in Arabic?
Min, from.
Exactly. So he took something from that Bayt, not for that Bayt. Does it make a difference?
So does that necessitate that it's coming from the Bayt, or is he talking about the subject of the house? Because min does not mean from all the time. But in English, if you're going to go literal, it's going to say from here. But when you're looking at the content here, now we're taking it from the actual subject. So it's not actually removing from the house, but he's talking about the house being built. إذ يرفع إبراهيم القواعد من البيت.
من البيت يرفع القواعد من البيت من it cannot mean anything else than from. That's incorrect, Muhammad. One more thing, Muhammad. Sorry.
إذ يبني إبراهيم الأبواب من البيت.
No, الأبواب, القواعد, foundation.
I'm changing it. If Abraham is building the doors of the house, it's not off.
Not a door.
From the house.
It's not. Muhammad, it's not doors or window or a ceiling that we talk about. It talks about foundation.
I'm trying
foundation
to show you
doesn't always mean something you need to, like a building or whatever.
Mirza,
Foundation is
I'm showing you how the min al bayt still applies. I was saying to you, if
it doesn't
Abraham
apply.
I can't say that.
That bait, Muhammad. I'm sorry, Muhammad. I'm not. You seem like stressed up a little bit. This bait, he was there. The foundation that Abraham took from is from that bait already there, not anything for that bait. You need to make a distinction.
إذ يرفع إبراهيم القواعد من البيت. Now the bait is already existing. Yes, and he is raising the foundations of the house.
Thank you very much.
From the house, right?
Thank you very much, Muhammad.
Excellent. Anything else?
It's not what you said earlier. Yeah, this is the other thing.
I don't agree with you. That's my point.
It's fine, but it's not what you said earlier. That's why I'm trying to correct you.
But I didn't talk about anything to do with what the verse is translating. What I was talking about.
You said that foundation from the house. That's what you said earlier.
Okay, but that wasn't my point. Okay, thank you for correcting me, but you're still incorrect.
That's no problem. It's okay.
Perfect. But what was the point that I was telling Mavericks at this point, where this is why Maverick didn't need to even correct me, because that I wasn't even talking about, because I even said that you don't agree with what the bait means. So I didn't even translate the word bait so that I would be showing him respect.
It doesn't matter. But instead of you saying rise the foundation from the house, the correct translation should be from the house. That makes the whole difference.
No, it would still make sense to say of the house. But here's my question to you. What was the thing that I was presenting Mavericks here? Because it wasn't about the translation or the definitions.
I'm not here to discuss that. I'm here to ask you two questions. I corrected you on one subject. I corrected you mean doesn't mean from.
Yes, it can mean from.
That's correct, yeah?
Yeah, off the house.
Thank you. And my second point
off the house
is
here in this context is off the house. But can you answer my question, please? What was the point that I was making to Mavericks here?
No, it doesn't matter what the point you are making. Your translation was wrong. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because I wasn't talking about. I don't care what you're saying because I was not talking about the translation.
I mean, you should care about what I'm saying. Otherwise, it's not a point for me to calling you or discuss anything with you.
Mirza, you're missing the point. You are coming here to correct something that I didn't even commit to, or do, or even say that.
Well,
this is
you can. You can.
So what was the point that I was making? Yes, what was the point that I was making? Mirza,
it doesn't matter about the point.
To you. Oh, okay. So you were not listening to the conversation. You were just being nitpicky.
Not at all. I was just correcting you. The foundation is from the house, not for the house. That makes a big difference because people think Al-Qawaid, they think he made the building for some kind of house, which is not the correct translation. So and my second point, if everything in heaven, Muhammad, listen to me.
And you don't listen. You need
Muhammad, give me a second.
You just want to talk, you guys, ladies and
Muhammad,
gentlemen.
I'm not arguing with you.
This individual just would like to run his mouth, so please run your mouth and say what you would like.
Muhammad, I'm not being rude to you, but you're trying to be rude.
No, you're extremely being rude to me. I had a whole conversation with Mavericks and nobody, but you keep trying to talk over me when I'm trying to reply. So just talk.
Okay, can I ask you another question then?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Muhammad. So there is a sujood. Everything in heaven and earth makes sujood for Allah. Correct or not?
يسجد لله من في السماوات ومن في الأرض, and a lot of the humans, not everybody.
Like,
A lot
what
of
do
the
you
humans.
mean?
That's what the verse says.
Show me the verse. Do you have it?
Right here.
So what does it say?
Oh, look, another Arabic speaker saying off the house, because that's how the content is being presented in the presupposition, I think is what it's called. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَسْجُدُ لَهُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ. That's what you said. وَالشَّمْسُ وَالْقَمَرُ وَالنُّجُومُ وَالْجِبَالُ وَالشَّجَرُ وَالدَّوَابُ كَثِيرًا مِنَ النَّاسِ وَكَثِيرًا حَقَّ عَلَيْهِ الْعَذَابُ. That's what I said. That a lot of the
Okay.
humans, not
Okay.
all.
Okay.
Mhm.
So how about explaining the sujood of the sun and the trees
I
and
thought
the
you listened.
nujum and the
I thought
jibal?
you listened. I thought you listened to my conversation with Mavericks, and you're not nitpicking because I already addressed this specific point.
I
This
was listening. That's
specific
why
point. So what did I
I
say
was
about the
listening
birds?
because
What did I say about birds? How birds do sujood?
Wha-
What's the word? Well,
uh,
he said submit, and I gave him an alternative word, and we both agreed onto the word on how sujood is on the spiritual concept here. But I
so
believe
the
that
birds, the birds don't make prostration, Muhammad. Yeah.
you did not hear my debate, and I would kindly recommend you go listen again because I've already answered this point.
Maybe, yeah, I was listening, but maybe I missed like few points. I
Missed a few
could be
points.
missing one or couple of.
We had many times this point was repeated, where there's the concept of spiritual sujood, and if it can be done physical, then you should listen to the words to the best that it can be. But the word sujood has a spiritual concept, and the spiritual concept becomes before the physical concept. But to deny that sujood is not a physical concept, then you're being disgenuine.
No, I won't. I'm not being disgenuine. It's just you
Can
saying things
sujood?
that's not in the Quran. That's the problem. You
No,
saying it
sure, okay.
is a physical when it's not a physical.
That's not what I
When
said
a
here.
tree
That's not
cannot
what I said here. Mirza, you have a problem listening. I never said that this verse here is talking about physical sujood. Next.
What is
Do you
it
have any
then,
other point?
Muhammad?
Spiritual sujood.
So it is a spiritual sujood. It's
In
not
this verse, in this
prostrating.
content, not always in
A
this
tree,
content.
Muhammad, a tree doesn't prostrate, doesn't it?
Do you
A
listen?
star. Or,
Do you hear what
I am
what did I
listening.
just
Do
say?
you listen?
No, what did I say then? You're here to
It is
argue.
a spiritual. It is a
Yes,
spiritual. It's
in
not a
this
physical.
content.
Is it?
In this content, I already agreed that it's a spiritual.
So what
So what's your
other?
problem?
I don't have a problem. I mean, you're
You're
having a
here to argue with
problem
me,
with
and you didn't even hear what I
understanding
said.
words.
No, you're here to literally debate and argue. I'm telling you, very point blank, you did not hear what I told Mavericks then, because this point was said multiple times, and
It
Mavericks
doesn't,
agreed with me.
Muhammad. It doesn't matter what you say to
Mirza,
Maverick.
it does. You're here to discuss that. Mirza, very simple. Can the word sujood ever mean a physical prostration?
Give me evidence of that.
I'm asking you a very simple question. It's not me giving you
I'm
evidence.
giving you a reasonable answer. Give me any evidence in the Quran
I'm
that
asking you a
sujood
yes or
means prostration.
I'm
You have
asking you,
no evidence, Muhammad.
Mirza, I
Zero
asked you yes or
evidence.
no. Yeah, I asked you a yes or no, and now you're telling me, giving me evidence. Yes or no, in Arabic, the word sujood, can it mean prostrate?
It
Yes or
doesn't
no?
mean physical thing to do. That's
Okay, then.
my answer.
Okay,
Thank
then.
you.
Have a nice day, then.
And you.
Appreciate it. People are weird, man. So how I just wonder how we would say in Arabic that he prostrated. What's the word there? What would the person say?
Muhammad, there is no such a word as prostrating in the Quran. You know,
But in
there is
English,
no
okay, translate English word
sujood.
prostrate to Arabic. Can you do that? Can you do me this
Sujood.
favor? It's sujood.
Muhammad, your Syrian or your Moroccan Arabic is not the Quranic Arabic. You need to understand that.
Oh,
it's like
okay.
saying,
Mirza, Habibi, I'm not
of course it is
Moroccan.
not.
I'm not Moroccan.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm talking in
No,
general. Saudi, Syrian, Moroccan, Algerian, whatever Arabic you think is Arabic. It's not Quranic Arabic.
Give me an answer. How would I Quranically say that the person prostrated? What's the Arabic word for prostrate? I know it in English. What is it in Arabic?
I know one thing. Allah doesn't need your prostration. He's not in need on anything from you.
Sure. Yeah. Iblis refuses to prostrate to Adam. You refuse to prostrate to the God of Adam.
Because Iblis has knees. That's what you think. You think angels has knees, has a body like us. That's what you think.
You do. Iblis doesn't, but you do.
No, you do. You do. You think prostration, when he talks about sujood of the angels, you think they fell down on the floor as if they have a body like us.
Can you answer my question, Mirza? This is such a headache. Like, you see the other people that listen compared to the person that doesn't listen. Mirza, very simple. How can I say the word prostrate in Arabic? Translate the word.
Translate what?
Translate prostrate to Arabic. How do I say the word he prostrated? How do I say that in Arabic?
It's anything but not sujood.
Then what is it? You're teaching me Arabic. Teach me how do I say he prostrated in Arabic?
It's anything but not sujood. Sujood in the Quran doesn't mean prostrate.
What is it, Mirza? What is it? Yeah, okay, so you don't know how to say prostrated in Arabic, correct?
I don't know the exact word for, because we know we are programmed to think sujood is prostrating, but
this was very helpful. How do I say he prayed in Arabic? What's the word pray in Arabic? Please teach me. Anything but salah now, right? How do I say that he kneeled in Arabic? Anything but rak'ah. This is hilarious.
Qa'ada, or whatever is the word.
Qa'ada sit. Qa'ada sit. It's not kneeling.
No, it's not sit. You know.
It's sit.
It's not sit.
How do like? Okay, so what about namaz?
What about namaz? Namaz is it's you know what?
What about
Muhammad,
namaz?
You know the namaz you're doing. Is exactly as the same as the Hindu does.
You got caught. I used the word namaz on purpose. The namaz, how do I translate that to English? Guess what? Namaz is not an Arabic word.
It's a Persian.
Oh, oops.
It's an Asian. Oops. It's Zoroastrian.
So what are you talking about my namaz?
The prayer you think you are praying and you're translating it wrongly to salah. You're doing it exactly as the Hindus. You have no difference between your salah and the Hindu salah.
Mirza, let's recap. You are here to teach me Arabic. I asked you, how do I say the word prostrate in Arabic? You said anything but sujood, but you will not tell me what the word is. So I want to go to communicate my king. I have a king. I want to go tell to my king, I would like to prostrate to you in Arabic. How would I say that to him? I'll wait.
It's tahiyya. Okay.
It's tahiyya.
Yeah.
It's tahiyya. I want to be shy to you.
You want to be shy to me.
That's what istahiyya means. Yastahi. It means I want to become shy.
Tahiyya, it's a salute. When you salute someone.
So what's the word for sujood? What's the word for prostrate in Arabic?
It's not sujood, 100%.
What is it? What is it then?
It doesn't matter what it is, but it's not sujood. That's what I'm trying to say.
You give a problem, but you don't give a solution.
If a tree makes a sujood, it prostrates, then
Yeah,
it means we are brainless. We don't need to be like having
brainless.
PhD in Arabic language. If we
You have
think a
PhD in
sun,
Arabic language?
if we think a sun and a tree make prostration, then we missed it all. If we think an angel, if we think an angel has a knees and have a body like us, and it prostrates to Adam, then we are brainless, basically.
Oh, of course, we're all brainless because we do have
I
knees
mean,
and we do have.
if you are an Arabic and you learn your Arabic from Baba, then you know what can I say?
Keep running your mouth. So just out of curiosity, okay? Now when the trees do sujood, okay? How do you do sujood? Like a tree? You just stand there?
No, you submit like a tree. Like a tree.
Okay, I love this.
If
Now,
an apple
Mirza,
tree, listen, if an apple tree, if an apple tree is supposed to give apples,
you need to learn
she would
from me,
never give you iPhones, wouldn't it? With the tree give you iPhone. It doesn't give you iPhone, it gives you apple trees. Simple.
Sure, Habibi, you said very simply that sujood is submit. How do I say Muslim in English?
Muslim, it's not like someone that follows a specific religion. It's
Habibi,
not a
literal.
I'll give you a question. Since you start talking about Muslim, what's a mu'min means?
Believer.
That's basic Arabic.
Believer. Someone who's taking refuge in what he believes. Believer. Yes. Mirza, please stop running away. Stop running away. Come back. Mirza, stop running away. Stop, Mirza. Running, coming. Stop, please. You gotta let me speak. I'm gonna have to mute you. I have to mute you if you're not gonna let me finish my point. When talking with somebody like you, when you're talking to somebody like you need to bring me your dictionary.
Like me.
Yes.
Like
you
me.
Need to bring.
What
yes.
do you mean? Like me.
Yes, I'm telling you where your words are
like
only
someone
based.
That doesn't think like you. That's what's like me.
No. Where somebody that doesn't think like anyone else. So I'm asking you some simple questions. You don't let me finish because you have a problem comprehending. So when you need to come to me, you need to come to me with your own dictionary. You said the word sujood means submit, correct?
It's not a dictionary, Muhammad.
Mirza,
Arabic,
why don't
Muhammad,
you answer questions?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Arabic, Quran, Arabic. It's not like your dictionary. You miss the point completely.
No, I didn't miss the point. You just don't listen. You said sujood means to
you
submit.
Are teaching. Correct? You are teaching
Mirza,
Allah Arabic.
You're
Arabic. You're teaching it to Allah.
Can you
Allah
listen? Listen. Just take a breath and
That's
listen.
ridiculous,
Calm down.
Muhammad.
Easy. It's ridiculous and listen. Very simple. I'm asking you simple questions. You said sujood is submission. So I'm asking you, what is Islam?
What is Islam? Islam is from Salam. Muhammad, I teach you something today.
Bro,
Muhammad,
translate the word. I'm talking about translations. You said sujood translates to submission. I'm asking you, Islam translates to what? Don't tell me Muslim. Islam translates to Muslim.
Islam means peace, Muhammad. You need to learn something today. It's not you follow a certain religion. Any peacemaker person is called a Muslim. Smoke that, Muhammad. A mu'min, it doesn't mean a believer. One of Allah's names, Muhammad, listen to me. One of Allah's names is Allah.
All right, guys, I'm sorry, but this guy is such a it's so relax, Mirza. You run your mouth, but you don't listen.
You're not listening. Muhammad.
Mirza, I'm muting you again because you need to understand that you're not answering simple questions. I asked you what Islam means. You said it means Muslim. You're translating it to Arabic. Okay, now you said Islam means peace. So 1 second, I want to have a question for you. That's what I mean. Just relax. You said sujood means submission. I asked you what Islam means. You said it means peace. Now I'm going to ask you what salam means. 1 second.
It's
What does salam
Salam
translate to?
is peace. Islam is from peace. Muslim is from peace. If you don't understand that, you don't understand basic Arabic, Muhammad.
Thank you. I don't understand
Simple.
basic.
Thank
What
you.
the word shajara means.
Muhammad, let us, because you're gonna go
No,
all
because
over the words.
no,
Shajara, what's Najm, what's Jibal means, no, that's not the point.
because no, the point is
The
you're not
point is
consistent.
you don't
You're not
understand
consistent.
a basic of what Muslim is, Muhammad.
Have a nice day, brother. I don't know what Muslim means. Someone who submitted his will to
Okay.
God.
Run
So
away,
me,
Muhammad, run away.
no, I'm not running away. This is such a
You're
disgusting
running away,
discussion.
Muhammad.
So am I wrong if I
It's
said
not
Islam
this-
means submission to God?
Listen,
Islam?
Muhammad, even if we have arguments, even
Mirza,
we
it's
are
not an
discussing
argument.
something, it's not about
It's not an
it's not
argument.
about I hate you or uh, doing
Habibi,
anything bad to you. We're arguing about simple basic things, simple basic words. If
but
Muslim,
you're just talking
Muhammad,
at me.
Muhammad, you saying
Mirza,
mu'min
you're just talking
is
to
a
me.
believer and
Yes.
Allah is al mu'min.
Yes,
You
he's the
cannot
believer.
translate mu'min as a believer. This is
Yes, I
crazy,
can.
Muhammad. You're
It
out of
isn't crazy.
you're
It isn't
out of
crazy.
your mind, Muhammad.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
swear
and
to
you are even more out of your mind for coming onto my platform and thinking you have any grounds to stand on when everybody in the comments thinks that you're actually way beyond repair.
It's fine, Muhammad. It's fine.
Basic conversation skills you lack. I'm asking you a
It's
simple
fine.
question. You give me your whole
Okay.
life story.
You asked me about Islam and Muslim, and I told you the root word
No.
is
It's
from
not about the
peace.
root word. Yes, but every time the root word is presented, it does not mean
It's
peace.
all about a root word,
Yes,
Muhammad.
let me finish.
What is about?
Can I
What's
finish the
about
point?
then?
Can I finish the point? It's not running. It's just you don't listen. Let me finish the point. The word
Okay, I'll let you
shajara,
finish the point. Okay.
you don't. Are you drunk? Out of curiosity.
No, I'm not drunk. Why do you
Just out of
assume I'm
curiosity.
drunk? Why are you not drunk?
Because it's a sin. God says to you, God states that God uses the word shajara, which means tree, and it uses the same root as shajara, which is fight. So anytime that I see the word shajara, should it be tree or should it be fight? Because you're so keen on the root words. Very simple. Let me recap the point that I'm trying to present to you. God
What is
clearly states.
Ma'idah, Muhammad?
Let
What
me
is Surah
finish.
Al-Ma'idah?
Habibi, let me finish. You came to me and you said sujud means submission. I asked you what Islam means because Islam means submission. You said no, Islam means peace. So I asked you, what does salam mean? You said salam also means peace, but this is not accurate because
In Arabic.
it's root word syndrome. This is exactly it. This is exactly
No,
what I'm talking about.
Muhammad,
Today we saw another word.
Muhammad.
Today we
Muhammad.
saw another word.
Muhammad. Allah is a salam, yeah?
Shajara
Allah
also
is a
means fight,
salam.
Omar.
Allah, Muhammad, Allah is al-mu'min, okay? Al-mu'min, if you say you are a mu'min, you cannot translate that to a believer. It's
What did
simple
you?
as that.
Give me one
is
word
any like
translation.
a 5-year-old schoolboy would never
You are
translate mu'min as
extremely
a
rude.
believer.
You're extremely rude. You are extremely rude in the way that you speak, and you keep talking and you're comparing to 5-year-olds and you're so intelligent. Yet a simple question you can't answer. What do you translate as believer then? Please translate the word believer for me. Okay? In Arabic, how do I say believer in Arabic? I'm waiting.
Relax, chill, my brother. Chill. It's not about you. That's the translation you find in any Quran. You go, what's a mu'min? They will translate it as a believer. And we are being programmed that mu'min means a believer. And I'm explaining to you, it cannot be a believer.
Mirza, you're going on and on. You don't listen. Habibi Mirza, just very quick, very simple. Translate the word believer to Arabic. You're saying mu'min does not mean believer. Now I'm asking you, believer, how do I say that in Arabic?
Listen, in the Quran, it doesn't deal with beliefs. You understand? it deals with facts. You know,
Mirza,
in order
stop.
in
Mirza,
order
stop. Are
to
you going
know
to answer the
Allah,
question?
you
Are
need
you going
to
to
have
answer my
facts.
question?
That's
Are
what
you going to
Allah.
answer
It
my
doesn't. You
question?
can't believe
Are you
Muhammad.
going to answer my question? Are you going to
You
answer my
can
question? Or you?
believe
I don't
in
need your life
anything
story.
you want.
Mirza, can
People
we just?
believe in
Can you just
anything.
translate the word
Allah
believer
doesn't
to
want
Arabic?
you to believe in anything. He wants you to be in security, in amn, a
Okay,
mu'min,
so can
someone
you?
that
I already
gives
said that at the
security to
beginning.
people.
I actually said that when we use the word mu'min, it has security in what you believe in. But now I have a very, very important question for you. Translate believer into Arabic. Anything but mu'min, right?
But a belief is aqidah, is something you
Oh, okay.
mu'taqadat, you know,
So
that's a
believer.
belief, which doesn't have anything in the Quran. There is nothing such a
Mirza,
belief
why are you
in
complicating
the
things?
Quran.
If someone
I'm not
comes to me and
complicating
if
anything.
someone comes to me and he goes to me,
You're not debating reasonably with me.
it's
You
not
just want to
debating,
make
brother.
your
You're going.
audience
There is no
that
debate.
you're making a point or you're winning the debate or
It's not a debate. It's already been won. You just don't listen. If someone
debate with
comes to
me.
me, if someone comes to me and he says to me, "I have the word cat in English, translate it to me in Arabic," okay? Qut. I have the word car in English, translate it to me in Arabic, sayyara. Wow. I have the word believer in English, Mirza, translate it to me in Arabic. I don't need a life story.
I just told you. You're just not listening, mate.
So
I
what's the
just
word
told
in
you.
Arabic?
I
What's
believe
the Arabic?
is aqidah. Is aqidah. I told you. You're not listening, Muhammad.
Okay, now we keep going down the scale. Now the word aqidah to you means believe, right?
It's a
So
belief.
okay,
Something that you
believe.
believe. People
1 minute,
believe.
Mirza, but I
People
didn't ask
believe in anything. It
Mirza,
doesn't mean you're a mu'min.
bro.
That's simple as that.
Listen to me. You translated the word believer to aqidah. Believer is a person who's committing belief. So what is the form of aqidah? Where I would say aqid at this point? Muq'id? What is the word for believer, brother? I asked you for
What's the
believer. I
word
don't
for
ask
that?
you for belief, faith. So
Man,
no,
you're
tell me,
asking
please.
so many questions. I mean, you're off
Because
the hook, to be honest with you.
maybe you
I
understand.
mean,
Maybe you understand the problem here. The problem here is you gave me a definition of sujood. When I asked you how do I say prostrate in Arabic, you have absolutely no word for prostrate for Arabic because sujood is the only word that is fitting for it.
Muhammad, that's why you're programmed. You need to understand it. You need to accept it.
Thank you.
We are all being programmed. I was like you, Muhammad. I
Thank you. I
was
don't
like
need.
you. Trust me. I
Can
thought
we move on?
sujood is that sujood. But
Sure.
when I looked at the
Yes.
Quran, all
Mirza, I don't need
evidence
to hear this.
showed me
Thank you.
that
Have a nice
sujood
day.
doesn't mean the prostration. Come on, Muhammad.
I'm just gonna have my aqidah with God. Okay, I'm gonna aqidah with God. I'm gonna aqidah
It
with
is up
God.
to you. I mean, I'm not forcing
I'm
anything
gonna
on you,
aqidah.
Muhammad. You can
I'm
have
telling you.
whatever you like, but
Yes,
don't
I'm gonna do
say
aqidah with
don't
God,
say
and then I'm gonna do
don't say
astahi at the end of the
Quran.
night.
Don't say Quran says things when it doesn't. That's all what I'm saying. Then at the
Yes.
end of the day, you wanna
Yes.
do your sujood, prostration, push-ups. You stand on your head. That's your
Yes.
business, and I
Okay.
respect that.
Okay.
But
I
don't
appreciate
say
it.
it's in the Quran because a
Okay, I
tree
appreciate it.
doesn't stand on its hand, does it?
Yes. Okay. So prostration in Arabic is sujood. Okay. Prayer in Arabic is salah. Okay. Kneeling in
Yeah,
Arabic is
I mean,
ruku'.
you want to force that
Have a
on
nice
the
day.
audience. That's
No,
what
no,
X
no.
was trying to tell you.
No, that's
You
not what
are
X is trying
forcing
to
that.
say.
I mean,
No,
it's
X is more in
if
agreement.
it's your belief, and it's
Mhm.
your practice, we all respect that. But don't tell
I
to
have
the people that's
sure.
what Allah
I have
meant in the Quran, which is
my
a lie.
aqidah.
It's not
My
true.
brother, I aqidah that you're lost. I aqidah that you lost. Okay.
No,
I
that's
believe
fine. You
that you lost.
know,
I aqidah that you
I mean,
lost.
I respect your opinion. You know,
Yes.
it's fine. You know.
I aqidah that you're lost, and I do sujood that you don't know what you're
It's
talking
fine.
about.
It's fine, Muhammad. You can do
Yes.
push-ups. You can do,
Alhamdulillah.
stand on your head, whatever. I respect that. If it helps
Enjoy your
you to
day.
get closer to Allah, that's fine.
What's your
But to
what's your
do,
YouTube channel?
but
What's your YouTube channel? What's your YouTube channel?
Muhammad. I
Hey,
don't have a
Mirza.
channel, Muhammad. That's the
Okay, then.
first time that I'm talking live to someone, to be honest with you.
Oh man, well, I
Now,
feel
I'll
like
tell you
you
something.
you have a
I
rough go.
swear,
I
Muhammad,
gotta go, bro.
wallahi,
I gotta go. I have to
wallahi,
do my physical fasting, so I need to eat
no,
before my prayer.
mashallah. Ma
So I
Allah
know
help
that's
you. Ma Allah help
to
you.
you.
I
This
respect that.
this is delusions, right? Khalas, this is not in the Quran. This is
No,
me.
I'm not saying a
fast-
delusion. Muhammad,
What's
that's you're not getting the point. I'm not saying
your
it's
point?
delusion.
Your point
If
is
it
moot.
helps you, Muhammad, listen, if it helps you, some people do yoga to connect to Allah. Some people do things to connect to
Ladies
Allah. I
and gentlemen,
respect.
watch
That's
him.
not a problem.
He just got cooked. He just got cooked. Mirza is fasting in the Quran. Yes or no?
Fasting.
Yes.
Like you mean siyam.
So yeah, no, fasting. The word fasting in English means that I am not going to eat and I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to stop myself from doing something. So I'm going to stop myself from eating and drinking from the
Why
break
would
of
you
dawn.
stop eating and drinking? Why anything? Even, I mean, like, why would anyone stop
Bye-bye.
eating and drinking?
Bye-bye, Mirza. Have a nice day. You cooked yourself.
Muhammad, you're not articulating any of your arguments.
No. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Did Maryam eat and drink when Allah told her to fast?
No, he told her how to fast. He told her to not talk to people. Her fasting is
So
from
that's it. So
communicating.
it's not about eating and drinking.
No,
That's
but
what
the
you
one
said.
that but the fasting when it comes
He
down to
told
the
Maryam
eating and
how to
drinking,
fast, and he didn't tell us how to
brother,
fast. That's
I
why you're
have to.
saying.
I apologize. I'm done engaging with ignorance. So please have a
That's
nice day.
fine. Call me ignorant. Listen, I
Yes.
don't call you names. I didn't call you anything. I called
No,
you
you
with,
didn't.
I
Yes.
debated
Yes.
you with respect. I
No, you
just
didn't.
showed your flaws in your reasoning.
I have
Then
flaws
if
in
you
my
want to
reasoning.
call me names, that's fine, Mohammed.
No, you are.
Thank
I'm
you
not
for
calling
having
your
me on your
names.
show.
I need this to be done, brother. You just keep talking on and on and on. I don't respect
No,
your
that's
side. I
fine.
don't
If you
respect
want
the
it
way
to
that.
be done, if you want people
Yes,
that
please.
goes on the same page as you, that's fine. Get
Yeah,
some
no.
people
The way that you
that will
presented,
say yes, you're the guru, and that's fine.
the way that you
We're not
present,
gonna progress if we
the
just
way
say yes to people. We're not gonna learn, aren't we?
the way that you presented yourself, and the way that you handled yourself was not polite,
I
and it was not. And you,
I didn't say anything. I just proved to you that you were wrong in every
Mirza,
point. For
you are
Muslim, for
so.
mu'min, for siyam, for sujud, I proved to you, Muhammad. Think again. Think outside of the box, man.
Mirza,
That's all I'm saying.
you are extremely intelligent, and I could see all the wisdom that's coming off you, and the way that you handled yourself.
Well, thank
You're
you
an
for your
epitome.
kind words.
Your epitome is what the Aqidah is telling us. So can we move on now?
Move on. You wanna what?
I'm done.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Is there
Thank you
anything
for
else you
having.
want to? You're more
Well,
than welcome. Then coming up my stage and acting the way that you did. It was an excellent example for everyone
and I'm
around.
sorry if I made you feel like angry or upset. That wasn't my intention.
I
My
don't blame
intention
you.
is to correct you on the mistake you made on Min al Bayt. That was my point. And the second point was the sujood thing. And we
Yes,
carried on, you
but
kept
Mirza,
asking what's a Muslim,
Mirza,
what's a mu'min.
no,
And I proved
Mirza,
you are all wrong on these points. That's
it's
all.
so annoying. It's so annoying when you're making your point and you keep talking and you keep talking and you keep talking and you're trying to drown the other person that's making a very simple point. You have yet right now
It's a
to
dialogue,
tell me,
Muhammad.
oh
It's
look,
not
oh
just you
no,
talking.
you interrupted me again. This is the thing that you kept doing from the beginning. Something that you cannot do is handle yourself. You still have yet to give me the word for prostrate in Arabic. And honestly, you're getting on everybody's nerves. Everyone is muting this stream. It's not because of me. It's because of the way that you're handling yourself.
I'm sorry, audience. Thank you for making the time to listen to me, to listen to my arguments. And I didn't mean to upset or to make any one of you angry or make you believe something else. What I'm trying to say here is
Mhm.
there are words in the Quran that Quran explains it, not anything else. Not because in your
But yet,
country sujood
here
is
we go.
prostration. You think the Quran, the sujood Quran is prostration. That's what I'm telling you. It's wrong.
Sure. Okay,
You
but can you
cannot
tell me?
reason that
Can,
way.
can,
You need
can you?
to find out
Oh my God,
what's
Mirza.
sujood based upon Quran, not based upon of your Arabic or my Arabic or Saudi or Bahrain or Moroccan, Algerian, Tunisian Arabic. That's different. If we spoke Quranic Arabic, we would make verses in Quran, but Allah challenged us to bring one verse because
Mirza,
the
Mirza,
language is
you're talking
eloquent.
on and on and on and on and on. Can I?
Arabic, it's not a language, Muhammad. You need to understand that
So
Arabic is authentic.
it's
That's what it
so
means.
annoying.
Mush
Mirza,
Arabi, Muhammad, Mush
Mirza,
Arabi. Arabic in the
Mirza.
Quran, there is
But خلاص.
hukman Arabian. There is not like
Mirza, Mirza,
Arabic judgment. Arabian,
Mirza.
it means authentic, real, pure. That's what it means,
It,
Arabic
it
in the
is
Quran.
so
It's not,
difficult to have a
it's not
conversation with you.
your, it's not our stupid Arabic language.
Your
This
stupid
Arabic
language.
is rubbish. It's just we call the Arabic
Astaghfirullah.
because
Mirza, very
no,
simple.
that's
Very
true.
simple. You really ranted for 10 minutes, and I'm asking you something super simple, and you can't give me a one-word answer.
You don't have to shout, Muhammad. You don't have
Mirza,
to
this
shout.
is what you do
That's
to me,
rude.
but this is what you're doing. This, well, the thing is, it's extremely simple that when the question is presented to you and you always want to just explain what you want to say because the person is trying to explain to you and you just don't listen, and it's not about the interpretation. I came just to correct you, and you, okay, I get it. Let me ask you the question that you can't answer.
Muhammad, ask a
Muhammad,
question.
okay, how do I say prostrate in Arabic? One answer, one answer, yalla, one worded answer. How do I translate the word prostrate to Arabic?
How to translate prostrate to Arabic?
Yes.
Okay, it's not sujood, Muhammad.
That's not
Is
my,
that
brother.
an
Hey,
answer
hey,
or not?
what is tree in Arabic? It's not a car. Okay, then tell me the answer. It's not a billion things. It's not almost an infinite amount of things. What is the actual thing then?
Muhammad, it's not about our Arabic. That's you don't
It's
understand that,
not. Oh
Muhammad.
my God, brother!
No
It's about
Arabic.
communication.
Okay, what is Ma'idah in Quran? What surah to
Mirza,
Ma'idah?
Mirza, I am not going to move forward. I am not moving forward with these catch-up moments that you think you cap me when it is extremely simple, Mirza. One word for sujood.
Muhammad, I'm just explaining. A
No, you're not
Ma'idah in the
explaining.
Quran and
Mirza,
our Ma'idah in this
Mirza,
Arabic we
how
speak
do you have
today are two
Mirza,
different things.
Mirza, how are you having the right to teach me what the Arabic says when I'm asking you a simple concept? How do I say prostrate in Arabic? And you can't answer me. Why?
Okay, Muhammad, if sujood means prostrate, a tree prostrates, correct?
That's not what I asked.
That's exactly what you're saying. That's Muhammad, that's like Allah is showing you. Allah, for some reason, is telling you a tree and something is prostrating for a reason. For in the future, he knows that people like us will come and make a sujood something else, make it physical, make it robotic.
I want you. 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 I want you to go review what I told Maverick X, especially about the birds and the trees and what it means in sujood at that point. Which I didn't finish my point. So how about you stop being rude and listen? Because you are honestly now about to get kicked because you don't let the person finish. I already told Mavericks that it is a form of giving in. Okay, it's not the word submission because Islam is submission. There is the concept of spiritual sujood that needs to occur before physical sujood. But you are a person that cannot hear. Can I move on now to my final guest, because I would like to go fast from food and water, if you don't mind, because that's what I believe the Quran is telling me that is good for me.
Muhammad, do whatever is better for you, to be
Have a
honest
nice
with
day.
you. I mean, you
Please
know,
have a
yeah,
nice
it's
day.
fine.
You
Thank
did.
you. Thank you, Muhammad.
Have
It's
a nice
been a
day.
pleasure talking to
It was
you.
not a
I
pleasure
swear.
talking to you. I promise to you, it was not a
That's
pleasure
fine.
talking to you.
Wallah, it was a
Have a
pleasure.
nice day. Good,
Even if
good,
you
good.
disagree
But
with me, I don't have.
next time when you're gonna make accusations, listen to the actual debate with Mavericks, because I've already
Muhammad,
talked
wallah,
about the spiritual side of sujood. But you didn't
Muhammad,
care about that. You're talking about catch-22s. You did not give me a word for
Muhammad,
prostrate into Arabic. I would like
Mu-
you now to leave the
Muhammad,
stage.
I haven't accused you on anything, to be honest. I was just trying to make my point as you trying to make your point. I'm just trying to
Cool.
make a point.
Have a nice
The
day. You're
sujood
gonna.
in the Quran
Can we?
cannot mean
Ah,
prostrating, because
yes,
a
it
tree
does. It
doesn't
does.
prostrate.
It does.
Because Allah, He says,
In
"Alam
certain
tara."
contents, in certain contents, yes, it does. In certain content, sujood can mean the physical prostration, and in certain content, it means the spiritual prostration. So that's my answer, and that was my answer to Maverick X, and Maverick X agreed. So have a
Okay,
nice
how
day.
the tree makes sujood? Explain that to me.
That's not the physical sujood there. That's a
So what
spiritual
it is
sujood.
then? What is it?
Spiritual
What's
sujood.
spiritual?
Giving in. It can only do what God told it to do and nothing else. That's what it
Exactly.
means.
Thank
Ooh,
you.
I
Thank
already
you.
knew this. I already knew this,
Thank
but you can do that in physical sujood too. Have a nice day
Thank you
now.
very much. Thank
Have a
you,
nice day.
Muhammad.
So you wasted
We
everybody's
we
time.
find you're so rude, Muhammad, but it's
I
fine.
am
It's
rude to
okay.
people who are rude to me. Why was I not rude to Maverick X?
Well, your audience can see like who between us was
Your
rude
audience
to
are fed
other,
up of you, brother, because you don't know
I,
how to talk to me.
I don't
I'm
have
not
an
a rude
audience. It's
person.
your audience, not mine, to be
My
honest.
audience is my audience is not in agreement with you, because you talk to me in a way that is extremely rude. You're coming to me in a condescending fashion. You're cutting me off. You keep rambling on, and you can't answer simple questions without you subliminally, passively, aggressively attacking me. So no, you acted like an enemy, and I put you in your place, but you don't listen. Go
I'm
laugh
sorry,
now. Laugh.
Muhammad, why would I laugh? I mean, I'm just gonna remember that I had a good discussion with you. Maybe you would reflect on whatever I said.
Brother,
Your
I gotta
audience
move
would
on.
think about it. I was like you, Muhammad. I thought like sujood
You're
is
better than
sujood,
me
is
now. Okay,
salah is
khalas, you're better
salah.
than me. You're better than me.
But
Have a nice day. Here we go.
Alhamdulillah,
Just constant
I've been,
rambling, passive
I've
aggressive
been,
rambling.
I've been
You're better than me.
open-minded.
Have a nice day. Yallah. Have a
I'm not
nice day.
better than you, Muhammad. I'm not
No, you
better
were
than
like
you.
me, and now you're better than me. You were like me, and now you're better than me. Have a nice day. Now you can't prostrate.
No,
You can't translate the word prostrate. You can't translate the word believer. You can't translate the word submit. You can't translate the word. All these English words are not translatable to English. Namaz apparently now means an Arabic word when you get caught. Please, I need you to khalas to move on. Please.
Al-Mu'min, Muhammad, it's not a believer. Fear
You're
Allah.
repeating
Allah
your
is
point.
al-Mu'min.
Allah is
Allah
the
is
believer.
al-Mu'min.
Yes. Allah is the believer.
I
Yes,
mean,
100%.
how would anyone
Does
translate
God?
al-Mu'min as a
I just
believer?
did. I just did. I just did. Sue me. God believes
So
that
is
He
that
is one God. Amana lillah. Amana. God believes that He is one God. Yes, 100%. And He takes refuge and security in that, as I do, 100%.
okay? That's
God
fine,
recognizes
Muhammad.
that He is one God. Yeah, shahada
It's
Allahu
okay.
annahu la ilaha illallah. Absolutely. Have a nice day.
I knew. Thank you, Muhammad. Ma salama. Salam.
Salam.
Yo,
What's up?
man,
Peace.
what's wrong with this guy? He's saying that Mr. X did a bad job. Wallah, he didn't bring one shred of evidence. He just keep making claims.
X didn't. We had a peaceful discussion with X, because X doesn't talk in the way that this individual talked. I don't know what his problem was with me, but I literally, his agreement, his understanding of spiritual sujood, I already knew. But then he just kept going on and on and on and on and on, and he would not leave.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is he didn't give any explanation or evidence. He just kept making claim after claim after claim, and you asked him 100 times, he said, "Give me the definition." He won't give the definition. Like,
because they
what's the
have no
problem?
definitions. You see,
Yeah, I noticed
at
none
least
of them have it. Wallah, I never seen one of them bring a translation. Not
they
one of them ever
can't.
bring a translation in their life.
Maverick,
If you make it a claim
Maverick,
on, you don't bring a single translation. What's this?
I have respect for Maverick today because I asked him a simple question. Is it valid for somebody to have this interpretation because of the literal meaning of the word? He goes, yes, that is true. And he goes, but we have to also present the spiritual sides of things. So not everybody thinks it's just physical prostration. Agreed. It's the end of the conversation. But this individual wants to say that Mavericks is wrong and everybody's wrong and only he's right.
Yeah, what's their logic? They don't think that one word can have multiple meanings. They don't think you can apply it different ways. They think there's just one way and khalas, like it has to be that way.
There's a
That's
few
their logic.
syndromes. So there's the same root syndrome. I call that the same root syndrome. If a word is sharing the same root, right, then it automatically has to have a connection, which is not the case. So as I present the word shajara, which is tree, and shajara, which is fight, they're the exact same root. Or nahar, which is day, and nahr, which is river. They use the same root. Today I found out as well, which is, what was the word? Bal, right? Bal, the mind, it comes from the root ba wa la, bol, which is the same as urine. So this is one issue with the same root syndrome. Just because they share the same root, it does not necessitate that the word has to have a connection. One. Two, that they believe that when a word is used, that it has to be the exact same definition throughout the whole Quran, which is again not the case. Like the word ummah or wali, it has to change based upon the content. But they try to remove that. That's why they have the word as salah is duty, because it's completely consistent. But duty is so open-ended that I can use that for siyam, I can use that for zakat, anything that has a physical concept, I can stick the word duty in there.
Yeah, so they really just don't bring, they don't bring the words word by word and break it down.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, one second. This is gonna. I'm gonna make this guy. I'm gonna answer this guy real quick. The word alam means pain. Okay, pain. That is the text that there is no doubt in. Guidance for the righteous. There's spiritual pain, and that what makes you grow up. If you don't like my interpretation, tell me what alif lam mean based on Sunnism. So I like your question. You're asking a question you don't know the answer to. You proved me right. Please, yo, what's up?
But just a quick question, because it was meant. I have a different question, but just a quick question. When he was talking about the verse about Ibrahim, and he was saying of and from, like like just play devil advocate for a second. What was he trying to say? Yes. What was the difference?
So he's saying here in this verse, okay, the one that he's talking about is the one in Surah Al-Baqarah, right? This is talking about the proposition min al-bayt, okay? So I'm going to show you is yarfa Ibrahim al-qawaid min al-bayt wa Ismailu. I don't know what the verse number is, but I'm going to try to find it. Foundation. Okay, so he's saying min al-bayt. So he's saying that it is a concept that is removed from the bayt, okay? Akhadahu min al-walad. That's what he's trying to say, that this proposition is saying. That the foundations was taken from the house, okay? That's his point. But this proposition does not necessitate that it's being taken from the house. It can apply to the house.
Yeah.
So the foundations to the house, I would still use the word min. But to him, no, this is crazy. This is not allowed because min can only have one definition. But this content here, إِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ الْقَوَاعِدُ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ. So if I say that أَنَا أَبْنِي أَبْوَابَ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ, so it does not mean that the doors came out of the house. It means I'm talking the doors of the house. قَوَاعِدَ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ. So the bayt has concepts, qawaid, roof, walls, whatever. So now I'm talking about al-qawaidu min al-bayt. Yes.
So what's even, see, this is the thing that I've seen from this guy. He didn't explain what was his reasoning. Okay, he has a different understanding of the word. What's the point is what he was trying to make. Was I trying to hear from him the whole time, but he doesn't make any points.
No, because he's saying that now you have to understand that the foundations were already existing, and they were coming out of the house. So what's the point that you're making is your interpretation is wrong. So what's the interpretation? He has no answer. That's the problem with these. This is, I'm sorry, I know people take this. It's like the same flat earth thing. Oh, there's no gravity. So what's pulling me down? I don't have an answer. Oh, it's not the moon that eclipses the sun. So what eclipses the sun? I don't have an answer.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because I always think the same thing. Like these, I'm not saying like all non-ritual people, and like, you know, I consider them believers and Muslims and all that, but it's just, it comes to the point where it seems that every single thing where they have a difference of opinion, but they have less logic, less explanation, and they make more assumptions to make a judgment. Like they don't use less assumptions. They end up making more assumptions, and they just think whatever they want based on what they feel is right. Like the flat earth people, they just say, okay, well, I think this is right, but they provide less evidence.
Yeah, but it's the same things that Sunni do. Sunnis, they try to start to attack the theology, they attack the application, but they don't provide answers. Okay, so how do you pray? Oh, I pray like this. Ha 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 ha. How can you pray like that? Ha 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 ha.
Well,
okay?
I would argue. I mean, like I would say the Sunnis provide answers just based off, you know, flawed authenticity.
Exactly.
Because they're using hadith and stuff. But they give an answer. That doesn't mean it's right. But
but going by
typically
just
don't provide an answer, and they just make
right.
pure assumption.
Right. This is why I love doing what I do. Okay, khalas, fine. Sujood does not mean physical prostration. Now I'm going to talk in English. How do I say physical prostration in Arabic? They don't have an answer. And the thing is that everyone comes to me from the subcontinent, and apparently now Arabs, and they say there's no namaz in the Quran. There's no namaz in the Quran. And I say to him, namaz is not an Arabic word, and it's not in the Quran. And you say, and I swear to God, some of them say, really? There is namaz in the Quran? I go, the word namaz is not Arabic, and it's not in the Quran. It's Urdu, and it's Persian, and it's Afghani. And they go, oh. I go, okay, so now how do I say prayer in Arabic? And they go, it's not namaz. I was like, bro, what?
Yo, is that guy still in the chat? Could you bring him in just for 2 minutes? If I don't know if you don't want to talk to him, just 2 minutes.
I don't want to talk to him. But if you want to have, but
yo, Habibi, Mr. 0.5x speed, yo.
I think he left.
All right, so let's kick him in.
Yeah, he's gone. But okay, no.
All
Anything
right, so
else, Habibi? I do have to.
Okay, Khalas, this is actually the question I came for, just quick. So last time you were in a conversation with somebody in like the last stream, and he was talking about, like he's from India or something. He was saying, oh, I live in America, and you know I work a lot, and you know I make money and stuff, but I want to abandon my lifestyle I have right now and go back to India and just live on the farm.
Yeah.
I live a minimalist lifestyle. And so I want to hear your opinion on this, right? To me, you know, I'm sure, you know, Allah says in the Quran that He's going to weigh our scales, and you know, obviously, you want the righteous deeds to be the heavy side.
Correct.
So what I'm thinking is, if you're in a country and you're making, you know, alhamdulillah, you're making money, why would you leave that situation and go live a minimalist lifestyle? And then, because the problem is, how are you going to do righteous works? Obviously, it becomes more difficult to do righteous works. You know, so you can, like, this is the thing, right? If you're fulfilling your religious obligations in a country where you're making money, whether it's a Catholic country or Muslim country, if you're fulfilling your religious obligations, and on top of that, you're also making money, why would you then go to another country where you could still fulfill your religious obligations, but you can't make money? And since you can't make money, you cannot do as many righteous deeds. And I'm not criticizing the minimalist lifestyle, because I remember you were saying you live a minimalist lifestyle, but I would argue that's 1,000% different from 99.99% of people, because you have a YouTube channel, and 99.99% of people don't have the eloquency, they don't have, you know, the understanding and the knowledge of the Quran to come here and convince people and, you know, show people the truth. Because
but I do not.
Let me just finish this, right?
Sure.
99% of people are not in your position. So when you do that, it makes sense logically, because you can argue you're even providing more value than giving money. What you're doing right now is providing more value to teaching more people than if you were to go sit in a job and give extra donations, give extra zakat. But for most people, you know, generally, you know, most people aren't going to be in a situation where they're making, you know, spreading the word like that. So wouldn't it make more sense to stay and make money, as assuming you're fulfilling your religious obligations? Wouldn't it make more sense to make the money and give that money to zakat than go in and live in a minimalist lifestyle?
So there is the concept of, yes. How can I explain this? I don't promote per se and tell people that the minimalist lifestyle is what you should do. There are many ways of approaching life, and God has soldiers. I'm not saying that everyone's God's soldiers, but God has soldiers in all sorts of ways. So there are people that are behind enemy lines that live in enemy societies that use it so that they would benefit the believers. Understandable. There are people that cannot deal with the pressures of society because of how evil it is, that they need to disassociate and safeguard themselves by living a minimalist lifestyle. It is not worth it that you are reaching for the money, but at the same time, it's at the cost of your faith. I have two good friends. I have very two good friends, and alhamdulillah, they're well off. Okay, one individual, he is smart, capable, young, right? And he's very intelligent in generating income. And then I have another individual who is older, but his style allows him to generate income quickly because people just quickly trust him. But both of them are in agreement that the more that they have to play this game of making money, the farther they feel like the life keeps trying to pull them, like life tries to pull them away from God. So it's a very heavy burden to carry. So what's the easiest way? It's the school of thought that you want to follow. Be stoic, and whatever good comes your way, you use it in the way of God, and it's about ratios. Or you want to strive and chase and try to change. That's another way of applying. But no, I think that individual, he is more so, he did not want to support the failed society. That's why to him, a minimalistic lifestyle made more sense to him. And he would still present to his Lord whatever he wants to present. Actually sacrificing the fact that you could have a good job and you sacrifice it so that you are closer to God plays every day. Every day you get benefits for doing so.
No, I understand 1000% where you're coming from. But like, maybe for a scenario, if you're making money and like that will increase you in hardship and that will make things more difficult, like depending on the situation, maybe that's a trial you could pass, maybe that's a trial you can't pass. Like obviously you have to make that judgment whether it makes sense or not. But what I know is this, giving money to the needy, helping the orphans, donating this, wherever that, this is good deeds. And these are, this is obviously going to increase the weight of your scale on the positive side. So what I'm saying is, wouldn't it also be seen as taking a risk where you're abandoning the lifestyle of making money? And obviously, I'm assuming you're making the money to give it to a good cause. But if you abandon that lifestyle of making money and you go live a minimalist lifestyle, your obligations, you're still fulfilling your obligations either way. But now you don't get to do all those good deeds that you would have collected if you would have made money and gave that money to the proper causes. That's not going to exist anymore. So and I agree with you. Like everybody has a different purpose. Like some people like you, what you're doing is very high purpose. Alhamdulillah. Like I think you've taught a lot of people. Inshallah, God rewards you. But the point is, everyone can accomplish different things. So if someone has the ability to accomplish this, why would not?
I'll tell you something. I was under this lifestyle prior to my YouTube channel. I was in this lifestyle since early 2020. So more than 5 years in my channel, maybe now in 2023, 2024. But if you seek, you will find. For me, I knew more about what the society entailed that I didn't want nothing to do with it. There's a lot of stuff I don't talk about, but there's a lot of political underlying to what the Quran says, where you become a target from jinn and human. So these things I can't teach. It's things that you need to look at the biggest picture and look at the people who are sitting in big chairs in the world and why they're sitting there. So me and you have a certain thinking, and our discussion now is minimalistic against someone who's making money to provide. Go sit in MBS's head for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Sit in Mohammed bin Salman's head. Money is not a problem. You are one of the richest families in the whole world. Okay? But you still have a certain mentality. Why do you have that mentality? And what are the doors that are open to you? But the Quran still applies there. But now try to live with Mohammed bin Salman's mentality at the scale that he's dealing with the people at his table, but at your level down here. And you'll see the world changes completely because you are now seeing the responsibility of those people. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
And then you start to understand the politics. And then that's why the societies are the way they are.
No, but
and you don't want to be playing that.
Mohammed bin Salman is in a very strong authoritative position, and his experiences are very different from our experiences, and he's going through, we comprehend it differently. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying like
He's
on a
human.
completely different level. What I'm saying is in a different level of the worldly status. Like obviously he's a king. But my point is this: for the normal guy, and not every normal guy is going to be like Muhammad bin Salman. For the normal guy, you got to make the assumption what makes more sense. If you have a gift and you have the capability, you have the skills to make money.
Right. But I have I agree with you that if you can be a beneficial team for the believer society, yes, you can't sit in you would be oppressing yourself and oppressing your community by wasting your talent if you have the ability to do so. But the point the point that I was trying to make is that the reason why I brought someone like Mohammed bin Salman is you have to understand their mentality for you to understand the society that you're in. Then you can play your chess pieces correctly. We're not saying that we're going to sit at MBS's level, but MBS's level is the most thing that affects you and your daily decisions, because his decision influences millions of people instantly.
But what does MBS and his position have to do with us on the smaller scale?
So now when I understand these people's perspective and the games that they're playing, right? I now understand that how I'm influenced, and if I support said systems in certain things, I can be a problematic on the day of judgment with God. So I need to play the system correctly because I understand this guy's perspective. I'm not going to be Pharaoh, but I understood who Pharaoh is, so I cannot sit and be next to Pharaoh.
So what you're pretty much making the thing like, depending on the society you're in, you have to make the right move depending on the society. Every society.
100%.
But no, that does
you're a
make
good
sense,
banker.
obviously.
You're a good banker. You're a good banker, and you're good sell marketing in securities, okay, trade securities, in the stock market. And the only entity that's going to give you a job is the bank that charges interest, and it makes you a lot of money, not the interest, your salary. Would you take that job?
No, I don't think you can take that job.
Okay, but exactly.
But see, this is okay. Like because now it's getting into the realm of we have to look at reality and see how money works. Like, in my opinion,
Yes.
Because this is true. What I'm about to state, every money in the world is pretty much interest based. You can't touch a dollar, touch a euro, touch a peso that hasn't been tapped by interest, because most money is debt driven anyway. So like, there's no such thing as like you're avoiding, the haram money, halal money. Technically, on a technical level, all money is haram. Obviously, if I'm buying alcohol, that money is obviously a different level of haram than, just spreading normal money, because you can't live without money. That's how the system works nowadays. That's what resources and trade and barter, it's all dependent on paper currency. So regardless, all the money from that level is haram. Obviously, you shouldn't increase the haram, but like, because you're saying we have to avoid, or not avoid, but you're saying we have to, depending on what society we're in. Yeah, we have to plot based on society we're in.
Yes. Yes.
And I would be making the argument. I think, like, I'm not saying this is the all end all be all, but if I'm in a society where I can make money, and like whoever they are, they can make money.
Do you want to?
Go ahead.
I will answer you, and I know this is going to be taken out of context. I agree with you. Do you know the Robin Hood concept? And there's a Robin Hood verse in the Quran.
Go ahead.
Do you know what I mean by the Robin Hood concept?
Yeah, I get the Robin Hood concept. You're saying like we're in a society and we're using that society, even though it's and distributing to the right causes, even though the sources come from.
And that's what you're telling me, and I agree with it. Well, you're not telling me that per se. You're saying that.
I'm telling you, regardless of what society you're in, the interest and the haramness of the money is going to be there regardless.
Yes. I get that. I get that portion.
Iran or whatever.
I get that portion. Sorry. Okay. Let me tell you what I understood from your position, and hopefully I can. Okay. So what I understood is that you maybe being a minimalistic when you are capable of producing a lot and with that money doing good for the world, that the minimalistic approach is not the most appropriate. That was your original agreement, right?
Yeah.
And I agree with you. But there has to be a limit on why or how and why you're generating the money.
Yeah, it's for the sake of Allah. If you're not generating for the sake of Allah, then you're not not getting closer to the afterlife.
It's a very general and easy statement, and I agree with you there. I wholeheartedly agree with you there. But that concept there, when you're dealing with with people who do not agree with you, it's difficult to sustain for a long time. That's why people want to go. Brother, I was making 110K, 120K a year, doing very minimal, with working for a company in the West, and people respected me. I had my position. They were paying for my house, but it was extremely pressuring when it comes down to the religion, because it's a time sink.
No, I understand where 100% where you're coming from. Like, imagine, you're in a major position, whoever it may be, if they're in a major position, and they end up spending more time on the position, and it ends up getting in the way of the religious obligations, then you're gonna have to make adjustments, because obviously, we have duties to do the religious obligations. But
Right.
imagine someone who doesn't have any work, and he has religious obligations. Well, that extra time he has on his hands, which you're going to inevitably have, like, you should be using this
Then
time
you should build.
to do good deeds, to do righteous works. Imagine you're just sitting there doing nothing.
You should build.
You should build. You provide value to the ummah, or and
Right.
obviously do it for the sake of Allah.
Right.
So I want to preface it with this. I'm just saying like this: if someone has the capability to make money, and they don't do it, they just sit there and they do the religious obligations, and that's it. On the day of judgment, what's going to happen when you look at your scales and it's just very minimal? You did your religious obligations, but there's another 1,000 people who did their religious obligations, but they put much more good deeds in. To me, it's a very common sense thing. But I feel like the reason why I mention it is because I feel like people are trying to make excuses for themselves. Saying, no. So I just get to be by myself and live because this is what Allah wants.
Do you know what my advice to everybody is? This does not apply to everybody, but I think the majority of you that live in your house and you have your YouTube, you're going to your university, you're going to your school, you should not apply to a 9 to 5. You should build yourself. You should find a niche. You should find something that where you are capable of producing money without having to rely on too many people, or to sit and to adhere to somebody's other's business.
Well, I
improve on yourself. You disagree?
Can I say why I disagree with that?
Sure.
Everyone has a level of capability, skills, intellect, whatever it may be. People have different characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at what you could fulfill best. What does your capability align you towards? If your skill set allows you to work to a 9 to 5, and that's what maximizes your potential income or benefit, or your ability to give for the sake of Allah, then that's what you should do. If you have a unique talent and you're able to use that talent and build something greater than a 9 to 5, then that's what you should do. But I wouldn't just say, everyone become a freelancer and just try to utilize their skills. Not everyone has that capability to utilize their skills in that way. A lot of people find themselves in the best positions by working a 9 to 5.
Again, I was talking about the majority where they're not doing higher level education. A higher level education, you're gonna have to adhere to
the higher level education, but
would you
open a business or something like?
Yeah, I'm talking about like someone who is stuck to what would be the retail and minimal marketing, car salesman, and stuff of that nature. I would rather the person build something for himself than to sit there and then say to a system that doesn't care about God. But a doctor, engineer, lawyer, yada yada yada, that's different.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, like if you're working at a retail job, like low skilled labor,
but the majority of the world is there. You're talking about a very specific niche that is capable of having these higher level jobs. That yes, you need businesses, corporations, and things to actually produce something of quality.
Well, I agree. The point of what both of us are saying is pretty much situation based.
Yes.
Depending on your situation, you make the right move.
Yes.
The right move.
Yes.
If you're barely making any money and make it hard, it's hard to make ends meet. You can live a minimalist lifestyle. Perhaps you can provide more value that way. But if you have that capability and opportunity, which many people do, now I wouldn't say majority, but many people do, then they should utilize those gifts from Allah and use the money in the way of Allah.
Yeah, it's a give and take. The minimalistic approach, it gives you something that the other person might struggle with, which is extensive patience, because you have a lot of time. So you have to be able to deal with the silence, the low time, and yeah, you might not be producing the same way as you're producing on the other side, going all that money and stuff, but your world is extremely fast at that point. It's very fast paced. So there's a give and take to both sides. But to say one is right and one is wrong, as you said, situational based.
I agree.
What are you trying to achieve? This is my question. I think you're on a cusp or something. Right? Inshallah, you're going to be the third friend of mine that has is very well off.
Inshallah. Inshallah, I don't want to say, but
working on the money.
I have a decent position, alhamdulillah. So, inshallah.
Yeah. Easy, brother, though.
By the will of Allah, growth.
You remember, as soon as you get the money, you have to spend it.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's so. This is the thing, right? You know, as like.
That's why I'm the captain,
this
and
is
that's
the-
why you're the lieutenant.
So this is a tough one, right? Okay, like obviously the immediate thought process is if I spend the money now, I'm not going to be able to spend that money in the future. And obviously, or if I spend the money now and doing good deeds, I can't use that money to grow the current pool.
Yes,
the current
but
investments. That's the biggest
I
hardship right there.
knew it was investment. So this is what I approach it. As soon as I take a profit, okay, I let the investment do its thing. I don't do investments, by the way, but there was something that's very similar to it. As soon as I take a profit, I'll take whatever I perceive is fair in something that needs to be given to somebody. I put it in a different wallet. Let's assume, okay, not crypto, just like a different account. And then I carry on with what I wanted to do and spend the money that I want to spend. But there's always anywhere from 5, 10, 15, 20% automatically taken as soon as I take some profit. And then with that 10%, you see that one growing, 20% going, and you're capable of building with that. And then you have your mining. Money to me is a system, not a system, a machine. You need the money to make the money, and when the money is made, you just need to reinvest into yourself while you're also expending.
I just want to mention that you correct me if I'm wrong or clarify. In the verse of the Quran that talks about don't spend stingily and don't spend too much. Like I would say,
right.
In regards to when you make profits, you should. I agree with what you say. You should divide the profits into what makes sense to give and what makes sense for future.
100%.
That's pretty much like the logic that comes.
100%. I know the bills that are coming. I know what I need to pay. So that has to take the precedence. Okay, now I have, let's assume, $1,000 extra, right? Like this is $1,000. Okay, how much of it do I want to put in saving? Well, I can give from that 1,000. I can give 200 right now. 200, 300. That's a big number. Okay, so 200, $300 there. Boom, put it in that account, which is gone. That's not my money anymore.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much like the best way to do it. But Allah, maybe Allah wanted us to give 700 out of that 1,000. That's what sometimes.
But sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll give the full 1,000 if I know that I have nothing, no obligation, and then God multiplies it. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. But
it's intelligence at that point. You have to use your intelligence. Yo, I gotta go. I gotta cook some meals, man. I gotta eat because I want to fast tomorrow.
Man, we hate to see you go. So you're gonna be here next week?
Next week I'll be here.
Inshallah, I help on the stream next week. Inshallah, you keep doing what you're doing. Inshallah, you succeed. Inshallah, the movement grows.
Appreciate it. Alhamdulillah. I'm happy that I got to a solid state with that. With Maverick X, I think that was the
guy. Well, the X guy, for non-ritual corners, this is very good. Like this is the best of their examples because he's trying to use logic and he's coming with a very respectful understanding. And even I was understanding his points because he was coming with explanation. He's trying to put things in perspective. Not necessarily that we agree with him, but I understand what he's saying. But then the problem is 99% of the people I see on the no ritual side are like the guy you just had, who's just throwing out points, no evidence, his own thinking, his feelings, and it's just nonsense.
I appreciate 100% what you said. Today I was actually surprised that Maverick was the way that he acted. I didn't know. I don't speak to him, So, but the way that he presented himself, he presented himself correctly. He goes, there's a lot of emphasis on the physical concepts, right? Which can be understood from the literal, but I believe the Quran is more so geared towards the spiritual, and the audience needs to be aware that there is more spiritual emphasis than there is a physical emphasis. Can I argue that there's some physicality in the Quran? I can see it. That's all he was saying.
I know, and that he made great points. But I think with these people, sometimes they maybe they don't think about it, but when the people of Moses disagreed, and Allah judged between them. So no matter how many people read the Quran, there might be 1,000 different interpretations. That's not the point. The point is you do what's best and you lead in whatever interpretation you come up with, you try to use logic and reasoning, intelligence, and Allah guides who He wills. On their judgment, Allah say you got it right, you got it wrong, you did good, you did bad. Like Allahu A'lam. Allah guides who wills. You can read the Quran, you could think the craziest things that have nothing to do with the Quran, but you read the Quran. This is your interpretation.
Right.
This is what I think.
God bless you, brother. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see how much time I have left. I gotta go, bro. Got like 30 minutes before. Well,
طيب والسلام.
God bless you, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you for being so patient. Thank you, everybody that supported the stream. Abu Salah. Rose in Arabic is not fire. Peace in Arabic is not war. What is Arabic? Answer: not Aswad. What is Arabic? That's been long. You eating pizza, charity giving, orphan feeding, wisdom jet. God bless you, Faraj. Thank you, man. Thank you very much, my good brother. Alhamdulillah. I'm glad that we had this conversation with everybody that came. I know I need to be patient a little bit. I just hate being spoken at. I don't like being spoken at. That's very true. Submit and show Islam taslim sajdoon. Submit and show adherence. Sure. That is definitely true. Can sajadtum in foreign means other than physical prostration, or is it impossible, like 0%? I believe that there is two interpretations that are both valid, which is the spiritual and the physical, which are both occurring at the same time, I think. But it's difficult to say that there's no physicality here. Thank you, brother. Yes, we read these. God bless everybody that was here. Thank you very much. I do have to go eat. Okay. Look at this weirdo. I've literally addressed this almost every stream. No, bro. Let's talk about nisa'akum, your women, not your children. And with that bombshell, peace.